what you want from me, what you want from me. Tell me what it is, don't tell me what it ain't. They try to throw salt, it just made the pressure raise. Going through a phase, gotta get myself out it. Don't talk about it, boy, they said you gotta be about it. So I be trying to face the world head on. Front seat riding, cruising down the meadows. Pedal to the meadow, cool breeze blowing down the windows. Calm trees, blowing trees, get that boy some headroom.
Say it again. You're saying you're sorry, so say it again. Only you can make my world go black. Say you love me, then you take it back. Say it again, say it again. You want my forgiveness, so say it again. You're my thunder of my darkest night. You just can't go back and make it right. 'Cause it's too late, your time is up. Damage done and now it's stuck. 'Cause it's too late, you roll the dice, and now you have to pay the price. Yeah, I'm in a better place now. I'm not gonna worry, no, I'm not even sorry. You're gonna be the lonely one. I'm in a better place now. I'm not gonna worry, no, I'm not even sorry. You're gonna be the lonely one. Say it again, say it again. You're saying you feel bad, so say it again. Only you can do that. My heart was open wide. I could feel it breaking deep inside. 'Cause it's too late, your time is up. Damage done and now we're stuck. 'Cause it's too late, you roll the dice, and now you have to pay the price. Oh, I'm in a better place now. I'm not gonna worry, no, I'm not even sorry. You're gonna be the lonely one. I'm in a better place now. I'm not gonna worry, no, I'm not even sorry. You're gonna be the lonely one. I'm in a better place now. I'm not gonna worry, no, I'm not even sorry. You're gonna be the lonely one. I'm in a better place now. I'm not gonna worry, I'm not even sorry. You're gonna be the lonely one.
Everybody smoking all the greenery. Close the match 'cause they were handed down to me. But I'm still fly, I know. I'm still fly, let's go. It could all be worse, I could be a hater like you. It could all be worse. Pills to make the man, but that poison's gonna chew you from the inside out. So right now, say it with your chest now, say it with your chest now. I'm young, I'm free, can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time, it's my time to ride it. I'm young, I'm free, can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time, it's my time, it's my time to ride it out. to all the haters, cause you proved to me that rising to the top was my destiny. And you can see whatever from behind me, but I'm still fly, I know. I'm still fly, let's go. It could all be worse, I could be a hater like you. It could all be worse. Clothes to make the man, but that poison's gonna kill you. From the inside out, it's time to say it with your chest now, say it with your chest now. I'm young, I'm free, can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time to ride it. I'm young, I'm free, can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time to ride it out. It's your time. Oh, if you're on the bus, say yeah. If you're on the train, say yeah. If you gotta walk, say yeah. Everybody's going somewhere. Young or old, I really don't care. Life has never really been fair. So put your fist up in the air. Say yeah. I'm young, I'm free, can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out.
that you don't wanna leave just yet. No, my eyes agree. It's almost like when we first met. Oh, I don't care, it's getting too late. I want you and I can't wait. Don't wanna spend a minute without you. I know you feel the same. So come on, give me love. I'ma show you how to move with my body. Come hit me with your touch and make me wanna say, damn. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, baby. So come give me love. All of your love, I can't fake it. When I'm with you, my legs go weak. Yeah. Can you hear it? I think my heart just skipped a beat. Yeah. This feeling is getting so strong. Love me till the morning, love me all night long. There's something special about you. You're the one that I want. So come on, give me love. I'ma show you how to move with my body. Come to me with your touch and make me wanna say, damn. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're my baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, baby. So come give me love. All of your love. Won't you love me till the morning? Love me in the evening. You know what I want. Won't you hold me like I'm yours? Show me that I'm yours. You know just what I want. Won't you love me like the last time? Like our time was right now. Show me what it's about. Love me till the morning. Love me in the evening. You know what I want. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, babe. So come give me love. All of your love. Won't you love me till the morning? Love me in the evening. You know what I want. Won't you hold me like I'm yours? Show me that I'm yours. You know just what I want. Won't you love me like the last time? Like our time was right now. Show me what it's about. Love me till the morning. Love me in the evening. You know what I want. All of your love.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but your words can't hurt me.
Audio Jungle.
Oh, what's going on, people? Good afternoon, and welcome. Your boy, DJ Exclusive James Bubba Williams, is back with another episode of Beard Burner Chronicles, man. So good to see everybody. I hope everybody is doing well, bro. It has been a long time. A very long time. And so much has been going on that I don't know. I don't know where to begin at. Let's see. Let's start from the beginning. First off, let's shout out everybody that is joining us in the chat room, wherever you watch it from, over on YouTube, Instagram. I'm on what's this called? TikToks right now who's doing the live stream. Hey, y'all, everybody on TikTok, it's good to see y'all, man. Welcome again, everybody, wherever you're streaming from. Let's do some shout outs real quick and let's get into it. Shout out to Tyler Hackner in the chat. Let's see. Johnny Too Late TV, what's going on? Jeff, what is it? Jetman, what's going on? Jetman. Y'all know I butcher names, and I'm going to continue to butcher names to the end. Boring TH, what's going on? So they love the tunes. Tyler Hackner, what's going on? Picker Bell, welcome. Good to see you. And I think that's everybody. Mom and Daddy are watching as well, too. And shout out to Mom and Daddy who are in Las Vegas right now, doing a big one. So hope y'all having fun. Mom and Daddy, hope y'all win me some money and bring me back some good stuff, okay? Because I need it. But shout out to everybody, man. I hope y'all have been doing good. I've been doing fairly well myself. As you see, we are in a new place. Got some new digs going on. As y'all see the background, got my Lego stuff set up. Lean real quick. I got my Mona Lisa back there, the pyramid. I got Batman. And it actually looks really good. It's not finished being set up yet, but I'm in a good place where I can broadcast and do everything that I need to do. So I'm glad to be back. I missed everybody so much. I miss being on camera and showing my face and bringing this joy that I can to the world as much as I possibly can. So let's see. Let's start from the top. First of all, what we always do here when we get started, I want everybody to drop how they're feeling today in the chat room. How are you feeling in the chat, man? Like, what's your mental health rating for the day? I'm going to say I'm about and say a 7, 8, 7, 9, 6, 7. No, between a 7 and a 9, I'll say. And I say that because, you know, everything is not going where I want it to go. But hey, I am here. I have breath in my body and I am alive. Let me make sure my focus is good here. Yep. Boom. Okay. So I'm here. You know, that's the main thing that's important. I'm above the ground, and a lot of people can't say the same thing. So I'm happy that I am here to bring y'all this. So that's a good thing. So I'm saying I'm about an 8. So let's start from the top. Boom. Y'all haven't seen me probably since January. Man, it may have been even last year. Oh, it's been a while. Okay, so let's see. Got the new place. Must say the new place is dope. Had a chance to come in and set it up. Got it in February. Didn't move in until like the end of March, but got it in February because of a rent special. So that's a good thing on that. Haven't been working since December. Last day of work was December 5th. So since then, been looking for work, and they keep saying the jobs are out there. The jobs are out there. Well, where they at though? Where they at though? I sure can't get nothing. I've been getting rejections and all that stuff. I had a couple of interviews, but nothing came out of that. But, you know, tis is what it is. Okay, so we're here. So have a resident DJ spot now on Friday nights, a gay spot here in Atlanta that I love dearly called 4 West. So if you're ever in Atlanta, you should come check it out. It's a great time, fun time. I've built kind of a following there now where the people like, man, we know that DJ, and they come see me on every Friday, man. So you should do the same. It is a lot of fun, and I'm thankful for it. Yeah, like for real. So it was a great time. So if you're in Atlanta, definitely come check it out. Still doing my little side gigs and events every time some DJing stuff comes up. So Easter was very busy. I did like 3 events on Easter, and every single one of them was a great time. Even the church event that I did a church event on Saturday for the kids where I had to play only Kids Bop. And when I tell you, I mixed the hell out of that Kids Bop, man. Kids loved it. Everybody loved it. The parents were pleased. The bishops were pleased. Everybody was pleased. So it's great. That was good. Sunday on Easter. Easter was a hell of a party. It was. Man. Had them girls. Had everybody twirling around. When I say twirling around, that means that they came in and they had a great time. So everybody enjoyed themselves. Let's see where else. Okay, new spot. DJing stuff, still looking for a job. Tell y'all a funny but not so funny story, I guess. So on a Sunday, we went to this place to celebrate my niece's birthday, right? And shout out to my niece who just turned, how did Tot turn? my Tati turned 21. She did. My baby turned 21 years old. So we're there at the place celebrating, having a good time. And I'm sitting in the chair. It's like a white plastic fold-up chair, right? And I sit in these chairs all the time that I go DJ. So I know these chairs, and I'm still they have a weight requirement, but okay, whatever. But I'm sitting in the chair. And as I'm sitting in the chair, like I am right now, just having a casual conversation with the family, the chair says, literally pancake to the ground. So I'm first of all like, I'm eye level, right? Talking to everybody. Like, is my niece on one side, my cousin, think my brother, no, my other niece, I think, my mom and my daddy, my sister, and my brother. Okay. That's the whole round table. Okay. So I'm just sitting there looking at everybody and I'm talking to them. We talking about Mexican candy, which is crazy. We talking about this Mexican candy. And as I'm sitting there talking about this candy, I'm like, hey, this is a piece of candy that I get from this grocery store. And next thing I know, I'm like, boom. And next thing I know, I'm looking up like, excuse my language, what the fuck just happened? So at this point, I'm looking up and I'm not looking like straight ahead like I was before. So everybody is like, my niece, bless her soul, I love my niece so much. Zara is 15, 16. Either way, she's looking and like she has this look of concern, utter concern on her face for her uncle. And I appreciate her so much. I love you, Zara. And I appreciate her so much. So I'm just laying there, and then I'm just like, ow. And then I started laughing because I'm just like, what the hell you mean I just fell out this damn, I'm on the ground. What the hell you mean I'm on the goddamn ground? So, and hold on, before that, everybody on TikTok, if you can, tap the screen for me. If you're on TikTok, tap the screen, show me some love. I'm trying to get up there and build up everything in this live if you can. So tap the screen, y'all. Love y'all, appreciate it. So, anywho, I started laughing because what else can I do but laugh? I mean, I'm sitting on the damn ground here. I'm just like, how the hell did I get here? It's like literally one of those videos that's like you fall, you're like, boom. So you're wondering, how did I get here? And that's how I got there. So basically, once I got up, my brother and my sister, everybody helped me get up off the floor. And they were like, yeah, we heard the screws hit the ground when the chair fell. So I'm like, oh, so the chair just basically dismantled itself. Okay, cool. That's great. So yeah, and it was cool and everything. So I was laughing it off. Then about 15, 20 minutes later, boy, the hips start hurting, the back start hurting, everything. I'm just like, oh my God, what you mean? And then what sucks is I had a double hip replacement on the right hip. So all of it already in my mind is like, bro, I hope I didn't knock nothing out of place. I hope everything is still situated like it's supposed to be. And it was just like, yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, here we are now. That was on the 22nd of March. So yeah, been having to go to the doctor and everything. It's been a pain in the butt. I swear it has. But I'm okay. Muscle relaxers and all that other good stuff. Okay. It's been crazy. But yeah, so that was that. Fell out of a chair. Which is smiley hilarious. It's smiley funny, but it's not, but it is. But I'm doing good, y'all. I'm doing okay. But yeah, man, that's it, y'all. That was my story. I think that's what's been going on with me. What's been going on with y'all? How have y'all been doing? Again, like I said, my mental health rating is about a 7, 8, 8, 9, just depending on the day. I'm doing good. Happy to be in a new spot, still getting everything set up and situated. Still building my Legos. The first thing I did when I got in the house not even put together yet. First thing I started doing was building Legos. Do I have it somewhere? What was the first thing I built? I built something. There's so much in here that I don't know what I built. Anywho, I've been building stuff, and the most thing that I've built right now, well, what I'm building right now is the Walt Disney World Castle. And actually, I can show y'all a piece of that right here. mom's going to kill me because I built her the Lego Disney castle, the Beauty and the Beast castle, right? So now this is the Walt Disney castle. So it's going to be huge. And I can't wait to finish it. So all of y'all there, so my people on TikTok so y'all can see it. And so y'all here too. So this is just the base. This is probably like, what is it? 7-8 bags, I think, right now. And I got a whole crap load more to go. So by next week, it'll either be finished or I'll still be building on it, but I have some more to show y'all next week. And basically, one thing that I'll probably do is get on here one day. That might be what I do next week. See if I can get it to enough where I'm about to finish it and just finish the rest on stream for y'all so y'all can enjoy it as well too. Hey, Chicago West Side, what's going on? Good to see you as well too, man. Shout out to my people on TikTok. Hey, TikTok people. Beep, 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 beep. I ain't figured out how to link the live and everything here yet, but next week it'll all be together, okay? So y'all stay tuned. But yeah, man, next week what I'll probably do is build on camera for y'all. Let y'all see what I do in my spare time because it takes my mind off of so much stuff when I'm building my Legos. It really does. I swear it does. But okay, y'all, enough about me. Y'all know how we do it over here at Beard Bunny Chronicles. And for those that are just joining, this is how we do it. So here we go. Y'all know what time it is. Whenever we come on and do Beard Bunny Chronicles, I like to make y'all laugh, and laugh is what we're going to do today. So here's our beautiful, I was about to say Beard Bunny jokes. Maybe we should start a segment like that. Dad jokes, y'all. It's time for some dad jokes. Dad jokes.
You want to talk about mothers?
James Bubba Williams as the DJXXXC on YouTube, and you'll find the live stream. Okay, so y'all going over there. All right, here we go. I was going to tell a joke about the layoffs, but sadly, none of them work. None of them work, including me. What's the hardest tea to swallow? What's the hardest tea to swallow? Reality. Dogs can't operate MRI machines. Dogs can't operate MRI machines, but cats can. Cats can. Cats can. Okay. What did the skillet eat on its birthday? What did the skillet eat on its birthday? Pancakes. Pancakes. Man, the camera looks really good in the new setup. Bro, I'm looking like, dang, look at the camera over here, man. Look at that. This look good. Okay, man. Got this little baby shirt on, but the camera look good. Okay, pancakes. This is stupid. Why couldn't the produce manager make it to work? Why couldn't the produce manager make it to work? He could drive, but he didn't avocado. He could drive, but he didn't avocado. Avocado. I like that one. That was a good one. I like that one. This next one, Jesus Christ, I relate to this one. How is my wallet like an onion? How is my wallet like an onion? Every time I open it, I cry. Dead ass, bro. I cry. I cried. Lord knows I cry. What do you call a dog who meditates? What do you call a dog who meditates? A werewolf. A werewolf. I'm stupid. No goddamn sense. Okay. Like, what do you call a sheep that can sing and dance? What do you call a sheep that can sing and dance? Lady Baba. Baba. Going to hell, bro. Going right to damn hell. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sweating this shit. Oh man. Okay. What do you call a Frenchman wearing sandals? What do you call a Frenchman wearing sandals? Philippe Falop. Philippe Falop. Oh gosh. If you're on TikTok, y'all tap the screen for these good dad jokes. And if y'all in the chat over here on YouTube, y'all press the like button and share button, okay? Okay. We gotta get this. Okay. I got two more. There's two more. Okay. What's the best way to save your dad jokes? What's the best way to save your dad jokes? And a database. The database. Bruh. Okay. All right. And after this segment, Nick, I gotta go turn the air on, Nick. Okay, so wait, I got one more joke though. I got one last one. I got a new pen that can write underwater. I got a new pen that can write underwater. It can write other words too. Man, that's the sweet dad jokes, bro. Dad jokes.
You want to talk about mothers?
Oh, my Lord Jesus. Woo. I ain't laughed that hard in a long time. My glasses all fogged up and everything. I'm crying. Got sweat rolling down my forehead and everything. Boy, Jesus. Oh, man, I hope y'all enjoyed that as much as I did. That was funny. All right, y'all, moving right on along. The next segment that we always do, of course, is the top 10 list according to ChatGPT, where Bubba goes on ChatGPT and asks random things like, hey, give me a top 10 list of whatever. So I think this top 10 list, I think this is going to be the end of this current top 10 list. This was the top 10 list of things relating to Black culture. And I think it gave me like 50 different ones to choose from. So I've been running on that list for like, my gosh, since we started the top 10 list. So we're going to keep this one as the end. And this week's top 10 list is the top 10 things Gen Z will never understand. Let's get into it. Ooh, man, I'm having too much fun, boy. Oh my gosh. I hope y'all is enjoying this too. All right, y'all, here we go. Top 10 things Gen Z will never understand. Top 10 things Gen Z will never understand. What's good, family? Okay, first off, when you put it in Chat GPT, they give you the script and everything. So I'm reading the script that Chat GPT gave to me. So, excuse me, here we go. What's good, family? Welcome back to Culture Vibes Unfiltered. It didn't gave it the podcast the name and everything. Welcome back to Culture Vibes Unfiltered, where we bridge the gap between back in my day and that's crazy. Today's episode, we're talking about the top 10 things Gen Z will never understand. No shade, we love y'all, but some struggles, some experiences, you just had to be there. Let's get into it. Add this video to the stage. Boom. Number 10. Waiting by the radio to record your favorite song. You had the cassette tape ready, finger hovering over record, and the DJ talked over the intro. Rage, pure rage. There was no Spotify. There was no replay button. You got one shot. And that's real. I remember and I'm telling my age here, used to sit by the radio, waiting for the song to come on. Like, okay, I'm gonna get it. Oh, the song about to come on. They said the song about to come on. And then you had to press record on the tape player just to there record the song. My daddy was good for doing it, and I was too. And the other one as well too, and this is not on the list, is recording your song for your voicemail on your phone. It'd be like this. Because I'm stupid as shit. It'd be like this. We'll do Jodeci song. Here we go. Come and talk to me, baby. I really wanna meet you. Can I talk to you? I really wanna know you. Come and talk to me in the field. Hey, what's going on, y'all? You reached the voicemail of James Williams. I'm not able to come to the phone right now, but if you leave me a brief message, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you. Come and talk to me. Oh, boy, the voicemail recording was stopped here, bro. Y'all can't tell me a damn thing. But man, so yes, that was number 10, recording the song from the radio. Number 9. Let's see. Number 9, having to memorize phone numbers. If your phone died today, how many numbers do you know by heart? This is a real ass question though. How many numbers do you know by heart? Exactly. We knew home, grandma's house, best friend's number, all off memory. That was survival. And that's really real. And it's crazy because I can still remember my grandmother's phone number from just like when I was born. Let's be honest, not when I was born, but when I was just a kid. The number never changed. And it's crazy that I remember the number. Only other person number that I remember is probably Q's number, my best friend. And right now, I can't even remember my mama number. I butcher her number every time. I remember my brother's number because his number is full of 7s. So I remember his number, but everybody else's number, if anything was ever to happen to this phone, SOL, buddy. SOL. Number 8, dial-up internet. That sound, legendary, terrifying. You couldn't use the phone and the internet at the same time. And if somebody picked up the house phone mid-download, connection gone, dreams crushed. I know y'all remember that. And then connected. You got mail. Got dang old dial up, man. That job was funny, but also annoying because literally used to hate it. If somebody picked up the phone while you were on the internet, interrupted the whole thing, and you got to go through the whole process all over again. Pain in the butt. And I had to stay in the house where I had siblings. So my older sister or my brother decided that they want to use the phone because my younger sister, she was going to use the phone yet. But when everybody else wanted to use the phone, they're going to pick the phone. I need to use the phone. And And what would be funny, they'll pick up the phone and start dialing. You hear, do, 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 do. Like, I'm on the internet. I'm on the internet. I have my internet. And then we get into an argument, and then mom and daddy just shut it all down. Okay. Number 7. Oh, this is my favorite one. Burning CDs for somebody you like. Host. Oh, that's me. This was love language. You didn't just send a link. You curated vibes. Track order mattered. That last song, strategic. When I tell y'all, I was the guru at burning music, especially in college, burning CDs of somebody you like. Oh my gosh. And it's funny, I found all my CDs, y'all, recently, and they're in the car now, but I found my old bookcase full of burned CDs. Don't use none of them now, but just because I know that I got them. And especially this, y'all make sure I ain't gonna say kids is coming up, but when you had the special CD, like, oh yeah, like you know it's about to go down that next day or that night, you already just put everything on them. Like, okay, all the slow jams. And the main one that's always on there, that always get to everything, was the damn Janet Jackson, Would You Mind? If you don't know, go look it up. Anyway, number 6, rewinding VHS tapes. Be kind, rewind. If you didn't rewind before returning it, you were public enemy number 1. Yep. And watching a movie meant physically rewinding to your favorite part. Patience was a skill. Yeah, you couldn't press the little button and go back and forward like you can now with streaming. You had to sit there and press the rewind button. And if you went like technologically up there, you had to sit there and hold it. But then again, if you went to Blockbuster Video and you did not rewind that damn movie, boy, they would either ban your account, you either get charged the fee, or you just be like, yeah, I remember you didn't rewind your movies when you dropped them off. Like, why I got to do all that? Just because make it easy for y'all? No, I don't want to do all that. But yes, rewinding VHS tapes, man. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Ooh. Number 5, actually getting lost. No Google Maps, no live location, just vibes and printed directions from MapQuest. If you miss one turn, you're entering a new dimension. Again, where the hell would we be without these cell phones, man? Like, for real. And it's crazy, me being a Gen Xer, like how we like came into the fold of everything. So I was around when we still had cassette tapes, record players, hell, 8-track still in some cars, burning CDs, VHS tapes, all of that. And like when the technology started coming out, like the first cell phone, you only had Snake on there and you could call a number. You didn't have no text. You can calling after 9 p.m. so it'd be free and not using up minutes. All of that. GPS and MapQuest trying to get to Florida. No, but we didn't have Apple Maps or Google Maps, or we only had, like they said, MapQuest. And what was the other one? Maybe Yahoo Maps. It was one other one that was on there where basically you went on there, you typed the location you were going to, and that was it. You had the paper. Sometimes 2-3 sheets, maybe 4 if you were going a lot of places. And all those damn things, all directions on there. If you miss one step, that's it. But I'll never forget. And especially, what if you didn't have a printer? You would have to go somewhere. Either that, no, you wouldn't have to go nowhere. You would have to write it down on paper. Yes, y'all. Write it on paper to get the directions and take it with you, or put it in a notebook. And God forbid, if we were like, go back to the other generation before us, we had maps, bro. Like, they had to get a map, a full open map, and plot a course. I couldn't even do that. I'm not is it topography? No. Anywho, I couldn't be one of the people that read no map. Okay. Number 4, waiting a week for the next episode. If no binge watching, if you missed Thursday night, that was it. You had to wait 7 whole days. Character development built discipline. Yes, the hell it did. Now, I would say I will say this now, that they're getting back to the point where they're making you, or they're releasing episodes on streaming services once a week now. Instead of dropping everything all at one time, now you gotta wait. Don't do that to me. This whole time, y'all been dropping all these episodes all at one time, and now you want to drop one episode Tuesday at 9 p.m. This is streaming. This is not network damn television. Don't make me wait. But now I gotta wait. I'm impatient now because it's telling myself. Anyway, y'all, number 3, the computer room. There was one computer in one room, and everybody had to share it. You weren't just scrolling freely. You had time limits. But why is this true? And I forgot. If I would have read all of this, I would have picked a better picture. But no, why is this true? When I was growing up, we had one computer, and you had to start on the time limit. So when the computer came out, it was like, okay, you got 15 minutes, you got 20 minutes, you got 30 minutes, whatever. That was the time limit. That's it. Ain't nobody have their own computer. You only had one. They weren't affordable back then. It was a lot of money for a computer that was like big ass head with a big ass back on it and everything, with this huge ass tower. Thought you had a supercomputer, bro. No, it was just a regular slow ass computer. Just one of them. Number 2, buying ringtones. We paid real money for 15 seconds of a song, texted the number, waited for download confirmation, and we felt elite when our phone rang in public. Now, this is real shit, though. Like, can you imagine? Which is still crazy, because I think some phones still will let you buy ringtones, but who's buying ringtones at this point? Like, if you don't have a regular ringtone, like from an Apple phone or an Android regular ringtone, okay, cool. Why is your phone ringing with, girl, you look good once you back that ass up? It is, we in 2026 now. Don't y'all be buying ringtones. Don't do that. But I do remember we used to. When your phone rang in public, you'd be like, girl, call my phone. Either that'd be a gospel song playing. But that's crazy. I don't think did I ever buy ringtones? I did. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did. And then once I figured out how to make them myself, I would just make the ringtones myself and just put them on the computer. Okay. All right. Then number 1, being unreachable. This one right here. When you left the house, nobody could reach you. No tracking. No why did you answer? You just came back when you came back. Freedom hit different. This is the truth. These cell phones now can track every damn thing. We had none of that. Unless you had a pager, that's it. When you left the house, you was gone. It was just like, oh yeah, I think I saw such and such down the street at the store or somewhere like that. That was it. But then there was a different time. You didn't need to be tracked like that. These days, you got to be tracked like that. And just like, okay, hey, I got this location, or here's my location. Make sure you save it for me. You got to do it. But back then, we didn't need to. We didn't. All right, y'all. So now, don't get me wrong. Gen Z got tech, creativity, confidence. But some of these moments, they built character. If this episode made you laugh or feel personally attacked, share it with somebody who remembers rewinding tapes. This is Culture Vibes Unfiltered. Until next time, stay classic. That was the top 10. But y'all know I ain't got no sense on these people on Beyonce Good Internet. Y'all know I don't. All right, y'all. Let's see. We got a few more minutes left, and I don't have much left for you today. I just want to make sure I come on and at least do a show for y'all, because it's been so long, and let y'all know that I'm still here. I'm still here. Y'all tap the screen on TikTok for me. If you're watching on TikTok, hey y'all tap away. They tapping over there, y'all. They tapping. But anyway, y'all, it was good to see everybody. Excuse me. And like I said, I just want to come in and let y'all see my face. Let y'all know that I'm still here, I'm still queer, and I'm still alive, and I'm doing this big thing as much as I can, okay? So I do have a couple of videos for you. The first video, there's a new movie that just came out, Pixar movie called Hoppers. I have not watched it yet, but I heard it was pretty good. But people are saying that Hoppers confirms that Pixar has its own universe of movies, like the Marvel universe. There's a Pixar universe. So let's take a look at what this man's talking about and see what the theory is. Okay. Oh, I wish I could see it. Let me see him. Oh.
Pixar movie hoppers just revealed the key to the Pixar theory, confirming that every single movie is connected in the same universe. And the key to everything is Dr. Sam right here, who has essentially just became the overlord of the Pixar theory. All of these connecting Easter eggs and details come from her chalkboard right here. Let me break it down. In the middle of her chalkboard is Idea 113, the talking dog collar. This is the collar that Doug wears eventually in the future in Up that allows him to talk. Then in the top left we have idea number 8, a prototype robot that looks like this and is used for service. Dr. Sam was the first person to ever design the WALL-E robot. And on the right hand side of the chalkboard is idea 12, a policing robot. Dr. Sam also designed the Mo officer, also from WALL-E. In the bottom right of this board, this is crazy, she has her research here of how to turn sound into energy. On top of the robots, it was also Dr. Sam that had the first ever prototype for Monsters Inc.'s Scream Energy. The top right of the chalkboard is idea 55, trying to put consciousness and brains into cars. Dr. Sam was the pioneer of the technology that would eventually go on to let cars become sentient. At the bottom of the chalkboard, she has a thought here called idea 206, what if maybe we train dogs to fly? Well, idea 206 ended up working in the future because, like we know, we got dogs as trained pilots in Up. And then lastly, in the bottom left, we have idea number 42, an animal robot companion right here. Meaning Dr. Sam was also the first person to ever create a prototype for socks from the Lightyear movie. Every Pixar movie is set in the same universe, and Dr. Sam pioneers the technology for every single one of them. This is insane.
So now I'm gonna have to go watch the movie Hoppers, because now I want to know. I'm like, wait, now it could just be that Pixar and Disney, they're like this, where they throw Easter eggs in there after they hear a lot of stuff from people. So what if it's one of those things where they just heard that, yeah, everybody's got this theory that all the Pixar movies lined up and it's this, that, and everything's in the same universe. Probably what they probably did was, let's fool people and put all these different ideas on this board and make everybody seem like this is this and this is that. That's probably all it is. But I mean, it could be true. All the movies could line up in the Pixar universe. Okay. Who knows? All right. This next video. Again, y'all know I don't have no damn sense. And clearly, people on the internet either. This next video is just gonna let y'all watch. Not even gonna explain it. Just let y'all watch.
Yo, this video won the internet today, yo. Watch this shit.
I thought they were filming because of how gnarly that shit was. Bro was rethinking his choices after hearing that. Just to let out the most devastating shit, and they got it on video. This can't be real. Hand on the mouth right after two. He still proposed after hearing that big ass fart. That's real love. Sis been holding that in for days now. I didn't hear her wash her hands. You couldn't edit out her blowing it up.
And if you did see what happened, bro, this gotta be a I know ain't no way in hell she was just in that bathroom blowing it up like that, and all the people sitting there looking like, Oh, damn. Is she okay? But funny story, bro. Funny story. Hugely funny story. Okay. It was one time we were doing got doggone Ben show. The morning show. Okay. Shout out to Ben and Rebecca, man. I love y'all, bro. I miss y'all. But it was one morning we were doing the show, and this is so embarrassing. But it was one morning I was doing the show, and like I think I had coffee that morning. I had smoked the Black and Mild, and probably maybe ate something. I don't know. But next thing I'm like, ooh, my stomach is like, oh, it's talking to me, right? So I'm like, hey, I'm telling the producer, I'm like, hey, take me down. I gotta use the bathroom, take me down. So around that time, I was staying in an apartment that was like near the city. Okay. So the apartment wasn't all that big. Set up in the living room, and the bathroom was like around the corner or whatever. And I had the door closed. I know I did. But I forgot to mute the microphone. And I went in there and used the bathroom, and I let out woo. And as I'm looking at the comments on my phone, I see somebody say, hey, is Bubba okay? Yeah, did y'all hear that? I'm like, no. I'm like, oh my freaking gosh, bro, the mic wasn't muted. I was like, so I came back and I sat in the chair and they was talking. They was like, so no, the producer, not David, but Dwayne. Shout out to Dwayne, man. Dwayne came in. He's like, so we just not gonna act like we just didn't hear that. So now, regardless of what I do, this microphone goes on mute, and I make sure this motherfucker's on mute before I do anything. Before I get up out this chair and do anything, this is my gonna be muted, bro. Because what the hell you mean? But yeah, that was my funny, embarrassing story. Okay. I'll tell y'all another one another time. Remind me to tell y'all about the time in college where I fell into throw up. Another story for another day. All right, y'all. It was so great being here with y'all today. And I appreciate y'all so much for tuning in to another episode of Beard Burner Chronicles. I will be here next week, same bat time, same bat channel, to bring y'all some laughter, some joy, hell, everything. And for everybody that's on TikTok, and my TikTok people as well too, I will be starting now that I think I've completed my 30-minute whatever it needs to be. I think I completed that now. So now I can go live from my computer and I can DJ and do everything from my computer for me. So y'all stay tuned. I'm going to be doing some DJ mixes on TikTok on live. So that should be fun. Y'all stay tuned for that. Hopefully sometime, well, tomorrow's Friday. Probably Monday, Wednesday, and then Thursday. Yeah, we'll see. We'll try to do that, okay? But I appreciate y'all for coming out, man, and tuning in, coming out like y'all came somewhere. Could have been anywhere else in the world, but she's right here with me. And I appreciate y'all, man. Make sure if you feel so generous and inclined to, DJXXXCLUISIVE on Venmo, Granny Drawers on Cash App, that's my mama Cash App, and DJXXXCLUISIVE on PayPal. Till next week, y'all. I'll see y'all then. Deuces, stay safe, and I love y'all. I mean it. Mwah. Love you. Beep, 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 beep.
Audio Jungle.
All right, we are recording. Hey ho, let's go. Let's get started. This is Resistance Radio, where natural selection selects resistance. But this week, it's tangled in lawsuits, lab freezers, and a virus that's teaching us patience the hard way. So let's unpack 3 stories that reveal how fragile and fascinating the systems keeping us safe really are. From federal courtrooms to ancient viral DNA to COVID's stubborn evolution, they all circle back to one truth: stability isn't sexy, but it's what keeps chaos at bay. So story number 1, the ACIP shutdown that's shaking vaccine policy. Right. So as you know, the ACIP is the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. And earlier this week, a federal judge in Massachusetts hit pause on a major shakeup of America's childhood vaccine schedule. The ruling blocks changes pushed by HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and freezes his new appointments to ACIP. This behind-the-scenes panel quietly decides which shots kids get and when and why they're recommended nationwide. Medical groups like the Infectious Disease Society of America sued, arguing the moves broke federal law. The proposed changes, dropping routine vaccines like, I don't know, hepatitis B at birth, rotavirus, and the meningococcal vaccine, mimicking schedules from countries like Denmark without accounting for our unique risk. Imagine air traffic controllers swapped mid-flight without a handover. Those are the sorts of stakes we're talking about. The IDSA president, Dr. Ronald Nahas, called it an important step toward protecting Americans' access to life-saving vaccines. Why? Because these aren't abstract recommendations. Pre-vaccine era measles alone infected 3 to 4 Americans yearly. That's LA's entire population, feverish, rash covered, and miserably annually. Post-vaccine, over 99% reduction. Polio, whooping cough, same story. When public health works right, you don't see the disasters it prevents. You mess with the blueprint and they come roaring back. Okay, our second story today are viral origins minus the conspiracy reel. So a new study in Cell compared 7 major outbreaks: COVID, Ebola, influenza, you know the ones. And they were hunting for genetic clues that screamed pandemic incoming. What they found, mostly crickets. No molecular red flags. These viruses were just circulating in animals, minding their own business until one unlucky spillover let them thrive in humans. Think of it like throwing 10,000 darts blindfolded at a human host bullseye. Most missed by miles, but every now and then, cosmic bad news lands one dead center and history pivots. Except for 1977's Russian flu. That one's weird. Its DNA looked frozen in time, matching strains from 20 years prior with lab-grown mutation patterns. The verdict? That one was likely an accidental lab escape, like digging up your old cassette tape and accidentally blasting Disco Duck at a funeral. What about COVID? No such fingerprints. Its pre-spillover evolution looked textbook natural. Bats to intermediate host to us. Science doesn't slam doors, but it does narrow doors dramatically. The real lesson, the next big one, isn't plotting in a bunker. It's probably simmering in some wildlife population right now, invisible until it isn't. Our move, better surveillance, faster vaccines, and smarter precautions. All right, story number 3. Let's talk about COVID at the 6-year mark. Progress with an asterisk. Good news. First, it's no longer top 3 killer. Severity now matches seasonal flu. This is serious but not apocalyptic. Waves keep shrinking like ocean surf after a storm. Still rolling in but not flooding the beach house. Hospitalizations down across metrics thanks to hybrid immunity from jabs and infections. The virus evolves narrowly, predictably, good for forecasting, bad for drama. One hypothesis is that it might end up like a coronavirus cousins, right? Causing routine colds. Not quite there yet. Vulnerable groups over 65, infants under 1, still drive 80% of hospitalizations, mostly primarily COVID, not incidental. Vaccines cut ER hospital risks by about 50%. Picture about 100 at-risk folks, half dodge the bullet. Protection wanes to about 18% after 4 months, but even that's a buffer. And the gut punch, 3.5 million fewer senior vaccinations this year versus last, like leaving all of LA's highest risk residents unprotected. Summer waves now outpace winter. Nobody knows why. Long COVID lingers for millions, fatigue, brain fog, heart issues with zero reliable treatments, and basics like which interventions worked best remain unanswered. Trust predicted national outcomes best. We ranked low amongst peers, and it's eroding even faster. So what's the through line? All three demand steady process. ACEP's instability breeds doubt. Labs teach nature's randomness, and COVID proves endurance needs consistency. Wobble the foundation and watch protection gaps widen. When health's invisible machinery grinds, we feel the tremors. My name is MARKALAIN, DERY, reminding you science builds the wall. Trust keeps it standing. So stay steady and stay resistant.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. We had great news today. Pam Bondi is down. Bondi down. Bondi down. She has been fired. Miss the Dow. The Dow. Have you seen the Dow? She's seeing something. She's seeing the Dow now. She's seeing her Dow decline. Whatever that means. Anyway, according to Fox News, the president actually met with her yesterday before he did his nonsensical press conference or whatever that whole thing was supposed to be, his national address. And he told her, this is it. You're out of here. I'm replacing you. Apparently, she begged. She was, as Trump would describe it, she was on her knees, sir, please, with tears in her eyes, begging for her job, asking him to, no, please don't let me go, singing him love songs. So here's an article from the Daily Mail saying that, yeah, she was begging him, and he said no. He's like, you got to go. So there's all kinds of speculation about why now, like, people have posited, maybe it's the Epstein issue. Like Trump isn't happy about how she kind of whiffed it, how she kind of blew it and didn't really cover it up in the way that he would want her to. She didn't do that effective of a job. I don't know. I don't know that would be it. And then it's also being reported that it could be because she, or at least Donald Trump, thinks that she leaked the fact that they were trying to go after Eric Swalwell, who is, as I'm sure you guys know, he's a Democratic congressman. He's kind of been a thorn in Donald Trump's side. And, there's speculation that that's it, that she tipped him off. And then I don't know if you guys heard, but last week, I think it was, maybe it was earlier this week, Swalwell sent a letter to the FBI or the DOJ, whatever, and said, cease and desist. You need to stop this. You need to stop looking into me and harassing me and blah, blah, blah. You're just trying to tank my gubernatorial ambitions, because Swalwell is running for governor here in California, which I'm furious at him about because he is splitting the vote. He and other Democrats, if you guys didn't know this is kind of an aside, but right now we have 2 Republicans in the lead in California. Okay. The way it works in California, we have what they call a jungle primary. So the 2 top vote getters move on to the general election in November. Well, right now we have so many Democrats that jumped in when we had a perfect progressive candidate in Katie Porter, and all these other Democrats jumped in, and now they're splitting the vote in such a way that the two Republicans are in the lead. Two Trump humping Republicans. So I'm furious at Eric Swalwell with that. He is not a true progressive. I know a lot of liberals like him because, oh, he's tough with Donald Trump. He is a typical politician. He is a typical, on the take, corporate owned I was going to say Republican because he almost is. But yeah, he's not some great progressive just because he fights Donald Trump. That's such a low bar. We really need to rethink it. But anyway, back to this Pam Bondi thing. There's speculation that that's what it was about, that she may have tipped him off. I don't know. I think, if anything, it's probably the fact that Donald Trump didn't really care for how she handled that last congressional hearing. I mean, she really made a fool out of herself with that whole the Dow thing, and couldn't even deliver her lines. Like she tries to be one of these attack dogs for Donald Trump, and it's bad. Like, it's kind of like bad acting. Like, it when you see it. That's how I would describe it. Like, she is just not good at it. And I think that Donald Trump recognized that, and that's what it's all about for him, right? In any case, her deputy attorney general is taking her place. I don't know that this is permanent, but this is what was reported earlier today. Todd Blanche, who used to be Donald Trump's private attorney. He is now the deputy attorney general. He is now taking her place. Pam Bondi, of course, she's playing nice for now. She is, doing the typical, oh, I was so grateful to have served in this position, blah, blah, blah. Here's a tweet that she posted. She said she's going to be working to transition the office to Todd Blanche. She's going to move on to a private sector job, which is very interesting since, not even Kristi Noem got the full boot. Like, she at least got a fake job in the administration with some ridiculous, never before heard of position and division of the government. So she's saying she's moving out, to the private sector. She goes on to cite all these things that she didn't actually do. And, we're supposed to applaud her for when she just completely gave a middle finger to child sex trafficking victims. But okay. And then she says at the end there, I remain eternally grateful for the trust that President Trump placed in me to make America safe again. Okay, lady, whatever you say. I mean, you let a bunch of pedophiles, the wealthy pedophiles of America and throughout the world go. But sure, yeah, you made America safe again. Yeah. Okay, good job. So the question now that I have is, did she get a pardon on the way out the door? Right? Because if not, she could really blow Donald Trump up. I mean, it would be risky for him not to give her a pardon because she has seen all of the Epstein files, all the photos, all the videos. She has seen those 3 million plus files that they're still hiding from us. She knows exactly what she's been hiding for Donald Trump for the past year and 2 months. So he's really putting a lot on the line by, number one, firing her, but then also if he didn't give her a pardon, because then she would be like, oh, not going to pardon me, huh? So if I get brought up on charges for some of this illegal crap that I've been doing for you, or I lose my law license as a result of it, guess who I'm taking down with me? So I would bet that she probably has a pocket pardon right now. And what's funny is a lot of Donald Trump voters wanted her out as well. Okay. Not for the same reasons that we wanted her out, but they are pissed off at her. I mean, some of it is the same. Like they're also unhappy about the whole Epstein thing. But, of course, the Kool-Aid cult, they think that it's only Democrats that are on the Epstein files, and Donald Trump and Pam Bondi are protecting Democrats. So that kind of by extension, they're upset about in general, no Democrat arrests, no convictions of Democrats, no major January 6th revelations since he took office. They think that there's all this rampant voter fraud, that should have been prosecuted, right? All the retribution that they wanted for the Trump-Russia investigation, his impeachments, his indictments. They never consider that, maybe Democrats did nothing wrong. Maybe that's why they haven't been prosecuted, because there aren't any crimes to prosecute them for. But they're still happy that she's out. So I wanted to share one reaction with you. I found a ton of them on Twitter. I'm going to be sharing the bulk of them in FAFO videos, but one man reacted to this news that Todd Blanche was replacing Pam Bondi. And he wrote this: "Can't believe I voted for this shameful administration. This bitch will burn in hell for protecting pedos." It's not every day I agree with MAGA, but he is right. He is right on all accounts. So there you go, guys. I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, subscribe to the channel if you have not. If you think you're already subscribed, please check, because I hear from people all the time saying that they know for sure they subscribed, and somehow, I don't know if it's YouTube, I don't know what's doing it, but they are magically unsubscribed and they had to do it over again. So please check that. Also, if you can donate, whether it's one time, you want to become a monthly donor, truly, truly appreciate it. This Saturday, by the way, is the hangout that I do with people who are subscribers who through Patreon. If you pay $4.99 a month or more, you are invited to join me on Zoom the first Saturday of every month. It's at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern time. And we hang out. It's typically like a couple hours, sometimes longer. And we just talk and get to know each other. So anyway, if you want to get in on that, please, there's a link below. Click on that. Do what you got to do. Appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have updates for you guys about Donald Trump's nonsensical war with Iran, including some new polling that just came out. Also, the online response to that rambling waste of time national address that he gave last night. Before I get into the details, though, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free. Truly helps. I really appreciate your help with this. And definitely share these videos with people. That tells YouTube more than anything that these are worthy videos that, other people would want to see, and then they push it out and we get more eyeballs on this information. So appreciate that. Here is the deal. Here's what's going down. So Trump, of course, I mean, we've seen this for a month now, 5 weeks, caused the price of oil to spike again. So he gave an incoherent speech about his Iran war last night, if you even want to call it that. Said nothing of substance. He did what he always does. He spoke out of both sides of his mouth so that he has plausible deniability no matter which way he chooses to go with this war. So, for example, on one hand, Trump said, we've obliterated Iran. They're destroyed. They have nothing left. Blah blah blah. They're decimated. But then he said, but we've got to go in and we're gonna, if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz, we're gonna bomb them into the Stone Ages. and we have to finish the job, and we've got to take these people out, and they're a danger, and blah blah blah. I mean, it's like, which is it? And then he also claimed, oh, we no longer care about the enriched uranium, so we're not going to send troops in to try to retrieve it. What was this about then? Right? I mean, according to him, they had enriched uranium and were on the verge, the cusp, any day of creating nuclear weapons. We all know that's bullshit, but that was the ruse. That was the excuse that they were using. And now they're not even using that. Now it's like, oh, yeah, like he said last night, it would take them years to build a nuclear weapon and blah, blah. Okay, that's where we started. That's where we were in the beginning before you destroyed the entire world economy. And then I want you to check this out. So this is a video that the White House accidentally released of Donald Trump. This, I think, took place before he gave the speech. And he is admitting here that the government doesn't have money to help Americans because they're spending all of the money that we give them in our taxes on war. Check this out.
Send any money for daycare because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up, but it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country. But all these little things, all these little scams that have taken place, you have to let states take care of them, Russell, and you have to do it.
I mean, there you have it, right? It was never about America first. It was never about the forgotten man and woman. I mean, he just flat out says it. And the White House knew that this was bad. They knew this was going to play really horribly. So they panicked. They pulled this video down because they saw people reacting to it online. Now, luckily, people recorded it and, now it's spreading all over the place. But yeah, they got busted. So in any case, Trump made a lot of asinine comments last night. What he didn't say, though, was that the war was going to be ending in the near future. So the spike in oil prices was almost immediate. The futures were up, and then it continued to rise today. And around midday, Brent crude was trading at over $107 a barrel. And surprisingly, WTI crude was even more expensive than that. So this was an unusual situation. WTI was trading at just over $111 a barrel around noon today. This is usually lower. WTI is usually cheaper than Brent. So what experts said is that the reason they've switched and the reason WTI is higher right now has to do with availability and the fact that WTI is considered more reliable. So you'll be able to get it, you'll be able to source it, whereas with Brent crude, who knows? It depends on, are the ships going to get through? Are we going to have enough? I mean, anyway, and then according to Gas Buddy, as of today, they're saying that if this trend continues, if the gas prices do not, crude oil prices don't come down precipitously, and if they continue to trend upward, the national average is going to be somewhere per gallon of gas is going to be between $4.25 a gallon and $4.45 a gallon. So understand what that means. That's the average throughout the United States, or could be over the next couple of weeks. that means that places like California, which is already astronomical, I mean, it could be, you know, some places already over $8 a gallon. It could get close to 10, right? Now, of course, Donald Trump completely lied about the reason for this and the reason gas prices are up during his speech. Here's what he said. He said, quote, "This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers and neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict." I mean, what can you even say about this pathological lunatic anymore? Iran wasn't attacking oil tankers and neighboring countries before Donald Trump started this war. I mean, Donnie Dotard, I'm sure there are people out there that are going to buy that. It's like, oh, they're so horrible. Look at, they were attacking all of these things. No, they weren't doing any of that. He started this. And I want you guys to hear something. So this was Eric Bolling. He was on Steve Bannon's show this morning. Bolling, for anybody who's not familiar with him, he is a diehard MAGA podcaster, but he was warning today about the rising price of fuel. And then he made this hysterical comment. So you have to check this out. It's too good.
Doing this a really long time, Steve. He can get the oil price down soon. He can't get the pump price down unless he wants to go and like government manipulation of pricing, which we don't want. We just do not want you don't want to open that Pandora's box, because the minute a Democrat gets in there, then, you know, they can destroy the economy. So,
yeah, Democrats, if Democrats get in here and you open that Pandora's box, Democrats could destroy the economy, you guys, you know, as opposed to what we're living through right now. As opposed to this fantastic economy that we're all experiencing, brought to you courtesy of Donald Trump. I mean, these people, oh my God. Anyway, as for the stock market, today has been a roller coaster ride. So it was up and then it dropped off and it erased all the earlier gains. As for polling, that just keeps getting worse and worse for Trump the longer this drags on. So take a look at this. Trump's approval rating hit another new low today. This was for a brand new poll conducted by SSRS on behalf of CNN. So he is now at 35% approval rating of his, you know, handling of the presidency overall. That is a low for this pollster for either of Donald Trump's two terms. And then check out where he is on the economy. 31% approve of how he's handling the economy. A huge 65% majority say his policies have made the economy worse. I mean, he is destroying the Republican Party for many, many years. And then in another part of the poll, only 36% of respondents said that they approve of how Trump's handling foreign affairs. And then check this out. Look at where he is on gas prices. 24% approval, 76% disapproval. I mean, that is a huge number of Republicans in there. And I am convinced when the history books are written, he is going to go down in history as the biggest failure of all time. He will go down as the biggest mistake, biggest failure, especially for someone who won the presidency twice. And I'm not the only one saying this. The Trump supporters actually agree with me. So I found some Twitter responses that I wanted to share with you guys because they're really good. So one guy wrote this: "Fuck Trump. This America last piece of shit Zionist will go down as the worst president in history. Can't believe I voted for him." And then another person replied to a post asking if people still trust the Trump administration. and they gave them, you know, A through G, I think it was. Let me bring it up so you guys can see. So, E. So E was 0%. You trust the Trump administration 0%. So that's what this person picked. And they said, I can't believe I voted for this guy 3 times. He is a completely different person now. I would take his first admin over this any day. And then there's a woman named Jolene, and she posted this. I can't believe I voted for this. What the fuck? And then, as you see, 2 distressed faced emojis or crying, whatever they're doing. Yeah, we can't believe it either, Jolene. Jolene. Anyway, and then another woman named Trish, she replied to a post by Trump Humper podcaster Benny Johnson. Here's what she told him. She said, I just can't watch, because he was referring to Donald Trump's speech. She said, I can't believe I voted 3 times for him. What a huge disappointment. There were a lot more. So I'm going to have more of those for you guys in upcoming FAFO videos. In the meantime, though, I have more horrific news to share about the war. So, or actually, let me share this with you guys first. I want to show you this because this just popped up as I was getting on to record. So the Daily Beast and several other news outlets are reporting that apparently his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, is really freaking out. She is pushing his administration, she's pushing his cabinet members to please be honest with him about how bad the war is going. So she's looking at the polling. She's seeing the comments, I'm assuming, online. She knows what time it is. Susie, I mean, look at that look on her face. That wasn't about the Iran war, but I love that picture. She's like, oh, dear God, what is he saying now? Anyway, but yeah, she's pushing people to be honest with him because she thinks that he's living in this little bubble. You know, it came out today that, which the White House refuted, but it came out today that Donald Trump, instead of getting regular briefings, they're just showing him like little, like sizzle reels almost of things blowing up. Like that's the only thing they're showing him. And so in his mind, ooh, things are blowing up. Like, you know, typical little freaking kid, you know, like so distracted by just, you know, squirrel, like the easiest, most ridiculous thing. Oh, it went boom. Yay. Thank you, Daddy. Like, anyway, this is what we're dealing with. We have a giant child in the White House. But yeah, she is pushing for them to tell him the truth about how horrific this war is going so that he will take, you know, some different tones and actions here to try to save himself and the Republicans in the midterms. I think it's too late, but anyway, here's the really bad news. The Intercept just reported that the Pentagon is covering up the real number of casualties. This is just gross. Like this is just disgusting. According to their analysis, meaning the Intercept, nearly 750 U.S. troops have either been killed or injured in the past 5 weeks. So they're saying that it's around 300. So they're massively downplaying it. The Defense Department refuses to release updated information. And then the Intercept reached out to them almost a dozen times, and they just refused to comment. And a defense official spoke to the Intercept. They spoke on condition of anonymity. And what they said is that Pete Hegseth and the White House are trying to keep this subject, quote, under major wraps. So, I mean, are we surprised that they're lying to us? Of course not, right? I mean, it's like finding out, oh, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth need air to breathe. Like it's the most obvious thing ever based on who they are. But we also got disturbing news that the U.S. and Israeli forces have attacked a minimum of 121 healthcare facilities or healthcare workers since the beginning of this war. So this is what we've seen Israel do in Gaza. They're now doing it in Lebanon. They're doing it in Iran, and we are doing it too, apparently. So this news came from the nonprofit group called Save the Children. They reported that on average, there is one attack every 6 hours on some sort of healthcare facility or person, and they've killed 66 healthcare people or maybe even patients. They've injured 126 others. So we're talking about hospitals, ambulances, EMTs who arrive to help the injured, and then they do a double tap and blow them up too. Other facilities, other healthcare workers, they also reported that at least 13,500 pregnant women have been forced to flee their homes, and they're now living in like these makeshift shelters because of this war. So this is sickening. And the New York Times confirmed something I mentioned the other day, that the U.S. is using hotels in the Middle East to house our U.S. troops. So obviously, this is putting civilians in harm's way. So, are all of the people who've been defending Israel and the genocide deniers going to come out and say, oh, well, see, the U.S. is using civilians as human shields? I mean, isn't that what they said about Hamas? Isn't that why they said they had to bomb all of these hospitals and the universities and everything, all of the civilian infrastructure that they destroyed in Gaza? And you know what this is going to do? This is going to make all of our allies in this region not want to have anything to do with us anymore, because we are now costing them so much. Not just financially, but we're causing the destruction of their buildings, of their infrastructure, of their economies. We're causing the death of humans. I mean, the amount of damage that Donald Trump is doing to the world right now is unfathomable. It is unfathomable, and it is going to reverberate for decades. Decades. Things will never go back to normal, at least not for a very long time, because people are going to remember this, our allies and our enemies both. Good job, MAGA. Good job. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please share this so other people understand what's going on. Please subscribe if you have not. Donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have a story for you that shows how the online MAGA cult is just so out of touch, so desperate that it is laughable. I also have related videos to show you guys from a MAGA podcast, and the podcaster who you'll probably remember or you probably have heard of, he's reading emails that he received from Trump voters who are just pissed off about this war with Iran. And he is so uncomfortable reading them. It's laughable as well. So first, Matt Walsh posted something on Twitter that sent the MAGA cult into a complete tantrum. If you're not familiar with Walsh, this is not some squishy liberal. Okay, this is not like in any way, shape, or form a leftist. This is a bigoted MAGA podcaster who is as pro-Trump as you can possibly imagine. And even he is being honest about this Iran disaster. So he posted on Twitter, and he pointed out the disparity between online and offline conversations that he's having about this topic. So here's what he wrote in the first one. I've never seen such a disconnect between the commentary on this site and what I hear in the real world. I've talked to dozens of normal conservatives in real life about the Iran war, and I haven't met a single one who's actually enthusiastically in favor of it. At best, they're warily optimistic. In most cases, they're opposed. In some cases, they're not only opposed, but deeply furious. And yet here, if you utter a word of criticism about the war, you'll be shouted down by throngs of alleged American conservatives who allegedly have wanted nothing more than for America to go to war with Iran. It just doesn't reflect what I see on the ground. That's not just cope because my position is unpopular with quote unquote my side. I've held plenty of unpopular positions. I really don't care. But in this case, the social media versus real world divide is stark and unlike anything I've seen before. So he's seeing the same thing I've been seeing. Like, there's such a disconnect between the people on Twitter and especially the people on Truth Social and what you hear in real life. And then, you know, people started piling on and slamming him, of course. And so then he added this: the pro-war side can dismiss this all they want. Go ahead. All I can tell you is that I personally know multiple very conservative, lifelong Republican voters who are so furious and feel so betrayed that they're planning to sit out the midterms. I don't think that's the right move and don't encourage it, but this is something I'm hearing pretty often. People are pissed. Maybe that doesn't show up on this site. Maybe it doesn't show up yet in the polls, but it's real. Go talk to people, actual human people. So Walsh, as I mentioned, I mean, he just got slammed. He got slammed by the majority of the Twitter users. But this one that I'm going to share with you, this came from someone named Shirley. This was my favorite, okay? She's so brain dead. So Shirley said this: you're neither MAGA nor a Republican. You're what you've always been, a fucking degenerate Democrat. Republicans are 99% supportive of Trump, 90% supportive of the war in Iran, 85% supportive of Israel. Do you see the poll that she's citing down below? That is from CPAC. That is from the conservative conference that was held last weekend. Oh my God. I mean, gee, you think that the people who took time and money to attend a conservative conference might be the most pro-Trump? She acts like this is real life. And what's really funny is that hardly anyone attended that conference. Like, it was so desolate this year. This was, I think, the lowest turnout that they've ever had. And everyone was making fun of them because the attendance was so low. So, number one, you have very few people that you're actually polling. But then the most hysterical thing is, she's proving you can't even get 100% of total Trump humper, you know, cult, Kool-Aid drinking Trump lovers at a MAGA-fied event. You can't even get 100% there. That is hashtag sad in all caps. So anyway, here's more proof that Shirley is a moron and she doesn't know what she's talking about. So MAGA podcaster, also he's an influencer, at least for MAGA. His name is Jack Posobiec. Okay, I've mentioned him before. You guys probably know about him. He was on his show the other day and he was reading a bunch of emails that they had received because and his show airs on Steve Bannon's network. So he had asked viewers to share their thoughts on the Iran war. Now, keep in mind as he's reading these, this guy is a massive Trump humper. This guy is constantly on, like, not cable news, but like Piers Morgan's show. He'll go on there and just, viciously, vociferously defend Donald Trump and everything he does. Like there is nothing that Donald Trump has done that he does not defend. He still is reading these emails and like you can tell he has to agree with them because he knows that it's going horribly, but he looks so uncomfortable. Now, there were a few psychos who were on board with this shit show, but the vast majority are furious. They feel betrayed. So I have these video clips to share with you guys. I'm going to run through them. So take a listen to this first one.
And age 38, thoughts, hate this war, feel like it is destroying MAGA and the coalition that was built. If he doesn't pivot fast, the Dems will win the House for the next 4 years.
Next one.
From Nick, he says, doesn't have his age, but he says, I was a diehard war room watcher until this conflict. I'm a married father of 5, a Christian vet, a 22-year-old first responder. If Trump continues this, I'm done voting, period. This feels like a straight con job.
Yeah, because it was a con job. Here's the next one.
56. Through and through conservative my whole life, elephant/GOP tattoo, and my daughter's middle name is Reagan. I'm a 3-time Trump voter from the People's Republic of Massachusetts. My conservative beliefs are seldom questioned. That being said, I think this is the worst thing Trump has done. I guess you could argue it was justified, but I do not think it was necessary. I supported his bombing of the nuclear facilities, but not this. It is hurting the very people that Trump has fought for, the working and middle classes. I'm in Florida now, and gas is $4 a gallon. This hurts us. I would not doubt that Iran wants this to be protracted despite the oil prices. When a barrel of oil hits $150, this economy will tank. Don't feel this was America first. Very disappointing.
I mean, when you have lost a Reagan supporter on a war, you're in trouble. Here's the next one.
Patty, she writes, I am a 78-year-old boomer grandma. I voted for Trump 3 times, and I see this as not what he promised in his campaign. I'm fearful for our nation's future. I am MAGA, but I want to know who else is.
Don't know what she was talking about there, but I mean, he's even losing the boomers on this war.
38 writes in that this is the most infuriating 1 to 2 months that I can remember from our side. I'm a 2-time Trump voter, lifelong Republican, raised on Rush Limbaugh and Fox News, but I'm completely at my wit's end. I think this is the opposite of what I voted for.
You think it's the opposite of what you voted for? I mean, how many times did he say, no new wars? Oh, Kamala's going to get us into all these wars, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be horrific. And she's going to set up the draft and your kids are going to end up getting drafted into a war. Anyway, I have more. So take a listen.
Act 23. This war is the stupidest thing ever. It is a complete betrayal and flip-flop of the no new wars policy. It's a trap that will last months, if not years.
Yeah. Next.
In from Nick, I think the Iran war is an unnecessary side quest. It has the potential to wreck the Trump presidency and possibly 2028. We need to focus on mass deportations, trade deals, and cracking down on the left. If we want to use the U.S. military, we should use it on threats in our hemisphere, namely the Mexican drug cartels.
Cracking down on the left. In what way? In what way? And you notice, like, even the people who, not all of them, but some of them who are critical of Donald Trump, who don't like this war, they still are like, oh, you got to do more on mass deportation. So it's not like these are good people. These are still some, not all, but some of them are still just hateful bigots. Next one.
43, I voted for Trump and I want my vote back.
Short and sweet. I want my vote back. Next one.
C, she is 34. She says, I think the entire Iran situation is extremely confusing and concerning since there has never been a clear objective. They said the uranium was destroyed. Now they're saying they'll have nuclear bombs in 2 weeks. I voted for Trump, but I wouldn't say I'm a huge supporter. I'm deeply troubled by the fact that there doesn't seem to be clear reporting on the ground. We've heard many of our soldiers have been injured. How many have been injured? We hear we're negotiating, but Iran is saying we're not. They do not seem to be deterred in the slightest. Information is scarce and seems to be censored. This is troubling. Where are the reporters on the ground? I'm deeply concerned with our relationship with NATO. I'm a conservative. I love our country. I've always supported our soldiers, as my brother was in the army and did a tour in Afghanistan. He was fortunate enough to be over there when things had calmed down.
So she's just ignorant of the facts. I mean, she's saying, oh, where's the reporters on the ground? Well, let me tell you, Kelsey, they're being murdered. That's where the reporters on the ground are. First of all, Israel is doing a blackout on any kind of reporting. They don't want people to see the true devastation of what's going on in their country. Iran doesn't want any reporting in their country, obviously, because for obvious reasons. But yeah, you have Israel out there literally killing journalists. So there you go. And as far as true casualty numbers, I mean, I just shared today in another video that, yeah, they're lying about it. They're lying. They're saying that there's only like 300. And in reality, The Intercept got information from an inside source who's saying, no, it's more like 750. Next one.
One from Elizabeth. She is in her 50s. Long email. No one understands why we're in this war. War should be a last resort, not a first thing.
Okay. Did you guys hear the music in that? So what I should have kept it in, but this was funny. This was the last one that Posobiec read, and he looked so relieved. He was like, oh, the music's playing me out. That's it. My time's up. I gotta go. It's like he was so happy to be done with this. He's so uncomfortable. But let me play a couple more for you.
Micah, 43, not happy at all. I will be extremely upset if we do not finish the job. First time Trump has not been true to his word, and it's a big promise. We're going to lose the House and Senate in 2028.
First time Trump hasn't been true to his word. That is the funniest shit I've ever heard. Okay, next.
65. I am disgusted by this war. Been Republican many years, voted Trump 3 times. I'm going independent, but will likely never vote again. I feel like it's useless.
Whatever you got to do, stay home.
Kyle, who's 26. I am a male conservative, a devout Christian. I heavily support what we've done in Iran in pursuit of preventing them obtaining nuclear weapons, which they surely would have used on Israel the first chance they got. However, I was under the impression this would be a quick operation. Get in, eliminate the threat, and get out. At this stage, the political and economic impacts are starting to mount. Diesel prices are sky high at the start of the farm season, negatively impacting farmers and truckers so critical to the backbone of our nation and hurting the wallet of the American people, including the voter base that handed DJT and the GOP a mandate. Public opinion among independents and centrist conservatives has grown increasingly negative, especially among younger voters. I have growing concern that this war is going to accomplish little more than what it has so far, while further halting our likelihood of success in the midterms. We cannot afford to hand majority control back to the Democrats. I wish we could wrap this up quickly and decisively so that we can reallocate our focus back to defeating the liberal progressive agenda in the midterm elections.
So there you go, guys. I mean, we're not making it up, right? There was so much doubt last year about the FAFO videos. Oh, are these really regretful Trump voters? You know, is his coalition really falling apart? There you have it. That is a MAGA show, a MAGA host, and he's asking his audience to send in emails and tell him what they think. And the vast majority, I mean, it was not even close. It was like 9 out of 10 were negative and pissed off Trump voters. So it is real. Yeah, it's not being reflected in the polls. I mentioned this before a couple times. I honestly believe that we are seeing the inverse of what we saw in 2016. In 2016, there were a lot of shy Trump voters. That's what the mainstream media decided to call them and what pollsters ultimately called them. People who were embarrassed to admit that they supported and voted for Trump. We are now seeing the opposite. We are, in my opinion, we are seeing people who are afraid to admit because of their social circles and because they don't want to be on the outs with people who maybe in their family or their friends, whatever, and they don't want to be kicked out of the club. And so I think that they're turning on him and they're afraid to say it out loud and they're not admitting it to pollsters. So I think the Trump hate, the Trump disapproval is underestimated this time around. I think it's being underreported in polling. So, all right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you, new stories about Trump voters becoming members of the leopards eating people's faces party. So first, I have another video to share with you from Owen Schroyer. He is the January 6er who's turned on Trump over a multitude of issues. And in a recent live stream, he asked callers 3 things. He asked them to grade Donald Trump's presidency so far, whether or not they're still MAGA, and how they feel about the war. So here's what a Kentucky resident told Schroyer.
Grade F. And for MAGA, it's like embarrassing. If you look at people commenting on Facebook about the war, they're saying like, let's turn Iran into a parking lot. Let's nuke Iran. Like, it's the most ridiculous shit. We should be nuking Israel. MAGA is cucked. America is cucked. It's not to be black-pilled or anything, but it's over.
So pretty much every caller was pissed off. Pretty much everyone was saying about the same thing, that they're done with Trump. They're done with MAGA. So whatever Epstein compromise Israel has on Trump, it has to be pretty damning. I mean, for him to annihilate his own presidency, annihilate his own party in an election year, it's bad. It's got to be bad. And I'm not the only one who's saying this. So here's what one of Donald Trump's voters posted on Twitter. This is so funny. I've never felt more betrayed in my life. The only reason I voted for Trump was for no new wars. Well, that's what happens when when your elected leader is 100 blackmailed because he did evil shit with evil people. Dude, I'm not happy about it either. I wish I was oblivious to it all. So his own voters are saying, yeah, he did stuff. He's involved. And this guy was from Alabama, by the way. I mean, when you're losing support even in Alabama, you know you done fucked up. And then this next person also believes that Trump is controlled by Israel. They posted this. As of 2 weeks ago, he is the worst president to ever serve in our country. And I hope he gets impeached. I wish I would have never voted for him, because voting for him was like voting for a snake with 2 heads. He is Israel's bitch. Hashtag America first, hashtag America only, hashtag save the children. So another one who hopes that Donald Trump gets impeached. I'm seeing this more and more lately. It's awesome. Then this next person slammed MAGA influencers because not all of them, but a lot of them keep pushing this war as if this is such a great tactical move by Trump. And the voters are not buying it. So he told one of them this. You Trump/Israel ass suckers are really frothing at the mouth, huh? You all lost the plot. Trump is doing the opposite of everything he ran on. I, for one, wish I had never voted for him and will go back to not participating in this sham of a democracy. Go fuck yourself. That is a visual I could have lived without, right? Trump and Israel ass suckers. Ugh. And yeah, I would imagine that a Trump and Israel ass sucker would end up frothing at the mouth. That is the inevitable conclusion. This next guy is Mark, and Mark posted this on Twitter. I wish I could say I never been fooled before, but I voted for Trump 3 times and campaigned hard for this last one. See, Mark is one I have more grace for because, you know, he's a big enough man to admit that he was fooled by the apricot antichrist. Hey, everyone. Sorry for the interruption, but I wanted to share something with you guys that I think is really valuable. I wish I had known about this when my mother was still around, because if you're 64 or older, you know there are a lot of choices out there that you have to make in regard to Medicare coverage, and it can be very confusing. And there's supplemental, there's Part D, there's all kinds of stuff, and you could be wasting money on things that you don't actually need, that aren't helping you. So I was very excited when a company reached out. Their name is Chapter, and they said, you know, we may be able to help your audience save some money. Then I found out their services are completely free. So I was like, okay, this actually would be something I would consider sharing with my audience, because they have helped people save thousands of dollars a year. And all you have to do is give them a call. They will let you know if you're on the right plan, if you're good to go. If not, they'll tell you what all the options are. They could be better, they could be cheaper. And if you're new to Medicare, they're going to give you all of your options. They're going to lay them all out so you can start off with the correct coverage so you're not wasting money. And like I said, their service is absolutely free, so you have nothing to lose, potentially a lot to gain, hundreds to thousands of dollars in savings. So give Chapter a call today, 272-225-0752. I also have a video to share with you guys. This is from a recent focus group that was conducted by the company called Engageus. So take a listen to what this Trump voter had to say.
Traditionally, he definitely was going to fix the immigration issues, but I think they just got way out of hand, too extreme, very disturbing, and also just the economy in general, prices in general, what this war is going to cost us as Americans here, the effect that's going to have on us. So definitely, it doesn't look good. Definitely this fear of the rising costs and just making ends meet. The money that's being sent overseas, where's that going to come from? Who's going to pay for that? That's, of course, it's us, the American people. Our tax dollars are going to be paying for that, which means increase on everything, less money in our pockets and more money for them.
Yeah. So that was Susan. As you saw, she's a swing voter from Michigan. And she was explaining there, number one, why she disapproves of Donald Trump's presidency so far, and also why she is more anxious about the economy now that he took over. I don't know. I mean, I almost have a harder time with the swing voters because they're clearly not in the cult. So they should know better, right? I mean, some of them are low information voters, of course, but some of them are pretty well informed, and they still voted for Trump after having voted for Biden. I just don't get it. Like, do you have zero principles or beliefs? Because the two of them couldn't possibly be more different, policy-wise, I mean, and in every way. But like, do you have no principles and policies? Anyway, next up, I have a woman named Jess who replied to Trump and an Iran war apologist who posted a meme that said that MAGA elected Trump to, quote, get shit done. Well, Jess told her this. She said, this is down at the bottom for people who are looking at this. It says, I didn't vote for him to protect his billionaire pedo friends and starting wars. It is so funny because I see the Kool-Aid cult trying to hold it all together more and more. They are so desperate right now to confirm their own bias and to keep posting things like, oh, I don't know anyone who regrets voting for Trump. Do you? I mean, they're just so desperate. Every single time they get this fresh cup of wake the fuck up from numerous pissed off Trump voters who are like, yeah, I do. Me, I regret it. Speaking of which, there was a Trump voter named Josh. He responded to one of these Trump apologists, and he said this, haha, I know they do. Trump, the biggest bait and switch I wish I never voted for. The con of a century. Hopefully the midterms will sober you up. And then another guy named Carl, who's a libertarian, he posted this. I'm convinced there isn't a single intelligent person left supporting Trump. Carl, I agree with you. I think you're right. And then this last post that I have for you guys today, this comes from someone named Jack. So Jack asked this question on Twitter. He said, guys, did we accidentally elect a complete retard? First of all, Jack, in the words of my father, who's we? You speak in French? You got a mouse in your pocket? And then second, yes, you did. Yes, you did. And no, it was not by accident. Hope that clears things up. Anyway, all right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, please subscribe if you have not. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a bunch of new polling for you guys today about Donald Trump, the Iran war, the midterms. So let's start off with news from The Economist and YouGov poll. So this one shows Donald Trump hitting a new low on his approval rating. So check this out. So Donald Trump now is down in Biden territory. And this is from Biden's lowest point right after the disastrous debate that he had with Donald Trump in the summer of 2024. That is basically where Donald Trump is now. That's how bad it's gotten in just a little over a year. And then here's how voters are feeling about Donald Trump's handling of the war. So this obviously is broken down by party and then also broken down even further by Republicans versus MAGA Republicans. So the numbers at the bottom, that represents the dates in March. So you can see how it keeps dropping. His approval rating on the war specifically continued to drop throughout the month. And even among the Republicans who consider themselves to be MAGA. So it's getting worse and worse for him with everyone. Not as much as we would hope, but it is going down. And then overall, they said that 59% of the respondents disapprove of his handling of the war. And here's where Donald Trump's approval rating stands on all the other issues. So you can see, I mean, he is underwater by double digits on every single issue with the exception of immigration. And even that might, it's hard to tell from this chart, but that might be dipping into double digit territory too. And obviously it's still negative, right? It's still below water, even on immigration. And then check out Donald Trump's disapproval rating, I should say, broken down by demographic group. So this has really, the tide has really turned on this. This is the first time that I can recall in this specific poll, Donald Trump being so far underwater with men and with white voters. Also every single age group. He used to at least be like right on the line, about 50-50, maybe a tiny bit below the watermark with the boomers, but it's now everyone. And unless Trump finds a way to cheat, I'm sorry, but it's just over for Republicans. Their losses are going to be catastrophic in the midterms. Based on all of this data, based on all the other polling that we've been seeing, based on the focus groups that I'm listening to. And for anybody out there who's saying, oh, this is like 2024 and, we've been fooled before by polls. No, this doesn't even come close. Trump and Harris were pretty much tied in 2024. They were running neck and neck. If you go back and you look at all of the polls, and then you look at where the electorate came out, where the election landed, it was pretty accurate. He won by only 1.5%. And he didn't even get over 50% of the electorate. So it was pretty damn accurate if you were being honest and if you were looking at all of the polling and all of the focus groups and not just cherry picking. And voters back then blamed Democrats for everything that was going wrong in the country. That is not the case right now. Even though Democrats have a historically low approval rating, the right is very much misunderstanding the reasons behind it. The fact is, Democratic voters like me, like so many of you that are watching, are furious at the Democratic Party right now. They're furious at leadership for not being tough enough, for not fighting harder. It has very little, if anything, to do with their policies or their platform, and Democrats are far more motivated to get out and vote in November. We've seen that over and over again. And this is not only playing out in the polls, it's playing out in, all of the elections we've had so far. All of the special elections, Democrats have swept. And then check this out. This really proves it. So check out what CNN just reported.
Lead Republicans on a generic ballot by 6 points, 48% to 42%. But even more concerning for the GOP might be this data point. Democrats are far more motivated to vote. 67% of Democrats, or those who lean Democratic, say they're extremely motivated to vote. Just 50% of Republicans, or those who lean that way, say the same.
Yeah, so Democrats way more motivated to vote. And again, we've seen this over and over again. This is not like, oh, it's, this is just in the polls, but we're not seeing this in real life. And then, I would say if that was an outlier, take it with a grain of salt. But this is what we're seeing in poll after poll for probably 6 months or more. And it matches, again, what I'm hearing in focus groups. I also want to share another video with you. This one was also from CNN, and it touches on a specific voting group. And this is a group that Sarah Longwell calls the double haters. So these are voters that dislike both parties. And in 2024, these voters went overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. That has now completely flipped. So take a look at this.
This year's midterm elections, the Democrats do hold an early advantage. The poll conducted by CNN, SSRS as well, finds that about 1/4 of the public holds a negative view of both parties, at least among those polled. But voters in that group prefer Democrats in the upcoming election by 31 points. And the vote preferences, in large part, really are driven by opposition to Republicans rather than enthusiasm for Democrats. And President Trump's job performance looming large on voters' minds as well. About 42% say their vote for Congress would be to oppose the president. Only 21% say they would vote to support his agenda.
So again, I mean, if this was an outlier, I would say, oh, okay, of course, the right is going to say, oh, well, this is, of course, it's CNN, it's communist CNN, blah, 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 communist news network. I mean, they're going to, of course, write it off as bullshit. But this is happening everywhere with every single pollster. And it's not even close. The double haters favor Democrats by 31 points. And then another poll that was released last Thursday also favors the Democrats. So check this out. So this one was conducted by Elon University, not any way related to Elon Musk. This is a university in North Carolina. So this included North Carolina residents only, which, as you all know, very crucial swing state. And a local news outlet reported on this, on their findings. They said that, as you can see here, a plurality want Democrats in control of the House and the Senate and the North Carolina General Assembly. So you can see it here, 40 to 35%, 40% want Democrats versus 35% want Republicans for both the House and Senate, and then 41% versus 37% for the North Carolina General Assembly. So, I mean, again, this is across the board. And then check this out. There's a recent Harvard-Harris poll that was also very bad news for Donald Trump and the Republican Party. And this poll, I'm highlighting it. It's very significant because the Harvard-Harris poll always favors the right. So whatever you see in their polling, you know it's probably a little bit further to the left, but even they have Donald Trump in a bad position. So check this out. 55% of the respondents in this poll say that the country is on the wrong track. Only 35% said it's headed in the right direction. And if you look up there in the right-hand corner, hopefully you guys can make it out. I know it's kind of small, but you can see if you look closely or, expand it, Trump is even starting to lose Republicans on this question. Not by much, but it has gone down. It's dropped a few points from the beginning of his term. And this next one is even worse for Trump. So this is, again, the Harvard-Harris poll. It shows 59% say the economy is headed in the wrong direction. And then a plurality, 45%, told the pollster that their financial situation is getting worse. As for his overall approval rating with this pollster, he just hit another second-term low with Harvard-Harris. So you can see here, only 43% approve, 53% disapprove of Donald Trump and the way he's handling his job. So this has dropped 9 points. You can see he started off with 52% favorability. 9% drop since the beginning of his term. So he was above water in this poll when he first took office. And again, if you look all the way to the right, you can see they broke it down by demographic group. He is underwater with almost every single demographic. And again, this is a MAGA-friendly poll. And even with this pollster, Democrats have a slight advantage in the midterms. So again, it's not as big of a gap as some of the other pollsters, but still 52% said that they would vote for 51% vote for a Democratic candidate versus 49% would vote for a generic Republican. So that's what a generic ballot question means. It means, not a specific candidate, but if you had to choose today between a Democrat or a Republican, who would you vote for? I have even more bad news for Trump. So he just achieved a historical low. This is not a new low just based on his previous polling, not just for Donald Trump. This is for any president since FDR. That's how bad he's doing. Look at this chart. Okay. So there's a group called 50 plus 1. They mapped out every single president, all of their polling averages since Franklin Roosevelt. And in looking at Donald Trump's average, so this is not just based on one poll, this is his average of all polls. He is at 37.2% approval and 58.6% disapproval. That is lower than any president at this point in their presidency. And if you compare Trump to only second-term presidencies, so only presidents who serve 2 terms, he is basically where George W. Bush was after the Katrina hurricane, after his monumental failure there. And he is only slightly higher than Nixon after the Watergate scandal came out. And then one poll shows that Trump regrets are on the rise. So Strength in Numbers, they do their own polling. They do a bunch of polling analysis based on other pollsters. They conducted a poll at the end of March, and they found that 1 out of every 8 Trump voters now regrets their choice. So 1 out of 8 voters who voted for Trump in 2024 now has remorse. And among these remorseful voters, 66% said if they had it to do over again, they would not vote for Donald Trump. So not 66% of all Trump voters, but 66% of those who voted for him. So look at that. 28% said, if I had it to do over, I would vote for Kamala Harris. Only 31% said they would still vote for Trump. These are people who regret it. And then 28% said, if I had it to do over, I would vote third party. 10% said, I just wouldn't vote at all. And then last but not least for this segment, I have a quick poll to share with you guys. This is another one from another swing state that Donald Trump won in 2024. So the Detroit Free Press reported on a poll of Michigan voters only. This was taken at the end of March. Check this out. 63% of Michigan respondents now blame Donald Trump's policies for the increase in gas prices, electricity prices, gasoline. I mean, again, pretty important state to be pissing the voters off right before the midterms. And, this is going to translate into 2028 because you can't tell me that these people are just going to forget about it. And here's the thing. People say, oh, well, Trump's not on the ballot, so it's, doesn't matter. No, it does matter because what they're seeing is what we're all seeing. They're seeing Republican lawmakers sit back and do nothing. They see them not stepping up, not stopping his worst impulses. And in the meantime, they can't afford groceries. They can't afford gas. They can't afford electricity. And we're headed into the summer when electricity is kind of important, right? Anyway, there you go, guys. When I have more polling data, I will let you know. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
So, folks, we gotta talk about the fact that Donald Trump and the Republican Party have brought us to the brink of nuclear war with this care we have come to expect from the Republican Party, which is to say none at all. Essentially, Donald Trump has been making threats throughout the weekend. He has been publicly stating things like Tuesday, I'm going to quote here, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. 3 exclamation points. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Dash. Just watch! Exclamation point, all caps. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. I believe he put this out on Easter. I just want to share with you guys what I think is maybe the most emblematic, essentially where the general Republican Party is at right now when it comes to what Donald Trump is doing with his brinksmanship. Okay? And it's this tweet from Eric Erickson, who, if you don't know who he is, he's a prominent far-right MAGA Christian pastor, talk show guy. That's his general vibe. It's conservo slop, basically. And he says, look, I don't think it's appropriate. Wish he hadn't. But if I have to choose between this and Trans Recognition Day or whatever on Easter, okay. Now, I want to be very clear what this guy is saying. He's like, well, it's unfortunate that the president had to threaten open war crimes. But, you know, if I have to choose between the United States slaughtering civilians and dooming people to die in increasingly hideous ways, or recognizing that trans people exist on Easter, I guess I would choose the slaughtering civilians and innocents. Like, that's... Like, we've just arrived at a level of... fucking pronouns! That I can't even begin to imagine. But that's where we are right now. Like, conservatives are just straight up telling you to your face that they're okay with war crimes. They're like, well, you know, it's an either or. Either we have to stop being bigoted to trans people, or we do war crimes. And I guess in that scenario, we choose war crimes. Like, it's genuinely insane. And I think there has been a tendency on, especially among the mainstream media, to like sane wash the GOP. And I guess I'm just here to tell you that, like, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm not terribly interested. Of course, I'm interested in understanding where they're coming from so that we can perhaps, diffuse their worst impulses wherever we can't outright defeat them. But there's nothing sane about this. This is just evil. This is just straight up evil. And this isn't this isn't a limited problem. Like, this is laced through basically all conservative media right now. This is laced through all conservative politicians right now. This is the dominating factor that they have going on right now. And I want you to know, if you've been checked out of politics for a bit, it gets worse, because Donald Trump was just openly reveling in committing war crimes. I'm going to play you guys this audio here.
Littering, and they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, they'll have no bridges, they'll have no power plants, they'll have no anything. I won't go further, because there are other things that are worse than those two. And we might have, well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do?
You guys can't hear that? I boost.
Take the oil, because it's there for the littering, and they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, they'll have no bridges, they'll have no power plants, they'll have no anything. I won't go further, because there are other things that are worse than those two. And we might have, well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil, because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, and would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran, much better than they've been taken care of.
That was at the White House Easter party. That's That's what they're doing right now. But it gets worse. It just gets worse because, again, he's talking about bombing civilian infrastructure, bombing like water plants, bombing, power plants that serve civilian centers. This is just evil. Additionally, there have been some reports coming out that indicate that the United States has been bombing warehouses that house pistachios, specifically at the behest of the Wonderful Company, which has been lobbying Donald Trump and Trump's administration to go to war with Iran for quite some time now. There's just so much grifting, so much hatred, so much wish fulfillment going on. Like, it is wild. And now here's a different event that Donald Trump went to over the last couple days.
Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice,
Does it take too
if I had my
much
choice,
time?
yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions.
Yeah, as we all know, when you're a partner with somebody, you just take their stuff. That's what a partnership is, right?
Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out, and paid for that war many, many times over, many times. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils.
His brain is at such a level of mush that he cannot recall the phrase, "To the victor go the spoils." And instead he says, "To the victim go the," and then he realizes that that's not correct, but he can't remember the word victor. His brain is dying in real time.
Go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us?
Yeah, and how'd that work out? How'd that work out for the U.S. economy there after the Second World War? Oh, it worked out great? Oh, that's so weird.
Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So
he can't even make a point. This is incoherent. And that brings us to, earlier today, Donald Trump truthed out a message that reads, I'm just going to read it here. "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran." Now, it is worth noting here that, of course, what he is describing is straight up genocide. This is genocide. And one of the things that I've been vocal about recently, especially as his behavior becomes more unhinged, it's impossible to escape the idea and the knowledge that this man possesses the ability to unilaterally launch nuclear weapons. And so when he starts talking about ending a civilization, we unfortunately need to take him seriously because he has the power to annihilate another country with nuclear weapons. And so this is absolutely terrifying, you know? And I'm just going to play this clip again from the Easter egg roll event that Donald Trump was at to hear just how concerned he is about the possibility of the United States committing war crimes and what he thinks about unhinged leadership that controls nuclear weapons.
Plants could be a war crime. I'm not worried about it. You know it's a war crime? Having a nuclear weapon. Allowing a sick country with demented leadership have a nuclear weapon. That's a war crime. And if I allowed that to happen, like 7 other presidents did, every president said, you know, many of them are saying be off the record and they're saying behind the scene, they should have done this a long time ago. For 47 years this has been going on, and every one of those presidents should have done it. And actually, as you know, off the record, they're doing it off the record because they haven't got the courage to say it. Those presidents are giving me a lot of credit. This should have been done by Obama, should have been done by Clinton, should have been done by the Bushes. It should have been done. And it would have been a lot easier if it was done a long time ago, right? Do you agree with me?
I mean, like, this, one, this is incoherent. But 2, he lacks any self-awareness that what he's describing right now is the United States, a country that is currently at war with Iran for no reason, while he threatens to annihilate their civilization. That's where we're at right now. And, I mean, like, this guy is... I mean, he's not worried about committing war crimes at all. In fact, he's just like, no. The real war crime is having nukes. Here he is again at the Easter egg roll. So many clips out of this.
Sign order to you guys. And then tonight, it's selling for $25,000 on eBay. Now, Biden would use the auto pen. He'd have an auto pen follow him. You know, Joe Biden, he didn't sign. He was incapable of signing his hand. So they'd follow him around with this big machine. You know what it was called? An auto pen. And he'd have the auto pen sign for him. He'd take the paper, hand it to his guys, then sign it with an auto pen, get it back. It's not too good, right? Sign order to you guys.
He'd follow them around with a big machine called an auto pen. The fact that he's talking about politics with these children at all, like, they don't know who the fuck Joe Biden is. Why? This is insane. Absolutely insane. But let's also just take a look at this. This is from that press conference from later on Easter.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
I cannot stress enough that the United States has not secured the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is not defeated militarily. They have like an army of like, I think their foreign minister boasted the other day, they have like 14 million volunteers waiting to like join in any kind of repelling of a ground invasion of Iran. Like, they are not worried about like having lost. Like they haven't been defeated. Even our own intelligence announced like just a handful of days ago, like over 50% of Iran's like ballistic missile capabilities remain intact. They're repairing a lot of these missile silos faster than we can bomb them. And like, they're burning through our our interceptor ammunition. Like, this is not going well for us right now. And the United States is not willing to commit to a total ground invasion of Iran on the scale necessary to actually beat Iran. But like, when we're talking about like reopening the Strait of Hormuz militarily, oh, they're defeated militarily. The Strait of Hormuz is still very much on lock. Like like it's so on lock that Iran has in place right now the capacity to collect tolls from ships that want to transit the strait. They've been collecting allegedly over $2 million per ship going through the Strait of Hormuz. So like the idea that like, oh, they're done militarily. If they were done militarily, then how are they able to charge those tolls? The answer is they're just not done. Okay? Like, this just to me indicates how out of touch with reality Donald Trump is. And of course, this is just from April 6th here. Apropos of nothing.
He's a great person, but he's got, and you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
What the fuck? This guy is a fucking lunatic. And I know that at a certain point, there are going to be like some conservatives that watch my content at some point and they're like, oh, Riverboat Jack just has Trump derangement syndrome or whatever. But like, I do mean, not that like, oh, he's so crazy in like a hyperbolic sense. Not like some kind of, oh, like he's insane. Like in a way I don't really mean. I mean fully, this guy is nuts. Is it just me or is he getting worse? He's getting worse. This man is not competent to be president. He's not even competent evil. You know? He actually just is insane. And of course he's doing all of this with the backing of the Israeli government. The Israeli government backed up Donald Trump's threats today by telling Iranians via the internet, by the way, a medium that Iranians cannot actually access at the moment, generally speaking. But the IDF told Iranians not to ride any trains until after 9 p.m. Iran time because, they were announcing their intent to bomb civilian trains. Just all kinds of evil here. Well, I want to play for you guys this, which is a voicemail.
سلام دخترم دیگه گفتم امروز باهات یه حرفی بزنیم چون دیگه
I wanted to call you tonight as Trump said he will attack us tonight.
نصف شب به وقت ما تمام میشه دیگه حالا اصلا معلومه
Who knows if I can even call you anymore after that. He wants to attack all our power infrastructure, so probably can't even call you anymore.
تلفن داری
At least wanted to call you one last time and hear your voice.
باباتم یه ذره سرما
Your dad is also a bit sick.
یک دو ساعت دیگه
I'll try calling you again tonight.
قربونت برم خدا حافظت عزیزم.
Like, in the middle of all of this, like, there are actual people. This is not like some abstract conflict. There are almost 100 million Iranians. The kinds of threats that Donald Trump is making, I want you to understand, are against a country that is a third the size of the United States. It's like if you were sitting there threatening to obliterate the West Coast. And so that's kind of where we've been up till now, of course. And, obviously the Iranians on the ground, they don't want their power infrastructure bombed. So they've been doing this. Here they are forming a human chain around one of their power plants. But understand that Donald Trump is threatening to kill all of those people. All of those people. When you as the president of the United States say a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, you are announcing your intent to commit genocide. You are announcing a plan to commit genocide. You are being direct with your incitement to commit genocide. you are announcing your intent to attempt to commit a genocide, and also, of course, that you agree with the concept of genocide as an acceptable recourse. And so that's where we're at right now. Donald Trump just announcing nonstop, hey, you know what? We're just going to kill everyone in Iran. And I want you to understand that even when you're talking about, you know, Mrs. McVoter down in Georgia, okay? Mrs. McVoter understands that what Donald Trump is talking about is a fucking atrocity, a war crime of the highest order.
It's giving war crime. You can't do that. We don't just annihilate people because we can and, you know, make a grab for the money and the oil. And that's what we've done in Venezuela, and that's what we're doing in Iran.
I mean, like, Mrs. McVoter gets it. Like, there is a change in the wind here, and, like, Americans are realizing the horror that that is currently at play. It's giving a war crime. Bless our millennial moms. God, is she a millennial? She must be with that language, but man, people of such pallid complexions like myself, we don't age well. That's kind of where we're at. And of course, Donald Trump threatening to annihilate an entire civilization managed to organize some Democrats into an effort to invoke like both the 25th Amendment as well as impeachment and removal proceedings. Of course, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. This is a threat of genocide and merits removal from office. The president's mental faculties are collapsing and cannot be trusted. To every individual in the president's chain of command, you have a duty to refuse illegal orders. That includes carrying out this threat, which, yeah, absolutely. And I understand that, like, when we are looking at this current situation, the idea that, like, oh, well, you know, invoke the 25th Amendment, we need 2/3 of Congress and his cabinet to actually turn on him. When that's not going to happen. We're like in a moment right now where I think impossible things are about to become possible. You know, and I think we should be demanding and pushing as hard as we can for these outcomes, for our desired outcomes, for impeachment and removal, impeachment, conviction, and removal, for the 25th Amendment to be invoked. We should be pushing on all of our levers of power, all of our levers of possibility, because that is what is needed at this current moment, right? We also have here, you know, we got Congressman Nikema Williams. Donald Trump is unfit to serve as leader of the free world. That's why I've co-sponsored H.R. 939 articles of impeachment to remove him from office. You know, we've got a lot of different folks. The Pope himself said to call your congressperson to stop this madness. I mean, he's a global threat. He's a global threat. I mean, like, guys.
Joining me now, Democratic Congressman Adam
Representative
Smith, ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. Thank you for joining us. I want to first get your reaction to the president's latest threat.
Look, it is just completely disgusting and not something any president should ever say. You know, and if Republicans are concerned about that, they should be focused on stopping Donald Trump. I mean, look, whether he does it or not, the language he has used, the way he has approached this conflict, his complete lack of concern for all of the costs of the war, the people being killed, the wild and insulting rhetoric he is using, it has done such damage to the United States of America, to our place in the world. You know, there was the old saying about how America first should never mean America alone. I never believed that. But this is Trump with America alone, and America's just, you know, morally bankrupt at this point. So, yeah, those words have done, I think, as much damage to the United States' reputation in the world as anything that's happened, gosh, since the end of World War II. Or I can't even remember what. So regardless of what happens at this point, what Trump has done to date has done an enormous amount of damage. It would certainly make it vastly worse if he carries out any part of that threat. But it is time for Congress to figure out every day, how can we rein in Trump's power? He is
honestly, the fact that this hasn't been your goal as members of Congress this entire time is infuriating. It's well, the time has come for us to try and figure out a way to limit his powers. That should have happened so many steps before the president was a raving lunatic on social media, threatening annihilation of other countries with nuclear weapons in a war he started for no reason. I'm so fucking furious. You know? These are the kinds of guys we need to get the fuck out of power. This is the kind of guy you need to organize to get out. Hit the road. Bunch of chunguses. I mean, you've got also Tim Kaine over here. Thune should immediately call the Senate back into session. Trump's unhinged threats to commit massive war crimes against Iranian civilian targets show an increasing mental and moral instability we can't ignore. Yup. I mean, it's just so many. Ro Khanna here.
Needed to be done in Iran, and do you agree with what the president is proposing right now?
No on what the president is proposing, and
let's start with the first part.
Well, what we needed was a diplomatic solution. Look, gas was at $2.30 before we went in. Now it's at $4. The enriched uranium is still buried underneath. We haven't gotten rid of it. Obama had gotten rid of 97% of that enriched uranium.
But we don't know exactly what they were telling. Well, we know they weren't telling us the truth. We already know that from the missiles that they've launched. We know that from other things, that basically they've been lying all along, which makes people not trust diplomacy with Iran.
Yes, but it was ripped up by Donald Trump in 2018. I mean, the reality is Obama had gotten rid of 97% of their enriched uranium. The reality is they still had ballistic missiles. We should have negotiated for a tougher JCPOA. But what have we done? We've gotten rid of Khamenei, and we've gotten Khamenei Jr., who is more hardline. Khamenei at least had a fatwa saying no nuclear weapons. Khamenei Jr. actually wants to develop nuclear weapons. And then if we get rid of Khamenei Jr., we're going to have the IRGC. The IRGC is even more hardline. So we're going to have military takeover of Iran. What Trump was thinking is we'd have someone like Venezuela who'd be pliant to us. Now they're actually defiant of us. So what is his end game? I mean, is the end game really to blow up all of Iran and actually commit war crimes? Or is the end game to end the bombing of Iran, to, Israel, the United States, have a ceasefire?
The JCPOA. Well, did you agree?
Ro Khanna's right. Like Donald Trump is the only reason we are here right now. He's the only reason we are here right now. He ripped up the agreement that would have stopped this. He ripped up the agreement and fucked us all in the process and killed thousands for his own ego. By the way, pretending this entire bombing campaign of Iran isn't already a war crime is dumb. Exactly, it is. We've already committed so many different war crimes. At no point, by the way, in the chain of command, did any of, as far as we know, did any of the soldiers in our military say, no, I'm not going to do that, that's a war crime? Maxwell Frost, Adam Schiff, we got Representative Ansari, who's been pretty good on this.
Before we get to that impeachment push, though, against Hegseth, I want to hear your response to President Trump's stunning threat this morning, saying that a whole civilization could die tonight. What's your response to that? What went through your mind when you read that?
I've been sick to my stomach for days. I mean, this language has been escalating every 24 hours. And I think Donald Trump is trying to normalize language that is essentially, threatening genocide, threatening war crimes, of course, threatening potential use of nuclear weapons. And I am just beyond astounded that we are not seeing so much more from all elected officials, and I'll include some Democrats in that, but Republicans who are in power. How is anybody in the cabinet allowing this to happen? How is nobody trying to restrain this madman who is trying to get all of us killed? And we have mechanisms to restrain him, and they're not being utilized. I think this is a nightmare scenario. It's apocalyptic. I mean, of course, as somebody with an Iranian heritage, seeing, threats against a population of 90 million people is devastating. And I take Trump at his word. I also want to say that. I think that a lot of people still try to say that Trump doesn't mean what he says. Trump has followed through with many of the most horrific pledges he has made over the course of the second administration, and we should not be taking this lightly. This is a massive 5-alarm fire moment and a historic moment in our country's history.
Before we
Trump's not just committed war crimes, he committed war crimes by defunding public media. True. This is not, I don't know that there is any positive way out of this. And it is worth noting, as a result of the push here, there has been an announced ceasefire. Let's just pull this up. Largely, apparently, mediated by Pakistan. With the greatest humility, I'm pleased to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. I warmly welcome the sagacious gesture and extend deepest gratitude to the leadership of both the countries and invite their delegations to Islamabad on Friday, the 10th of April, 2026, to further negotiate for a conclusive agreement to settle all disputes. Both parties have displayed remarkable wisdom and understanding and have remained constructively engaged in furthering the cause of peace and stability. We earnestly hope that the Islamabad talks succeed in achieving sustainable peace and wish to share more good news in the coming days. Now, this is pretty cool. This is good. And also confirmed by Donald Trump. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested they hold off the destructive force being sent tonight, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Donald Trump accepts. It is worth noting that this is very new. This is, it's been in place for like an hour and a half, maybe 2.5 hours. All right. I also want people to understand, I don't know how real this is. In particular, because this seems like a deal that was largely made by the United States with Iran in such a way that I'm not sure Israel was included at all in this negotiation. And it is entirely possible, despite the fact that there were some reports that Israel had accepted, the ceasefire behind the scenes, there have been some reports that missiles have continued to fly. I know right after the ceasefire, there were some reports of missiles being intercepted above the UAE, as well as some reports that Tehran had been struck by a bombing run from Israel. It remains to be seen whether or not this ceasefire can actually hold, but it remains essentially it remains essentially up in the air as to whether or not this is actually going to hold. Right after the ceasefire was announced, Israel got hit by Iranian missiles. It's also worth noting that this particular video that you sent is from 7:09, and a missile can take an hour to go from Iran to Israel, especially in the immediate aftermath of signing the ceasefire. There probably were still going to be missiles in the air. Ballistic missiles only take 5 minutes. Drones can take over an hour. An Iranian ballistic missile can reach Israel's territory in under 15 minutes. So even if one is traveling Mach 5, it still takes roughly 12 minutes. If these missiles struck at 7:09, then they were launched before the ceasefire was announced. So there were going to be, especially in the immediate announcement, there were going to still be missiles in the air. However, there have been reports that longer than within that window, there have been attacks on Iran itself. It really, really, really depends on the patience of Iran, the commitment to the commitment that Israel has to peace, which is to say none at all. And I would be very surprised if Israel doesn't succeed in trying to draw Iran back into some kind of a conflict, as well as the United States. But right now, all of the live reports coming out of Al Jazeera, which is maybe one of the more on-the-ball networks talking about this in particular, indicate that the ceasefire is still being observed largely by the United States and Iran. So, Hrundo, if I'm reading the situation correctly, Iran just flat out won, more or less. Basically, I mean, as far as you can win against a war of outright aggression, yes. So, like, yes, kinda, yes. This does really seem to be a step towards peace. We're gonna go into what exactly that means, but it's worth noting. We've been talking a lot on this channel about how the war has been spreading to Iraq, to Lebanon, to a whole host of different areas here, and it's worth noting that the ceasefire includes Lebanon, which had basically been it's been a target for genocide right now for Israel. So the fact that a ceasefire included Lebanon is a huge, huge win, though again, remains to be seen if Israel won't just ignore that when it comes to Lebanon. Additionally, it appears that Iran's proxies, different groups it backs in Iraq, they are standing down and are going to respect the ceasefire as well. And so, so far, the indicators are that, at least on Iran's part, they are going to observe it. The big thing, of course, has been what are kind of the terms that are being discussed at these peace talks. The preliminary version of this 10-point plan, according to Iran's National Security Council, which was sent to the United States and received a fairly positive welcome from Donald Trump, includes the following points. Controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with the Iranian armed forces, the necessity of ending the war against all elements of the axis of resistance, the withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from all bases and deployment points in the region, the establishment of safe transit protocols in the Strait of Hormuz in a way that guarantees Iran's dominance according to the agreed upon protocol, full payment of Iran's damages according to estimates, lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions and resolutions of the Board of Governors and the Security Council, the release of all Iranian assets and properties frozen abroad, and ratification of all these matters in a binding Security Council resolution. So, essentially, what they are wanting out of this, they want restitution. They want, compensation for everything that has been destroyed. They want the United States to withdraw from the region completely, including military bases. And they want to be able to continue to charge tolls on ship passages through the Strait of Hormuz, essentially making it a much larger variation of like the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal. If they do get this, it would be a colossal win for them. Now, granted, this is all their starting position when it comes to a negotiation. We'll see if they actually are as firm on all of those points as it might seem like they will be, because I can see a few of these being relative non-starters to Donald Trump in the sense that he's going to know that like paying for damages is going to make him look bad. Withdrawing all U.S. combat forces is going to make him look bad. And I think a lot of the negotiation is going to be around what's going to make Donald Trump look good in this particular case. And as of about 2 minutes ago, the Associated Press is reporting that as part of the 2-week ceasefire, there is going to be a formalized method for both Iran and Oman to charge fees and tolls on trips transiting the Strait of Hormuz, because both Iran and Oman have territorial rights and claims over the Strait of Hormuz. And I'm not entirely sure how that split arrangement is going to work. Currently, that is where things stand. So I just, I don't really know where things go from here, but it is nice to see that we are not currently doing nuclear war. So that's good. Fuck. I have been on pins and needles all day, worried about that potential outcome. It's been awful. How come supporters of this war don't understand this war will lead Iran to pursue nuclear weapons? Because most of the people who support this war are dumb as fuck. Most of the people who are supportive of this war are either dumb as fuck or they are evil. Or, as is often the case, a combination of the two. Right? Like, what is happening here is that, you either you're bought and paid for, you're dumb as fuck, or you're evil. Those are like your three options, and often all of them are true at the same time. And I mean, there's not really a way that I can illustrate how evil these people are, other than by pointing out that Prem Thakur, who y'all should keep it, y'all should be paying attention to what Prem Thakur talks about over on Zateo, okay? He's their political correspondent. And, well, he wrote this the other day, right? The world not screeching to a halt when the U.S. killed more than 100 little schoolgirls on the very first day of this liberating war led us exactly to this moment. Can't tell you how many members of Congress who, at best, had nothing to say when I asked about the Minab girls' school attack. There is a profanely cold detachment inside Capitol Hill, a mode completely unrecognizable to common human decency I wish I could properly convey to you. Like, and I do think that is true, right? Like, a lot of the people in power who have the ability to end this are just, they're bought and paid for, and have a vested interest in not getting it. It turns out you can be made into a much dumber person if you know that, like, your ability to make millions of dollars is contingent on you being the dumbest motherfucker in the room. That is what has happened to a lot of different members of Congress. Not to say that some of them aren't also evil. And it's just that there is a barrier that is erected for them to be able to just, like, keep the illusion going to themselves that they are good people. And I wanted to play this clip for you guys. It's a similar way that, like, Wall Street investors are just completely detached from, like, the actual conditions that they create. Here is the perfect example of what I'm talking about.
So that it feels like there's nowhere to hide.
So, Mike, let's talk about tonight. This deadline that President Trump has set, 8 p.m., has threatened to destroy a civilization. How does an investor process that? Is it a bigger upside risk or downside risk?
I think the market is trying to stay balanced on both feet, because I think it's hard to discern that type of rhetoric as, a promise of something very destructive and long-lasting happening, to distinguish it from what somebody might say if you want to sort of build up a lot of hoopla before you de-escalate. And I honestly think the market is confused about that. It's the duration of this crisis that matters, I think, a lot more than the next move. We don't even know if 8 o'clock is going to stick. We've had these deadlines pushed up. So you have to remain open to a lot of scenarios. I think what's relevant is crude keeps making new highs. Yeah. Okay, it's not calmed down. That previously has meant stocks need to go down and make new lows. We're not making new lows. We're using up this 3%, 4% cushion versus last week's lows on the S&P 500. I think because people have that sense out there that there would be a hair trigger upside move if you got some clear line of sight toward some resolution of this crisis or hostility ceasing for a while. So that
this is what I mean, right? When I talk about detachment, this is what I fucking mean. Where they're just, like, sitting there chatting as if like so what do you think that investor call means? Are we in a bear market or a bull market? But they're talking about a genocide. They're talking about like unspeakable war crimes. But to them, it's not real, because what they're thinking about here is, well, is the line going to go up or is it going to go down? And how will that, because the people watching this show need to understand whether or not the line is going to go up or down so that they can make their investment decisions, right? And so what happens in Washington with politicians is very similar, right? To them, people aren't people. People are polls. People are abstract concepts represented numerically for like their donors. X percentage of people who come to my rallies are going to donate. How many of these people are going to like donate to the campaign or attend one of our fundraiser dinners, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like there is a similar detachment. It's all insane. It's all stupid. It's all evil. But there are multiple levels of evil at work here, right? Because you have what has been referred to as the banality of evil. The ordinariness of evil writ large, as absorbed by society in a multitude of different ways, right? The normalization of this kind of evil. And then you have people who are just straight up ideologically committed to trying to justify evil.
Fire. But I'm just wondering, just to follow up on that tweet, do you support intentionally targeting critical civilian infrastructure like power plants? I just want to note, I spoke to an Iranian who fled since the war who says Iranian citizens are very worried they could be worse off than before if that happens. Their infrastructure is gone and the IRGC is still in control. What do you think?
I think a couple of things, Pamela. One is, does that infrastructure have a dual use? And obviously, could that infrastructure be used by the military? And if the answer to those questions are yes, which I think they are, then they're within the purview of the United States attacking there. But again, let's see what the president has to say later this afternoon. I'm sure he will give us new information. And hopefully the Iranians will come to their senses and come to the table.
But as we put out fire...
That's a member of Congress. Well, those children could have grown up to be valuable assets for the Iranian military, so we had to slaughter all of them. Well, those infants in the ICU, they really could have grown up to be some influential Hitlers over there, so we had to kill them all. Like, this is where we're at. Like, these people are just straight up going out there and saying, we have the right to commit a genocide with their entire chests. And the reason I wanted to focus on this is because this isn't just like a Trump problem. This isn't happening just because Trump's brain is soup, though it is. This is happening because the entire Republican Party as an institution is on board with what is happening. The entire Republican Party loves this war with Iran. That might be out of step with the rank and file Republican voters, but the Republican Party that Republican voters put into power is absolutely 10,000% on board with this. Okay? Israel is also using that excuse to kill civilians? Yes. Because a lot of the settler colonial mentality found in Israel, we invented it. We used it first. The settler colonial mentality of the United States that has been used to commit genocide after genocide against indigenous people, we spread it over there. And like, if we're really going to be honest with ourselves here, and we should be, this should be a soul-searching moment for the Republicans and the Democrats. Because I have eyes. I was paying attention to every little thing happening online today. And I fucking saw Kamala Harris going out there and being like, how this is genocidal and wrong. It's just like, goddamn, Kamala Harris, you sat by silently for years and allowed like the Israeli government to pursue genocidal policies and warfare against the Palestinian people. And then when you ran for president, your complicity with that genocide, your complicity with that violence, that settler colonial violence, it cost you the election. And now you have the gall to stand up. Nate Silver believes that being pro-genocide polls at 8+ among 17 to 36-year-old white male Midwestern undecided voters, so Third Way supports it. I mean, I don't know if you're making a joke or if that's real, but like genuinely, it's not far off the mark, especially with Nate Silver. But, oh, what's that? We have another Republican member of Congress going on television to defend his president, threatening annihilation of an entire people. Let's listen, shall we? We got Mike Lawler over here.
Okay, do you think Congress should have a vote if the United States is going to make a whole civilization die?
Again, John, you are parsing here. The fact is we're talking about energy and civilian infrastructure. Mm-hmm. If you look at the role Congress has had a vote, and Congress rejected the push by Democrats, many of whom have previously said that this regime needed to go, many of whom have said this regime could not possess a nuclear weapon. Congress rejected the unilateral and immediate withdrawal. So Congress has already taken action. The president is within his legal authorities to conduct this war. He has taken action to obliterate Iran's ballistic missiles program, their naval fleet. The issue remaining really, is with regard to the Strait of Hormuz and the enriched uranium that is hardened, as you pointed out. So the question is the regime, the remaining remnants of this regime, willing to negotiate in good faith or not? That is what is at stake over the next 11 plus hours.
Congressman Mike Lawler from New York. I wasn't parsing, I was quoting, but I appreciate you being with us. Thank you very much for your time.
I was quoting the President of the United States. Everything is I gotta be honest with you guys. Every Republican in Congress is evil and vile. Like, every single one of them. And like, there might be a couple of conscience, but today was the day to see who was actually a man, who was actually a woman, who was actually a goddamn human being and not some kind of synthetic amalgamation of robotic parts. Okay? And today we found out that almost every single congressional Republican is evil to the core. And I mean, here's Representative Carlos Jimenez.
I want to get your take on where we are in this war in Iran.
Look, I think that we have to finish the job. Simply, Iran has demonstrated to the world why a nuclear-armed Iran is an untenable Iran. Look what they're doing to the Strait of Hormuz. Look how they're threatening all their neighbors right now. Can you imagine if they had a nuclear weapon and they'd feel invulnerable? So, no, the president has to follow through with his threats, and also we need to finish it off, and this regime has to go. And so, I support what the president is doing. We just need to press forward because, look, Iran is like a cancer, and sometimes the cure to cancer hurts, but the cancer has to be eliminated, and that cancer is Iran.
Yeah, Liz, this is exactly what I want to get your.
They're a cancer that we have to destroy. That's 100 million people you're talking about. 100 million people. There are a handful of Republicans in Congress. Nathaniel Moran of Texas, writing, "That is not who we are. It's not consistent with the principles that have long guided America." Lisa Murkowski said that this threat cannot be excused away. Kevin Kiley of California. But like, I got to be honest with you guys. There's not a lot of Republicans that stepped forward and said this isn't right. That's it. Those three. I don't know if you had any illusions about potentially Republicans being secretly good people in Congress. You are incorrect. I mean, fuck, here's Randy Fine, one of the most unhinged genocide enjoyers in Congress. Happy power plant and Bridge Eve. Fucking lunatic. I'm gonna play 2 more clips of this because I'm about at my limit of how mad I can be at these fucking genocidal freaks that Republican voters have deemed fit as their representatives. Here's Representative Sherry Biggs.
Committee, the House Homeland Security Committee.
Just the Chiron here, Trump, a whole civilization will die tonight. And she's like fucking smiling like a psychopath.
Homeland Security Committees, and she is also a lieutenant colonel in the Air National Guard. Wonderful to see you back here. Today is a huge day as the world kind of holds its breath to see what Iran does, what President Trump does. Talk to us about why you thought that was an important message, as many are looking at the sentiment for a war here, and of course the brave men and women who were there and who could be serving in it.
Well, hello, and thank you so much for having me today. First of all, I would just like to clarify, I don't think war is good. I would love to see some kind of resolve to this conflict quick, because I want our men and women to come home safely. But unfortunately, I think that at times you have to use strength, and there is peace through strength. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. And there is the cost for hesitation. And President Trump understands that. And I've seen what I think is...
There is peace through strength. She says above a Chiron, Trump, a whole civilization will die tonight. Peace through strength. Fucking fascist.
It's encouraging to me that he has tried to have communication and put an end to this.
There is something demonic about this. And like I don't believe in demons, I don't believe in ghosts, but like this is the closest we're gonna fucking get to demons on Earth. Right? Like, if you ever needed, like, fuel for your imagination, this is a demon straight from Central Casting. Absolutely unspeakable amounts of evil that these people are just displaying openly, wantonly. Like, they're going on television and basically doing everything except for a villain laugh. Like, if you wrote this lady's speech in a book, for children, like a young adult, adventure novel, and had that entire answer, word for word, printed on the page, every child, teenager, young adult who reads that book would understand that this is the villain. The villain of the story is the one who is standing there saying, well, I'm going to wipe out an entire civilization. Guys, we don't even have to like fictionalize this anymore. Like, the president of the United States is out there essentially saying we are going to try and kill everybody. We are not just the baddies, we're the cartoon baddies. Yeah, some of them do the evil laugh. That's true. Lindsey Graham's got it on lock. But I mean, let's just take a quick look over here at Megyn Kelly talking with that one conservative lady from The Hill. I forget what her name is. Emily something. Anyway, this is the last clip of this I'm going to play for you guys because there are so many examples of the unhinged and vile behavior from conservatives in this country. I do not know what has to happen to mangle your heart to turn you into this kind of person, but like, holy shit.
Honestly, Trump could drop a nuke and I'd still vote Republican over those.
Sorry, that might not have been loud enough. Let me boost the volume for you guys. It's just
Honestly, Trump could drop a nuke and I'd still vote Republican over those people because they want to
Avenue voter.
In some ways, I really am. But honestly, what they want to do is nuke our own country. You know, it's like the open border, what they're doing to children, all that stuff is still they would do it all if put back in power. And I think most Republicans know that. Which is honestly, Trump could drop a nuke and I'd still vote Republican over those people.
Trump could drop a nuke and I would still vote Republican. Trump could slaughter 100 million people and you'd still vote for Donald Trump. On the one hand, 100 million people slaughtered, down to every last man, woman, and child. On the other hand, trans people get health care. It's an impossible scenario. 100 million people, trans people get health care, and also immigrants get treated like human beings. Oh no, I guess I would have to choose 100 million people being dead. It's insane that they are going on their shows and saying this full-throatedly, and their co-hosts or guests are laughing about it. This isn't a fucking joke. What are they doing to children? What, save them from Epstein? What? No, Megyn Kelly is, of course, on Team Donald Trump. Okay, so Megyn Kelly, by the way, is going out there saying like, well, 15-year-olds, if they dress up like they're older, they got to come into them. That's Megyn Kelly out over here. Okay, as she tries to get back into Trump's good graces, and Megyn Kelly, downplaying the Epstein files. Yeah, barely legal 15-year-olds, Megyn Kelly. And on top of that, Megyn Kelly is Team Epstein? Yes. By the way, worth noting that all of this threat, you might have noticed in one of the earlier clips that we shared, there was a picture of potential targets on civilian infrastructure, one being the desalination plants in Iran. Worth noting that Tehran itself is going to have to move location, like straight up move the location of the capital of Iran so that people can continue to live in the capital because Tehran is out of water. This is from last year, November of last year. We talked about this on the show. But yeah, Iran's water infrastructure is fucked and they have to move their capital. That was already happening prior to the United States bombing everything, okay? And this whole mess, right? It's just one thing after another. This is all just absolutely positively fucked. And Republicans want to make it more so. Also, apparently, the Israelis are extraordinarily upset that there is a ceasefire. Apparently, a lot of Israeli officials are just freaking the fuck out because they've been making contingency plans specifically to try and continue to achieve their war goals. And despite the fact that Iran specifically included Lebanon in their ceasefire agreement with the United States, Israel, as of 16 minutes ago, is actually claiming the temporary ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon. So this might be the potential weak point of the entire ceasefire itself, which is that Iran has been negotiating on top of, for itself, they've been negotiating on behalf of Lebanon as well. And if Israel continues to invade and ethnically cleanse Lebanon, which they've been doing and has been reported by even mainstream news here in the United States, well, that could be what causes these peace talks to fail. So everything that is happening right now is really contingent on, on a whole lot of things going incredibly correctly. And those things are contingent on the incredibly inept people being sent by the United States to properly, keep their balance on this tightrope. So I know that the United States, Donald Trump desperately wants a way out of this conflict in a way that makes him look like a winner. It's why in all of his press conferences, he's trying to claim victory. But Israel does not want peace. Israel has time and time and time again undermined peace negotiations. In fact, I believe Netanyahu himself has said that one of his proudest moments was derailing the Oslo Accords. There's a lot of hurdles between where we are now and like a lasting peace in this particular instance. And I do want to add one more thing, right? Which is that according to the Associated Press director of news for Iran and the Gulf, whose name is John Gambrell, the Associated Press, as of about an hour and a half ago, is saying that Iran's essentially 10-point plan includes an additional point in Farsi that has not been widely reported on in English, which is that they want to have an acceptance of enrichment codified into their peace agreement. And that might be another thing that causes a massive, massive failure in these negotiations, because Donald Trump knows that he can't claim any victory unless he gets them to agree to not enrich. So, yeah, that is where we're at with a lot of the peace negotiations. Might be worth noting or asking ourselves, how did we get here? Well, thankfully, the New York Times came out with a really helpful piece earlier today. How Trump took the U.S. to war with Iran. There's a lot of interesting tidbits in here, of course. But one thing I would like to say is this is interesting. The presentation that Mr. Netanyahu would make over the next hour would be pivotal in setting the United States and Israel on the path towards a major armed conflict in the middle of one of the world's most volatile regions. It will lead to a series of discussions inside the White House over the following days and weeks, the details of which had not been previously reported, in which Mr. Trump weighed his options and risks before giving the go-ahead to join Israel in attacking Iran. Now, let's take a look here. Of course, in the Situation Room on February 11th, Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting that Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. At one point, the Israelis played for Trump a brief video that included a montage of potential new leaders who could take over the country if the hardline government fell. Among those featured was Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah, now a Washington-based dissident who had tried to position himself as a secular leader who could shepherd Iran towards a post-theocratic government. Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to a near-certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks, the regime would be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz, and the likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries was assessed as minimal. And, Mossad's intelligence indicated that street protests inside Iran would begin again. And basically none of that happened. None of that happened. Like, this was just completely nonsense. All of this, by the way, happened while apparently J.D. Vance was out of the country, which seems calculated to keep J.D. Vance out of the room so that they could try and, like, manipulate Donald Trump even harder. We're just like absolutely, I have no words. I have no words for what has happened here, you know? Not to mention the fact that, like, part of the reason, ostensibly, all of this is being done is because Iran is a threat to, Israel, and Israel argues that Iran is a threat to all Jewish people because Iran is deeply anti-Semitic, etc., etc., etc. Well, also over the last several days, Israel apparently bombed a synagogue in Iran. This is the aftermath.
سلام 18 فروردین 1405 هست در مرکز تهران هستیم، جایی که یک منطقه مسکونی هدف حمله سیفیلیست آمریکایی قرار گرفته. اما نکته‌ای که حائز اهمیت هست که ساختمانی که الان پشت سر من مشاهده می‌کنید در مجاورتش یک کنیسه بوده که هدف حمله موشکی دشمن قرار گرفته و
But yeah, you can see A lot of destruction here.
ساختمان‌هایی که وجود داشته
Worth noting, here is some additional footage from the same network. Here are some of the Jewish folks coming to inspect the ruins of their synagogue. Worth noting, of course, because I know that there are going to be some people who are like, synagogues in Iran? Yes, in fact, you can go on Wikipedia and find a list of all of the synagogues in Iran. There are quite a few, actually. Weird how that works out, huh? Most of them around Tehran. When I was still in the Marines, we went on to a joint training exercise in Jordan in 2019. A cultural advisor came and said Iran was an ally against ISIS back then. Yep. Iran was a major player against ISIS just a handful of years ago. Worked alongside U.S. troops in the region. And also worth noting that after 9/11, Iran reached out and coordinated with the United States. There were mass outpourings of support for the United States in the aftermath of 9/11. And today, Republicans are rejoicing at the idea of mass annihilation of the very people who expressed support for the United States in some of our darkest moments. So cool stuff. Cool stuff. As Iran's synagogues get bombed. I don't know. This is a real article posted today from The Hill. Trump's gone too far. Invoke the 25th Amendment before it's too late. Like we're just we are in a moment where I think we need to be pushing as hard as we can to get this man out of power immediately. Okay? I might be a long shot. Call your elected officials. Call every member of Congress you got. All right? Tell them to impeach and convict. Tell them to invoke the 25th Amendment. Tell them to do whatever they can to get this orange fuck out of office, because he's genuinely raining terror upon the entire world. All right? Like, you've gotten to the point where, like, The Hill is Joker posting in the opinion section. All right? Now, some people might be asking, why invoke the 25th Amendment at all? And the reason people are talking about the 25th Amendment is that it's immediate. Right? The 25th Amendment takes place immediately, as opposed to impeachment and conviction and removal, which can take, months. It can take a long time to do. And so that's why you're seeing people invoking the 25th Amendment, because the 25th Amendment also takes Congress to approve. Right? So if you need help figuring out who to call, go to 5calls.org and you can get a list of your elected members of Congress and their phone numbers. You can call their different offices and leave messages, leave voicemails. I'm guessing that there are going to be some pretty full voicemail boxes, but in that case, you can actually fax them at their offices. Use faxzero.com. We are just in a time of absolute insanity. We're in a time where Alex Jones is calling for the impeachment and removal of the president on the grounds of genocide. Like, he's threatening genocide. He's got to go. I mean, Tucker Carlson is out here also.
It is vile on every level. It begins with a promise to use the U.S. military, our military, to destroy civilian infrastructure in another country, which is to say to commit a war crime, a moral crime against the people of the country. Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say, no, I'll resign. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this because this is insane. And if given the order, I'm not carrying it out. It is
like, I'm not handing it to Tucker Carlson. Why I'm pointing this out is because this is the next threat. The next threat are these political opportunists who are going to rise on the back of this. I mean, here's Alex Jones.
Third existential threat. How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and pretend, let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for a internal coup before.
Ever. But that's how dangerous this is. That's how risky it is for the whole world.
Yeah, if I was the Democrats, I'd stop poking Trump and messing with him. That only makes it worse. Like, you guys need to watch out. This isn't a guy acting like he's crazy. This is real.
Well, what's there going to be to take over in 2026 or 2028 if this hits the fan? If we get it, he's threatening an extinction level event for the people of Iran tomorrow. Does nobody think there'll be any blowback from that? If he follows through on that, the whole world is screwed.
You were saying during the break, there's other ways to do this. People need to just not just tell him the truth, like Susie Walsh said. It's time to just not. I mean, say what you just said.
Yeah, well, legally and constitutionally, the vice president is an independent elected official. The same as legally and constitutionally, the only oath any member of the military takes, any member of the State Department takes, any member of the intelligence community takes.
I mean, like, this is where we're at. You know, like, the grifters are coming out of the woodwork to try and take advantage of this. I mean, Candace Owens. This is a satanic administration. We all realize that satanic Zionists occupy the White House and Congress needs to move to have the Mad King Trump removed. All of our lives may depend on other countries realizing that Trump is deeply unwell and surrounded by religious fanatics who have convinced him that he is the Messiah. We are in uncharted territory. Leaders worldwide need to act accordingly. I mean, this is the next threat. The next threat is that people like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Joe Rogan, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Marjorie Taylor Greene. These people are all coming out and saying, like, this guy is crazy. He cannot be allowed to have power. And even Megyn Kelly, who we just saw in a clip not that long ago say, like, he could drop a nuke and I'd still vote for Republicans. Even she's going like, well, this guy is too crazy to be in power, but like Republicans are okay. And so I'm not saying this to be like, oh, he's losing them, but I am saying that these people know where the political wind is blowing, and the political wind right now is blowing against Donald Trump. That there is an ability to build up your recognition, your power, your brand, etc. by, you know, being a Republican who is vocally anti-Trump. And by doing so, especially someone like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, they're positioning themselves as like this Christian nationalist, anti-Semite far right, right? Like that's the niche they all inhabit. Like Tucker Carlson goes on his show and he will just straight up like repeat blood libel claims. Right? Like he's genuinely an anti-Semite. The same with, Alex Jones, the same with Candace Owens. They all are in that niche. Okay. Some of them have been cagier about it than others. Tucker Carlson, I think, is a bit, at least the clips that get shared of Tucker Carlson are very rarely the ones where he is engaging in blood libel, for example. But they are doing this on purpose because they understand that this gets them views, it gets them power, it gets them, the audience that is being, audience. But the Republicans who are being ostracized and put off by this genocidal rhetoric, right? This is where like the next fascist threat is going to come from. Oh yeah, Tucker Carlson. I'm terrified of Tucker Carlson running for president. It is one of those things that keeps me up at night. He's been incubating for a long time, fine-tuning his message. He's recognizable. I'm worried about it. And I also just want to put out there, this has been enabled by the genocidal rhetoric of the mainstream GOP. The genocidal rhetoric is not just like Donald Trump. It is mainstream GOP. They're basically like one bad day, one like off the record racist rant away from calling like Iranians cockroaches. Like they are straight up dehumanizing folks. And like this has been baked in. It's one of the things I've been talking about for a long time. I've been talking about the fact that, oh, well, they're dehumanizing trans people. They're making trans people into targets for like fascistic abuse, right? And not only that, then, well, it's immigrants. And now it's Iranians. And like, you've got that mixing with like a sense of faux righteousness, end times prophecy. Like, and these people are willing and unfortunately able to carry out unimaginable acts of violence. It is like we might be beyond that precipice of the timeline that Donald Trump gave earlier today for 8 p.m. Eastern time before potentially annihilating the entire country of Iran. But I don't think we're out of the woods when it comes to this fascism, to when it comes to potentially whatever happens next after these negotiations break down. And I do want to say at this particular moment, before we conclude this segment, which has been very long, I appreciate your patience, everybody, that as of about 10 minutes ago, Israel shelled the town of Barachit, which is in southern Lebanon. So Israel is not recognizing the ceasefire when it comes to Lebanon. And we will see how that, what implications that has for a continuation of this ceasefire or any additional peace negotiations that may happen from here. We will be very lucky to see the Islamabad talks come to be. Keep an eye on Lebanon, folks. And all I have to say, call your elected representatives, call your elected senators, call everyone you can, tell them to impeach the motherfucker, and get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get organized, because things are going to get worse before they get better. Okay? Make your Democrats more progressive. Make your DSA more effective. Organize with labor. We're moving towards a May Day general strike and potentially longer ones after that. So now's the time to get organized. Get organized, get organized, get organized. There are more of us than there are of them, and they need our labor for this entire country to function. So get organized. And with that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment letting me know what you think about potentially the end of the world. Leave a comment longer than 8 words, really helps. And also, folks, go check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It's non-tucking lingerie, elegant, sexy, beautiful. Go check it out. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. So, folks, I have to tell you guys, I have never encountered a story that hit me quite like this. I don't know what to tell you, but the guy who's in charge of responding to natural disasters for FEMA is in the news today because he believes that he can teleport using the power of God. And he believes he teleported into a Waffle House in Rome, Georgia. And the New York Times did a story about it. And their headline was, "No one at Waffle House remembers FEMA official who says he teleported in. Greg Phillips, who's in charge of responding to fires and floods, says the hand of God suddenly and mysteriously moved him to a 24-hour breakfast spot in Rome, Georgia." And, I gotta say, this guy does look like the kind of guy you would see claiming to be teleported to a Waffle House in Georgia. if I had to imagine that guy, it would look like this man with a bit more tinfoil in his outfit. So, you know, this story is crazy. Shastoni Burge has worked for a decade as a Waffle House server in Rome, Georgia, much of it on the night shift. She said she was once punched in the face by a customer. She saw someone overdose in the bathroom. One night, a man took all the steak knives and threatened the staff with them. But she has never seen anyone teleport to the place. I've seen it all, says Miss Burge, 38, but I've never seen that. And you know what? I know this might sound strange, but I believe her. All right. I like, this is actually insane
Trump's
to me.
People are actually crazy and not just fake crazy. This is that real stuff.
Oh yeah, no, you're not getting that synthetic crazy. You're getting like pure, unadulterated, good, organic crazy, you know? But yeah, in December, Mr. Phillips, 65, a former top health official in Texas, was appointed to head FEMA's Office of Response and Recovery. The office, with more than 1,000 employees and a budget of nearly $300 million, is central to FEMA's job of responding to disasters like hurricanes, earthquakes, and fires. Mr. Phillips was known at the time as a proponent of election fraud conspiracy theories, some of which were amplified by Mr. Trump. Things got stickier for Mr. Phillips last month when an investigative report by CNN detailed how, on podcasts and social media, he had propagated other conspiracy theories, used violent rhetoric in discussing former President Biden, and recounted how on 2 occasions he had somehow found himself being moved by forces beyond his control dozens of miles from 2 different starting points in Georgia. Teleporting is no fun, he said on the podcast Onward, which is hosted by a conservative activist. Also, why are they all sitting like this? Okay, whatever. I don't care. I need to know more.
There we go. Whiteness expunged.
Pluvius, thank you for subscribing. The word teleportation was not mine. It was used by someone else in the conversation reaching for language to describe something with no easy name. The more accurate biblical terms are translated or transported, not new ideas for people of faith. I'm sorry. What? Oh, wow. Okay. This is a lot more than that. Okay, let's just get it straight from the source. Friends, I was healed of cancer, and it was a miracle. The podcast at the center of this controversy was part of chronicling that journey. And during that journey, things happened that I cannot explain. I've been fighting cancer. First as prostate cancer, and then as stage 4 metastatic bone cancer since 2019. In 2023, I was given less than 12 months to live. When conventional medicine had exhausted its options, I embarked on an alternative protocol and documented it honestly. 12 winks in real time. The episode that became the basis for the recent press coverage was in the very first week. I was in the opening days of extensive treatment, heavily medicated, not thinking about future headlines. The context was nowhere in the reporting. The word teleportation was not mine. It was used by someone else in the conversation, reaching for language to describe something with no easy name. The more accurate biblical terms are translated or transported, not new ideas for people of faith. According to Pew Research, 162 million Americans identify as Christians. This Holy Week, every one of them is preparing to celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ. If you believe that God moves in ways we cannot fully explain, as I do, then having faith is not a soundbite. It is the whole point. 1 month after the protocol ended, my tests showed no evidence of disease. There are 18 million cancer survivors in the United States. Every one of them knows what it means to fight for your life by whatever means are available. The press chose to mock that fight. I want those 18 million people to know I believe in miracles! My commitment to this work has not changed. I came to Washington to serve. God bless America. He is risen. His reasoning here is, I said that on a podcast while I was whacked out on drugs. But I honestly believe that I was transported by God to a Waffle House. And I don't think all 162 million Christian Americans are all on board with your story about being transported to a Waffle House for seemingly no reason. You know, I don't think that, like, God might work in mysterious ways, right? But, like, if you're arguing that God just capriciously teleports you to Waffle Houses, was there something significant going on at the Waffle House? It was a failed rapture. God accidentally pressed the rapture button a little too early. Had to press it again real quick. Why would God teleport a random man to a Waffle House but not heal 1 million kids who have cancer? Well, he can't teleport and cure cancer of 1 million kids at the same time. He was able to cure one person of cancer and teleport him to a Waffle House. Is that not enough to prove his divinity?
Actually, Jack, you have to use his preferred verbs. He was translated, not teleported.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nathan. I forgot. These people are very against preferred pronouns, but, you do need to use their preferred verbs or they get very angry. Oh my god. This story is wild. Also, the comments below his account. We should believe and expect miracles in our lives. I'm so grateful you were able to speak your voice today. I'm grateful to you and your friendship. They can't defund the DHS completely, so they attack those who are serving the people of our nation. I'm tremendously sorry this happened. I love this. God is good all the time. Grateful for your miracle, Greg. Continued prayers for your health. Thank you for being a beacon of light for Jesus. You shine mighty bright. Thank you for serving our nation. Godspeed. I prayed for you, brother. Jesus will always be the answer. And Fox News, Dr. Mark Siegel also has a best-selling book on miracles. God is awesome.
And Lotha waffles weren't good, and the syrup bountiful. But the spirit of confusion washed over the waffle makers, and they doth forget.
You've heard of the destruction of the Tower of Babel, but how many of you have heard the tale of the Waffle House of Babel? How God doth bring low the Waffle House of Rome, Georgia. A destructive plague upon your house, your Waffle House. It's just so many people. Not a single person being like, are you sure you teleported, Greg? Are you sure you teleported or were translated, Greg? Just one question in the comments. That's all I ask. I do want to say, I know I opened today's show by making fun of the New York Times, but I do want to say, whoever wrote this particular article, hats off to you, okay? Because they continue to go through this article, but no one at any of the 3 Waffle Houses recognized his picture. In a phone interview on Thursday, Sidney Perkowitz, emeritus professor of physics at Emory University, said the pulling off of the teleportation of an entire human being would be a neat trick. The amount of information you need to reproduce something as complicated as a body is so immense, I don't think there's a number that can express it, he said. Expressing what you need about every atom, every electron, etc. is just off the charts as far as the data goes. Like, you bitches bothered to call a fucking professor of physics to ask about human teleportation by God to a Waffle House. And I for one applaud the fucking audacity and the just desire to bury this claim. Wouldn't his car have also been teleported? Yeah, we need to examine the security cameras of those Waffle Houses. Maybe they've got him being moved by the hand of God in the same way someone who's a little bit high at like 3 o'clock in the morning gets moved to order some Taco Bell. Maybe the spirit of God, the spirit of the munchies, could be a number of different things that bring you to a Waffle House in the wee hours of the morning. Okay. I'm wondering if it's just the Waffle House or if he can go wherever. Is it like Time Traveler's Wife where it happens randomly? I don't know. Also, because he mentioned it happened to him twice. Was he teleported to a Waffle House 2 different times? That's one thing I'm a bit unclear about in his relation of this event, because he talks about it happening twice. And I need to know if it happened to two
Hot
times to a
take.
Waffle House.
Even people too dumb to know they're reaching for metaphor will stumble around looking for a way to describe the uncanny.
I think that is true. They also talk about Tucker Carlson being mauled by a demon. That definitely wasn't the 3 dogs he sleeps with. At the Waffle House of Rome this week, Waffle Houses of Rome this week, Mr. Phillips's assertion of supernatural travel was met with skepticism. At the branch on U.S. Route 411 close to a Quality Inn and a pest control company, Estelle Mandeville, 27, was finishing up breakfast. Miss Mandeville, a North Carolinian woman who was traveling for work, described herself as as uncomfortably atheist and noted that she personally had come to Rome in a 2018 Kia Niro. Oh, that's nice, sweetie. You teleported here? I came here in my fucking Kia. Grant Sykes, 20, a student at nearby Berry College who hopes to attend an Episcopal seminary one day, said that divine power, from his experience, expressed itself in more subtle ways. He said he felt the presence of God at that moment as he wrapped up a late, mellow breakfast with his grandfather, Larry Kellogg, 83. Austin Spears, 29, a land surveyor, also found Mr. Phillips' story to be dubious, but he acknowledged that all human lives are studded with little mysteries. I can say I've been drunk and ended up in a Waffle House, Mr. Spears said. Don't know how I got there, but I was there. And I just... a very different kind of spirit moving him to the Waffle House in that case. Oh my God. I feel God in this Chili's tonight. I can't confirm, was there the prophet Ezekiel was making the melts. Oh God. Hats off to Richard Fawcett, who's the main reporter behind this piece. You did not have to go so hard on this piece, but you did. And I for one appreciate it. I think we all appreciate the coverage of this mysterious teleporting natural disaster responding man who works for FEMA. Holy shit. Everything's fucking crazy right now. Yeah, look, maybe he drank too much of the blood of Christ, you know what I'm saying? Truly God works in hungry ways. Incredible stuff. All right, folks, if you got anything out of that, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Leave a comment longer than 8 words telling me about how the spirit moved you to a nearby Waffle House. What exactly happened? What was the process? What was it like to be translated by God into your local Waffle Houses? And of course, get organized, because I gotta tell you, if this wackadoo nut job can be put in charge of a $300 million organization that is designed to respond to people in moments of crisis, there's nothing stopping you from showing up and becoming someone who is able to lead. And I guarantee you're going to be infinitely more qualified than this man who apparently keeps teleporting to a Waffle House. This guy's genuinely like a walking, talking SCP post. It's crazy. Anyway, get organized. Join your local Dems. Make them more progressive. Join your local DSA. Make them more effective. If you need help getting started, you can join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help joining your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And also, folks, you can usually find one or both of them over on riverboat.gg over here. It's the on-screen chat. Just type riverboat.gg into your browser. You'll find your way over here. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. It is non-tucking lingerie. It's elegant. It's beautiful. It's sexy. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And Banana Brains is telling me not to end the segment. I am curious. Do we have additional teleportation facts for everybody? Imagine what this man could do as a DoorDash delivery person.
We had a teleport
great.
incident, 2 of them, and I ended up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was.
That man who is, yes, talking about teleporting to a Waffle House is Greg Phillips, and he now holds one of the most...
I do appreciate CNN choosing the most worried-looking man I've ever seen in my life to report this story.
...important jobs at FEMA, overseeing the Office of Response and Recovery.
It was an incredibly frightening moment to experience yourself in your car flying through the air. But
Okay, so when he says teleported, we've got breaking information, folks. His teleportation was actually Harry Potter car travel. You all remember the Harry Potter car flying through the air? He has a flying car. This bitch flying through the air in his fucking Ford Mustang. Let's go.
tell you, teleporting is no fun.
Phillips is a far-right actor.
Teleporting it's no fun flying through the air in your car? Are you kidding me? That would be so fucking fun. Shut the fuck up. Teleportation is wasted on these people. Teleportation is wasted on these people. I can't, man.
Activist, and he now helps determine how the government responds when disaster strikes, coordinating billions of dollars in search and rescue operations and emergency aid. He was appointed to this.
This man watched Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets and thought to himself, "Oh yeah, that's me. That's me for real. I'm just like Ronald Weasley."
Position in December, and a CNN K-File review of Phillips' podcast and social media history found a long record of extraordinary personal claims.
We then tracked down what we felt like were 3 million non-citizen voters.
Election fraud conspiracy theories, and violent rhetoric towards public officials.
You said we know that 3 million illegally voted. Do you have the proof?
Yes.
Will you provide it?
Yes.
Can I have it?
No.
Okay, can we just real talk? This man greatly benefited from growing a beard. Number one. Number two, just want you to know, under the Trump administration, this guy is now in charge of deciding who lives and dies in national disasters. So, good job, everyone. I hope you feel safer, MAGA. This guy's flying to your rescue in his car.
In January 2025, after Trump took office, Phillips was discussing a Trump executive order that targeted intelligence officials who had...
No, officer, I'm not driving. I'm teleporting.
Can't arrest me if I'm flying, officer! Yeehaw! He's like a flying Duke of Hazzard. God, fuck.
So yeah, I have Trump derangement syndrome. Fuck it. I am proud of it. Okay? I'm proud of it. But I want you all to think about the NSPM 7. We're going to talk about that. But first, I just want to talk about a couple of other things and then we'll get into the meat of the show since I spent like 10 minutes reading everything from the first term because we're living the second term. All right. So here we go. Let me show you, what do I have here? I didn't really set up too much of a show because like I said, I was making an ad. I was working. And it was actually nice to do it and I think they liked it. I think he liked it. And the guy that I was making the ad for, he was really nervous. I had to do so many edits and cuts to get it all in one thing. Like he didn't do just one talk. I had a 50 zillion cuts and then I had to cut and edit and make the music go the way because it was his music. He wanted the Grateful Dead, which, oh yeah, I can't show it. I'll get a copyright. Well, maybe I'll put it up on another channel. You want to see it and I'll make it on whatever. But anyway, so it was good, but it was a lot of work. It was a lot of cutting and a lot of editing and a lot of putting together in the music. And it's very detailed work, but I like doing it. I like doing videos. So yeah, that was good. Somebody else said I'm in good. Yeah, definitely. Fucking dude's brain. I'm telling you, I'm in a mood. But I knew that well, actually, I really did not know this shit was going to happen. I really actually didn't know. I made Substack videos. I don't even think I pulled up the videos that I made. I wonder if I should pull up the video I made and we could see another video. I had a Substack post because I was like really, really disgusted. Blue. It's very short. And then I have another one because we're also going to talk about I'll play the short one. Hang on. Let me play the short one.
The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Yep. And it wasn't. It wasn't. So, but I couldn't sleep. I had a hard time sleeping. I couldn't even sleep. The war first, and then we're going to do NSPM 7. So this is from Gulf Business, and it's Iran's 10-point proposal to end the war. They've outlined a 10-point plan. And then they rejected the U.S. 15-point plan, linking any deal to sanctions relief and regional de-escalation. As Donald Orange Turd, he issues a final ultimatum. All right. So I'm just going to summarize the article. Following a rejection of U.S. peace framework, Iran has proposed a 10-point plan for ending conflict, demanding guarantees against attack, lifting of sanctions, an end to regional fighting. The proposal includes reopening the Strait of Hormuz with transit fees. Trump, demanding the strait's immediate opening, has threatened military action if Iran fails to comply by his deadline, escalating tensions. So they want to end, the big thing is end Israel from striking Lebanon. Cut the shit. And a permanent end to this bullshit war, which I agree with them. I agree with them. The wars have to go. This bullshit has to stop. Israel is Gaza-ing Lebanon, and it's disgusting. Trump ultimatum raises stakes. Trump, who threatened to rain hell on Tehran if it fails to comply by 8 o'clock. That was tonight. See, now we didn't know it was going to happen at 9 o'clock, right? So it was Pakistan who came in and started doing this. Pakistan did the negotiations and they put forward a 15-point framework. So we've got what? 2 weeks. But what's going on in the world of X? 2 weeks. Let's see if I can find I don't know if I have okay. So we have 2 weeks. The following members of Congress are now calling for him to be removed via the 25th Amendment. But you know what's going to happen? All of his toadies are going to say, but look how successful he was. He negotiated with Pakistan. He did all these negotiations. I don't think he's capable of negotiating jack shit. I think he's feeble. I think he's got temporal lobe dementia. I don't think he's the one that's doing any of this shit. So look at all the people. And it's not just all Democrats, but it's a lot of Democrats. There's a lot of them. I won't read them to you, but there's a lot. Are they going to be able to not be spineless pussies and actually do something? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I know it was headed by Marjorie Taylor Greene, who she's her and Tucker Carlson, but they're in this for different reasons, I think. But that's what's happening. They are asking him. They want to do this. You think they're going to do it? Nah, they're never going to get it because people like Randy Fine, not my favorite. Not my favorite. I can't stand this motherfucker. I really can't. I can't stand him. Let me see if I have the bookmark on this side. No, I have it on my other one. Hang on. We'll go here. Oh, all of a sudden I've got quite a bit of action on this one. Let's go to the bookmarks and let me look at my stuff here because I'm going to tell you something. X is owned by an asshole. Complete asshole. But there's a difference between X and Blue Sky. And I'm going to bitch about Blue Sky a little bit. We're going to go there. All right. This is Randy Fine. And I have bitched about him before because he went from a know-nothing congressman from Florida, and all he does is tweet. And his tweets are Islamophobic, just like Laura Loomer. He's absolutely horrible, just absolutely the worst. And in fact, I can show you, let me see if I have it. I can show you really quick the video I made. And I troll him horribly on Political Coffeehouse on X. I do. I spend a lot of time trolling. I probably shouldn't, but I do.
Happy Bridge and Power Plant Eve. I mean, I think President Trump has laid out very clearly that they will either get in line or it will be bombs away. And for those who are concerned about it, people need to understand this. Power plants that fuel the Iranian military, but also fuel civilian resources, are legitimate military targets. Bridges that the military uses, but also are used for civilians, are legitimate targets. If you use these things in dual use, they are legitimate targets. And it is time for us to send an overwhelming message to the Iranian government that we are not going to put up with it. So they can join the community of Western nations or they can get blown up.
Randy is a terrorist. Domestic terrorists who are motivated by a range of ideologies and galvanized by recent political and societal events in the United States pose an elevated threat to the homeland. And he is a fucking he's a fucking terrorist. He is a terrorist. And I cannot stand him. So of course I troll him. You know, let me see. I think I might have had one more picture. Here, let's put this up. That's it. He's a terrorist. I use this picture because he's a goddamn terrorist. And let me get rid of this. So if you read this, he does exactly what terrorists do. They exploit a variety of popular media platforms, smaller websites with targeted audiences, and encrypted chats. So he's a terrorist, and he should be out of Congress. He's Islamophobic. It's so disgusting what he does. It really is. He's so disgusting. I cannot fucking stand this guy. And I've done shows about talking about him before, but him and Laura Loomer, those are the two people I completely troll. I can't stand them. I really can't stand them. So, I mean, she's another one, completely disgusting, and she's Islamophobic. So here she's like, well, how about we restrain the Islamic terrorists? You know, the ones who blew your wife up. How come you simp for the people who killed your wife in the name of Islam? Traitor to your country and traitor to your wife, when this guy, who was in national security and knew a whole lot more than her, not that I liked him because he was probably a
Great news
Nazi.
this evening that there's been a 2-week ceasefire agreed upon tentatively between us and the Iranians. It's unconfirmed yet if the Iranians have accepted this deal as well, but I hope that they have. It's absolutely essential that we ensure that the Israelis do not sabotage this 2-week ceasefire,
because they
or
will.
the lasting peace that we're trying to achieve with the Iranians. We're on the cusp of being able to have the Strait of Hormuz reopened to hopefully start to get the world energy supply and commerce back online. The last thing we need is the Israelis doing what they have done in past negotiations and targeting the negotiators, or taking a series of strikes that escalates the conflict. In order to ensure that we can restrain the Israelis, we actually have to start removing features of the military support that we give to them. We have to take away enough from them that they simply cannot go on the offense, that they're using all their military capabilities that we provide for them and that they have organically for the defense of their country and not for offensive operations inside of Iran. It's absolutely critical that we take this step and don't just take Israel's word for it, that they agree to this ceasefire simply because they have a very bad track record of adhering to these deals. We also have to keep in mind that Israel has a different strategic outcome than we do. Us working towards any kind of a deal with the Iranian government works against the Israeli strategic objectives of toppling this government completely and totally. We have to recognize that in order to properly address Israel, because Israel could spoil any peace that President Trump is working to achieve. So we have to keep that in mind. It's very good news we took this ceasefire. We have to understand that there is no military solution to the conflict right now. Basically, every action militarily that we've taken has only strengthened the regime. And
I know,
it's done a
TR.
lot to destabilize the entire region and to take away the security.
But I
and
wanted to
safety
hear
and
this.
free commerce of all of the energy and oil and natural gas that flows out of the region through the Strait of Hormuz. So we have to keep our main objective in mind. It's getting that lasting peace, and we will be the more powerful nation for providing that lasting peace and stability. We will not gain a more powerful position by continuing to escalate the conflict or continuing to strike Iran. In order for us to achieve this goal that we have of bringing about a lasting peace, keeping the Strait of Hormuz open, we have to restrain the Israelis. We have to keep that in mind. So I continue to pray for peace, pray for President Trump, pray for him to have clarity, pray for successful peace negotiations, pray for our men and women downrange in harm's way.
All right, pray, pray, pray. There was a reason I played this. Now, we know that this guy was definitely awful, but he was number 2 next to Tulsi cult member, fake Hindu Gabbard. But you see, Laura Loomer hates Joe Kent, so I like that because I hate her. I mean, I'm using the word hate. She's just disgusting. I troll her horribly. I tell her, isn't your mother calling you? I say, you should be ashamed of yourself, Laura. But this guy, I mean, he's so sick. Are they going to drop Randy Fine on Iran? Brett Mysalis, that was pretty good because Randy's made himself into something. I mean, he literally put Happy Power Plant and Bridge Eve. Can you get worse than that? Can you see it? That's what he put. Fuck him. That's when I started making the video about him being a terrorist because he is a terrorist. Ugh, that's my congressman. That's an old one. He is a terrorist. But I don't know if you heard this one.
Expressed in the United
This
States
Amy
against
Goodman from a
policies
long
of
time
the
ago.
Israeli
Listen to
government.
this.
People here are called anti-Semitic. What is your
And
response
I'm not
to that
anti-Semitic,
as an Israeli
obviously.
Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money. And the ties between Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which it's okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money, and media, and other things.
Look at her
And their
face.
attitude
Look at her
is
face.
Israel, my country, right or wrong, the identification. And they are not ready to hear criticism. And it's very easy
They
to
still
blame
aren't.
people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitics and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people. And that justify everything we do to the Palestinians.
Well, they ain't suffering anymore. Well, they are. I think Tel Aviv is being bombed. I don't think we are even hearing any of the shit that's going on. I really don't. I don't. But these were bookmarks that I had because I wanted to make the point that even this second in, head of national intelligence who left because he saw. And I watched David Feldman earlier tonight before I did my show. And David made a point about Trump and not listening to people for this war. David's point was that everyone told him not to do this. Everyone, except for the goddamn, uh, what's his name? Hegseth. Hegseth said, go for it. We're going to do this because he's a religious nut. He's a nationalist. They believe that they're going to have Armageddon or whatever they're going to have. Him and Netanyahu. Trump listened to those two. And I know David Feldman does his homework. David is, yes. And you know what? You are 100% right about this. Let me make this a little bit bigger because it's wrong. It's really wrong. It's not anti-Semitic to talk about what the country's doing. We've watched what happened in Gaza. We've seen it all. I don't have to repeat it all. We've seen it all. We've seen so much of the horrors and we're seeing them bomb Lebanon, but we're not even seeing what we need to see. Our country suppressing the satellites. We are not seeing what happened to our guys. And I read an article by Dean Blundell on Substack that they don't even believe that these guys went in necessarily to get the pilot that was, and he's Canadian, he's writing, that the pilot that was shot down. And there's some speculation that was happening in was trying to get a uranium steal, trying to steal uranium. It's a good article. I put it on our Environmental Coffeehouse Facebook page. I don't know if I'm going to pull it up here right now because I really want to segue over from the war and I want to talk about Ken's documents. I want to talk about the article. He had a new article and I have done shows on this. Now, the thing about this is we are all in this. Now, let me find if I can get that one specific, if I have that graphic. I don't know. Did I bring it up? Yeah, this is the graphic. This is the budget to Congress. That's why I said that Randy Fine is a terrorist, because domestic terrorism, for more than a century, the FBI has occupied a critical role in protecting the United States from threats to national public safety, borders, economy, and a way of life. Domestic terrorists who are motivated by a range of ideologies and galvanized by recent political and societal events in the United States pose an elevated threat to the homeland. Boy, what does that sound like? The homeland. Domestic terrorists exploit a variety of popular social media platforms, which Randy does. Smaller websites with targeted audiences and encrypted chat applications. They use platforms to recruit new adherents, plan a rally support for in-person actions, and disseminate materials encouraging radicalization and mobilization to violence, which none of us do. But these people can say whatever they want. They can say whatever they want. So Ken's article, which is really good. I love Ken. I would love to have Ken on here. And I don't know if I wrote to him. I don't remember if I did. But his that was the request of Congress, the largest counterterrorism spending increase in years. And buried inside it is a new FBI-led center dedicated to proactively hunting Americans the government classifies as so-called domestic terrorists. Now, who is that? I have YouTube channels and I am not quiet. So we need a new name, though. National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. I want you all to start thinking about this. What kind of name could we give to this? Because people's eyes glaze over. NSPM 7, they glaze over. So this is really what it is. These are it's anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the US government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility to those who hold traditional American values on family. What are traditional American values on family? Pete Hegseth married 3 times with kids with everyone. Same thing with Donald Trump. How many times have they been married? And Donald Trump. It is the biggest hypocrisy on the planet. You know that all these guys that go to is Lindsey Graham a traditional American view on family? And hostility to those who hold traditional American views on religion. So if you left the Mormon church or you left a cult and you're talking about it online, can you be charged with hostility towards traditional American views on religion? And what the fuck are the traditional American views? Donald Trump never went to church. If you watch Mary Trump, I watched Mary Trump, she talked about this. They never went to church, but yet Paula White, Donald Trump's fake, phony, grifting bitch of a whatever she is, pastor, she was lying at Easter and saying, oh, Donald Trump grew up going to all kinds of, he went to church and he went to religious studies and all this horse shit that Mary Trump said. He did not. It's a lie. It's a lie. And I love this one. This one I think is the richest one. Hostility towards those who hold traditional views on morality. Who in the administration holds traditional views on morality? What the hell are they? What are they? So I read you sort of some of that, but in other words, if your political views are practically anything other than MAGA, you're on notice, courtesy of the FBI. The new center combats these supposed threats by integrating intelligence, operational support, and financial analysis, the budget request says. In creation, Its creation appears to be inspired by the murder of conservative commenter Charlie Kirk, who, by the way, didn't get killed by that bullet that they said originally. All of that shit's changing. But that was an event that reportedly precipitated the formulation of this NSPM7 in the first place, according to budget request, which alludes to heinous assassinations having dramatically increased. Have they? The budget request also singles out social media as some kind of breeding ground for domestic terrorism, saying domestic terrorists exploit a variety of popular social media platforms. Now listen, guys, go to Rumble. Go to Rumble, because it's not here. Go to 4chan. It's not on Blue Sky. Fuck no. It's not even X. Nobody's doing any kind of thing on X. Oh my gosh. But, he goes, good thing law-abiding Americans don't use those. So in testimony to Congress, FBI Director Kash Patel, that bastion of honesty, said he would investigate every single person on the Discord channels used by killer Tyler Robinson. Thank God it wasn't ours. But leaked screenshots of the same Discord chats that I obtained, that's Ken Klippenstein, as well as interviews I conducted with its participants, made clear that those chats were about gaming, not politics. And that was far from Patel's only overreach. So shortly after Kirk's death, he announced that the Bureau was investigating the possibility of accomplices, vowing to run down all theories and questions about outside involvement, including a possible foreign nexus. Now that's where, who comes in with that? What's her name? A couple of them on there on the right wing. Candace Owens. What has Candace Owens been kind of, from what I see on these lines? Candace Owens is pretty much saying it's, the country we can't talk about because they'll say we're anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's what she's been saying. Patel would later conclude that there was no evidence for any of it, but by then, baseless theories about an Israeli government role in Kirk's death had proliferated across social media. Joe Kent, TRIP's National Counterterrorism Center director, until his resignation last month, reportedly tried to investigate these claims while in government and has since echoed them publicly. So you really don't know. And of course, Kent is very anti-Israel. I'm not thrilled with Israel. I'm not. I'm not thrilled with their government. I hate their government. I don't hate people, but I don't like the government. I think their government is fascist. I'm sorry. I just don't. I'm not a Zionist for sure. God. And I've learned stuff about my own family and reading the books that I've been reading. Holy shit. Anyway, but that'll be another show, actually. So, shortly after Kirk's death, FBI Director Kash Patel testified to Congress that he was overseeing a 300% increase in domestic terrorism investigations because they are chasing up bullshit leads and bullshit trees. Because I think mostly the domestic terrorists are on the right, and they are the fascists, and they are the Proud Boy, or whoever the hell they are. All of those 4chan, go on Rumble, you'll see. Go on any of those underground sites. It's not progressives. It's not us. But they're going to try to peg it on people like me, or on people like Kyle Klinsky, or anybody on the left, because we don't agree with MAGA. So now it's going to be this threat screening center. And he says that the new mission broadened the scope to include all national security threats. which ostensibly was expanded to accommodate increased focus on transnational criminal organizations. Now the Threat Screening Center oversees multiple terrorist watch lists that separate international terrorists, transnational criminals, and purely domestic threats. So how about everybody that Don Jr. and Eric are involved with? I mean, those guys are involved with everything transnational to make money, under the table, any kind of criminal way. They are the criminals. Maybe they're not terrorists, but they're the criminals. Everything they're doing. Yeah. So it's growing. And that's what Ken said. The public might have won the Battle of Minneapolis, but the White House hasn't given up on its domestic terrorism fixation, even after virtually every official has walked back claims that Renee Good and Alex Peretti were domestic terrorists. So there was a few comments, but so this was written a couple of months before, because it's the same thing. Trump, FBI, and IRS team up to probe nonprofit groups for domestic terrorism links. Well, what about all those churches that are 501c3s because they don't pay taxes? Are they investigating who's in those churches? I mean, we already know there's a lot of children diddlers in them. That's all the time. I didn't pull up any of that stuff. She's not the attorney general anymore, but these are the things they're looking at. And I think it was on, let me see if it was a graphic. It might be a graphic. I had another graphic that showed, no, not that one. Oh, let me look on X, because there was another graphic that was specific, and it was not just this. And of course, they're, oh, I like this one because I like Marcy Wheeler. She wrote that the FBI's initiative with the IRS shows it's trying to criminalize dissent. Okay, dissent over protecting against Islamic and anti-Semitic terrorism that Trump has stoked with his illegal war. So there's a lot going on. Marcy's pretty good. She started her own channel. She's on every Friday, I believe. She's on with Nicole Sandler. If you ever catch Nicole Sandler's show, a good show. And so there's a lot of stuff. And we got to be careful. This is Common Dreams. We really have to be careful. Oh, here it is. What am I talking about? Okay, here it is. This was updated. And this is enough to chill you, okay? The Officer of Partner Engagement, Unclassified Law Enforcement Sensitive. Partners. Registration's now open for the monthly Office of Partner Engagement Law Enforcement Partner Speaking Series to provide insight into operational activities, intelligence, and emerging trends. So what they really want to do is they want to partner with all the cops everywhere, and the Homeland Security Force, and they had their first meeting in March, and they're going to be working with police departments all over the country. And let us see, there was another one. There was I think it was it might have been Zedio. Yeah, Trump's new Red Scare is coming to state and local police near you. Internal emails show that the FBI is instructing state and local police on how to enforce the president's crackdown on left-wing dissent. I know there's a lot bigger people, and I have a tiny little channel, but I'm not under the radar because I've been all over X, I mean, telling Randy Fine he's the terrorist, because he is. And this was on April 7th. Oh, he was live. I saw it, but the talking about it, I didn't watch it, but emails obtained by Zedio show that the Trump administration is pushing state and local police to target Americans with left-wing views. That's fucked up. I mean, that's like so many of us. That's everybody on this space. I mean, it's like really messed up. And while I'm not scared about it, it makes me think, though, sometimes it does. You have to think about this. It makes me think that, geez, I'm kind of tired. I'm getting old. This is a lot of work. Do I really want to do this? Is it worth it? Who's going to take care of my cats? I mean, they don't they don't give a shit. Who do you think that they are building why do they want Alcatraz? Who is this government building all these detention centers for? And I will give you a hint, it isn't illegals. Nope. I think it's us. So its target is not a foreign power thousands of miles away, but U.S. citizens who disagree with the president and his hardline advisors. This domestic war chief's weapon is a National Security Presidential Memorandum, NSPM 7, which we definitely need a new word for. I think we should have a contest. And it attempts to criminalize a laundry list of common left-wing beliefs and viewpoints. Holy shit. Trump's FBI is conducting trainings for state and local enforcement officials on this. So it could be a cop shop near you, and then they're going to start looking at 50501, people that go to meetings, anti-war protesters, climate science. I believe climate scientists will be in that, and climate activists. I believe it's all going to start. And somehow this has to stop. Are we going to wait till the midterms, which who knows what's going to happen with the midterms, because they're going to send their ice goons in to intimidate people. And I think people should not be intimidated. Vote. Go. I don't care. Just go. Hopefully the SAVE Act is not going to pass, and that has to make another layer of shit for women. So those are the trainings. And what this means, if you have criticized a corporation on social media, held a sign that demands ICE leave your city, shared a meme about alleged United Healthcare killer Luigi Mangione, or publicly condemned Trump's Iran war at a local town hall, which, by the way, I went to a town hall for our congressional candidate here, and all the old people were standing up and asking questions, and they were all against the war, and they were all Republicans and Democrats, because it was a bipartisan thing with a couple of different candidates that want to run against Nick Limpdick Langworthy in my district. And they were all doing that. They all went to this town hall, and everybody was against the war. No one was saying they were for it. So this is pretty messed up. It is under and unlike a standard issue, presidential directive that nudges a sector of the federal bureaucracy or realigns a federal agency towards the president's liking, national security directives target the entire intelligence and defense apparatus, which is why they are almost always classified. So that was published in September. The presidential directive is the most significant shift in domestic counterterrorism efforts since the Patriot Act. Yep. Yeah. So we have to support each other. And even though this is a tiny little channel, we have to support each other. You got to show up for my shows, and you got to help me stay on, because I'm going to. Like I said, I do think about this sometimes. And I do wonder, what other bookmarks do I have? Let me see what bookmarks I had on Environmental Coffeehouse, because I thought I had some more bookmarks that were worth looking at. But maybe it was the same one. No, they were basically the same ones. Okay. So I don't know why I bookmarked that one, but they were basically the same ones. So here we go, guys. Here we go. It could happen. And I have 7 cats. Do I want to have the local cops looking at what I do, although I'm undercover here? Kind of. Except for I'm on social media. Nobody really knows. So what do you think? What do you think, guys? Do you think this is just a bunch of shit? Do you think there'll be a bunch of lawsuits by Democrats that are going to say, I mean, we've been seeing that they're kind of a little spineless, right? Uh, so let's look at some of your stuff. We're all screwed, Susan. We're all screwed. All right. So, why I got a hole dug in the woods. I wouldn't want to live in a big city, Sandy. Once I was hiking and picking up trash along a scenic roadway and someone threw a beer can at me. Woof! Whizzed by. Oh my gosh. You want to sell radioactive oil? Okay. So, yeah, it's really messed up. The neighbors. What does a commander of Eden do? Astro Putin is helping Iran. hmm Of course he is. But yeah, he's too dumb to be an agent. So, yeah. Oh, okay. No sane person missed my MS7. MSPM. Well, that's a start. That's a start. Hey, Nadia. Okay. He still fills his depends very swiftly. I love you guys. Oh my God. I do. I mean, I literally do things. Yeah, they do. Randy, goddamn. The moderates. And there is a big war. Oh, the Hassan bullshit. Hassan. And Sarah Longwell on the Bulwark. Now, I like Tim on the Bulwark. I watch a whole lot of different things. Sarah went off on Hassan. And guess what? She was a Republican. She's been in the Democrat tent for 5 minutes. Fuck her and fuck her network because she was repeating so much bullshit against him. They took everything he said out of text. They cherry picked. If you want to see a really good video that blows this out of the water, you gotta watch. Our buddy Kyle Klinsky. You know what? I had a graphic. Oh, this is Kyle. I mean, Kyle is very funny. So when Laura Loomer, when she found out the war wasn't going to go on, bombing suspended for 2 weeks, Kyle goes, "Oh, sorry for your loss." I like him. He gets animated. I get animated sometimes. I mean, he's got a huge platform. I don't have 5,000 subscribers. He's got 2 million, but he's been doing this a long time too. Yeah, secular talk. Yeah, Larry Loomer. That's what they call her on X. A lot of people troll her. I troll her, but I troll her and say, I'm ashamed of you. I tell her I'm ashamed of you. And then I get these idiots on X that, they want to mess with me. I still have to bitch about Blue Sky a little bit. Yeah, maybe I should bitch about Blue Sky. What's this? He will find a way to screw this up and Netanyahu will help him so it ain't over. Of course it's not. Of course it's not. Oh, thank you, Looney. You're right. Don't forget to buy a coffee for Sandy because she has to pay for landscaping, just paid for taxes. And then I have to do my taxes, but I don't make any money anyway. So that's not going to be a big deal. But the help is very, very, very appreciated. Okay, so I was going to do what was my one last thing. What did I say my last thing was? I'm just talking in my way, just looking at you guys. And yeah, I know I'm close to 5,000, but not close enough. I mean, it's 10 years. See, that's where I sometimes think about this. I have herniated discs in my back, and I'm not a victim. I'm not going to complain, but I am in pain like 24/7. Some days are way worse than others. When I do a show or sit, it hurts. So I was working on this video today. I have to get outside. It was snowing today. It was freaking cold. It's still cold. It's probably like, what is it? Let's look at, what is it, Fahrenheit? We'll look at Fahrenheit. It is 25. It's cold. I'm kind of like tired of this shit. I'm tired. It's cold. I just want some warmth so I can really be outside and work better. I'm behind on everything, but it is what it is. It's because I hurt, and that's a problem. I've been noticing this year that I am saying, "Oh my God, I can't do this thing." That's why I've got this landscaper guy. I can't do the things I was doing. I had the last MRI 3 years ago, so I'm probably going to have to go for another one. I do think about this. Do I want to keep up with all of this, all these shows? I love doing it. I love all of you, but I wonder sometimes, is it worth it to go to Alcatraz for? I mean, I don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars like Hassan and Maddie. I mean, I don't, anyway. Okay, let me bitch a little bit about Blue Sky. Why not? And then we're done. All right, let me go back to the screen share. Oh, God, why didn't I take that off? Okay, let's do my bitch about Blue Sky. Is it up? Okay, here's my Blue Sky. 13 notifications. This is the profile. I'm going live. I had the video. Do you think the psychopaths will do it? I mean, completely innocent, So I make this comment, and it was just a stupid comment. Well, he got the whole world to pay attention to him and forgot about the Epstein files for a while. So this chick, Tanky Girl, they all have these cutesy little avatars. I swear they're all fucking 14 years old. Threatening genocide isn't a distraction from the files. What the fuck is wrong with you? And okay, what the fuck is wrong with me? Look at my profile, bitch. She didn't look at my profile. No, she didn't look at my profile. So I said, excuse me, you do know we're talking about Donald Trump here, right? Like, if you looked at my profile and you watched the video I made, you would know that I was being snarky. But then you know what happens on Blue Sky? This has happened a couple of times. I have this listification thing, okay? Right after she said that, 4 people blocked me. They block you. I don't even know who the hell they are. They block you. And there are all these little 14-year-olds or 16-year-old avatars that don't have critical thinking skills yet, that have not. If you're going to block somebody, go to their fucking profile and look at it. Not that I give a shit. I really don't. I don't give a shit. But the problem is, they don't look at somebody's profile. And then because one little twit made a comment and didn't even get that I was being snarky about it, and look at my profile that clearly shows that I was upset that he was threatening a genocide, and then all your little things follow. The last time this happened was when I made the video, and I made the comment about Naomi Klein, how she was being canceled because she made a comment about people going to watch a speech that Graham Plattner made. And then everybody, I guess you could call them, I don't know, all the Zionists or the Jewish people, they all jumped on me like I was a Nazi. I mean, it was pathetic. And then I got blocked by a bunch of them too. Holy shit. It was so stupid. So that's my bitch about Blue Sky. There really are a lot of babies on Blue Sky. I mean, why are you blocking me when you don't even look at my profile for today? I mean, I look at how many people are blocking me on here, and it's all from all these different. It was from the 2 times. 2 times. So that's my bitch about Blue Sky. Look, people have not learned. If you don't like one comment or you don't understand it, look at the person's profile first, and maybe you'll learn something. But they don't do that. Nope. They would rather attack you for one profile and call you names and all the shit. Not that I give a shit, but I don't really like the platform that much. I don't like X, but X is at least exciting. This fucking platform, I don't know, whatever. So I needed to do that. I needed to bitch about it. That's all. Because it's like so stupid. And I made a snarky comment right back. What are you all, a bunch of 14-year-olds, you know? Learn critical thinking skills. Okay. You've never joined X or Blue Sky? Oh, you are pure. Because X is addicting. I get in trouble on there. And I troll those two really bad because I can't stand him. And I don't do that. I did not. I made the comment back that I said, excuse me, but this is Donald Trump and anything could be with Donald Trump. You know, think out of the box. Of course, I'm not sitting here going, oh, the Epstein. I mean, there was no equivalent here. The guy did that. Maybe if we still have high school students. I don't know. I don't know. Have I tried Mastodon? I don't know. There's so many different platforms and I don't have time for them all. You know, I have an Instagram. I don't put stuff up there. It's just too much for me. It's just too much. So, all right, we have been an hour and let's look for some comments here that you guys might want to put up and then I'm done for the night. I got everything out, but we really need to be careful about this NSPM 7 because coming to the cop shop by you know. hmm So now you have to really, what do we have to be careful? I mean, every single person I know will be on that list around here. There was an anti-war protest today at Alfred State University. You can't pass a purity test. No, Susan. Obviously I can't. Right? Aw. Hi, Dan. Hi. You've been lurking. I was attacked by two people on Blue Sky today. One a fairly well-known producer. I had never heard of him elsewhere. I hardly get beat up. Today was an outliner. Well, I hardly did either until I realized until the first time when I was defending Naomi Klein, who was a terrific author, and these people just because she had said something about Grant Plattner and he had that Nazi tattoo. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about her. So fuck that. I mean, really, literally. What? Holy shit. I can send you, if you email me at Environmental Coffeehouse, I don't know where you live, but I'll send you the letters that I wrote to the town board here. We're not going to have them in our town. And they are accepting everything I wrote. So write to me at Environmental Coffeehouse. I'll send you what I wrote. I mean, I could pull them up and read them, but I'm not going to do that right now. But let's see what I can do to help you. If you guys have a fight, if you have people that, oh God, in Batavia, that's not far from here. Why aren't people organizing there? Are they that greedy in Batavia? I know you're not far from me. You're really not. Shit. Well, email me. I'll see what's going on over there because I just had a meeting yesterday on something else because New York State is trying to do this thing on the forests and the transmission lines. It's not necessarily wrecking the forests for solar and wind or all that. Right now it is about transmission lines where there are solar, and will we let the transmission lines be able to go through to the grid? This is it. So that was with my environmental group. We did that call yesterday, and yeah. Oh, you're so sweet. Really? I am. Okay. Well, I want to help people, and I work very hard on writing. You see, Batavia a bit of a farming community, right? So you can't always just be against something. So we're a really rural farming community. So what I did was I wrote all my spiel against data centers and why, but then I proposed hemp farming keep our farming community. You're worried about jobs, then we have empty buildings, we have areas we can make the processing here. A lot of times there's nowhere to process it. So I have very good letters written, and if you want them, you're going to get them. Yeah, you're going to get them. So you write to me, okay, sweetie? Extremely late to the party, but yay! A brief respite from annihilation and dread. Yeah, right? But I wasn't sure because Donald Trump is crazy enough, and so is Pete Hegseth, to do that. And when somebody does threaten, he threatened genocide. He threatened to destroy Iran. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. I'm tired. I didn't even freaking wash my hair. I was too tired to take a shower. So, at least you can't smell me through the internet. All right. Now you know I'm getting goofy. Okay. So, I think we're good, right? So, I covered everything I wanted to cover. I covered the war crimes because they are war crimes. Everything that's the bombings, the war crimes. I'm going to put the link in the show notes to Dean Blundell's article about how what we're hearing on our media about the downed pilot may not be anything that is actually what is the truth, because the United States is scrambling the satellites, so we can't see everything over there. We're not getting what we think we were getting, We're not getting. They're lying to us, just like Israel. They're not showing shit. Thanks for sharing the emotional ride. Ooh, well, kind of. Yeah, but I hope you all feel better. We're not nuclear. We're not using a nuclear annihilation for 2 weeks at least. Maybe the Democrats will grow a spine. I showed you the list, and we'll go from there.
Well, we finally have a little bit of positive news. So during a DSA forum in New York City, Representative AOC committed to cut off all funding for Israel entirely, including, and this is key, funding for their Iron Dome. Now, this is significant because, as political strategist Chris Sosa put it, her commitment could echo across the Democratic Party because she's considered a mainstream politician and a serious contender for president. And he argues that this could now become a litmus test for other 2028 contenders as well, which is important because opportunistic politicians who want to run for president are already trying to obscure their complicity with Israel's genocide by creating a special exception for defensive weapons, so that way voters think that they're not necessarily helping Israel perpetuate crimes against humanity. Rather, they're simply giving Israel the capability to defend its own civilians. But that argument is horseshit because Israel already has the ability to do that. Palestinians, on the other hand, do not. Palestinians have rocks. Israelis have tanks. And Israeli civilians have bomb shelters, whereas Palestinians in Gaza have nowhere to go if and when Israel chooses to carpet bomb them. So giving Israel so-called defensive weapons while they commit a genocide in Palestine and ethnic cleansing in Lebanon would be like giving the Nazis defensive weapons during World War II because you were concerned about German civilians. Like, you can't embolden a regime that is committing atrocities. But that's the expectation from Israel's morally bankrupt defenders, who are now accusing AOC of being immoral because of this new stance. For example, Guy Benson of Fox News ironically accused her of racism, writing on Twitter, "Iron Dome, purely defensive, saves so many innocent lives, and AOC is now apparently committed to defunding it. Wrong types of lives that system is saving, it seems." Right, definitely a good faith argument by somebody who cares about civilian lives. But I think this this is why AOC originally was hesitant about taking this position, because this cynical response was going to be inevitable from genocide-supporting monsters who are going to try to say anything to get the United States government to materially support a country doing a genocide. If they have the guilt trip politicians into doing it, they're going to do that too. But this argument, regardless of what they say, is complete horseshit. As Dylan Saba argues in an article for Jewish Currents, the Iron Dome cannot meaningfully be considered life-saving in any value system that recognizes Palestinian humanity. And he goes on to quote analyst Nathan Thrall, who adds, in theory, a weapon like Iron Dome could be used only defensively, but in practice, it doesn't work that way. Iron Dome facilitates greater Israeli offensive measures because it lowers the perceived cost to Israel of escalating or extending or initiating attacks. In other words, while the Iron Dome may prevent the deaths of Israeli non-combatants, it has made it easier for Israel to engage in deadly operations that take Palestinian lives. And Saba goes on to argue, rather than preserving space for diplomacy, Iron Dome enables Israel's commitment to the status quo of permanent occupation. Its ultimate function is to entrench an already asymmetrical conflict into a state of ongoing bloodshed, dispossession, and devastation for the Palestinians of Gaza. And therein lies the problem with us funding their Iron Dome. Someone on Twitter described it as giving a school shooter body armor. If you force them to defend themselves, they can't inflict as much damage as they want to. And that's kind of the logic here, right? The goal isn't to let Israeli non-combatants die, it's to force Israel to defend them, which takes time away from them being aggressive. And if they're less shielded from retaliation, they'll be more apprehensive about bombing every single fucking country in their vicinity with impunity. And even though I think this is pretty obvious, the supposed humanitarians all of a sudden calling AOC a monster, they would never agree to an Iron Dome for Palestinians or people in Lebanon. So let's not pretend like these motherfuckers care about innocent civilians when they enthusiastically support crimes against humanity. But to go back to AOC, she is forcing Democratic presidential hopefuls to contend with the substance of this issue, which is important because up until this point, they've been able to get away with their support for Israel by saying, oh, it's just defensive. No, actually listen to what you're saying and contend with the arguments being made by people who say you should cut this regime off entirely. Now, on top of that, it also proves that AOC is listening to her constituents, which is great because even though she's been comparatively good on this issue, she still has a lot of blind spots that make her weaker on this issue than, say, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and Summer Lee. As Julia Conley of Common Dreams explains, she switched her vote from no to present in a 2021 funding package for Israel's Iron Dome, and she also voted for a resolution that defined criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism, and she later voted against an amendment to defund Israel's Iron Dome, although she did later vote against the entire bill itself. But essentially, she defended her support for defensive weapons of Israel at the time, arguing that, it would add to the death count if Israel's Iron Dome was defunded. And I even criticized her for it at the time because it was an argument that was wrong and it felt like she wasn't listening to her colleagues like Rashida Tlaib and critics of Israel who say you can't fund a regime in any capacity carrying out atrocities. But now I want to give her credit because she's very clearly listening to her critics and she adapted, which is exactly what you want more politicians to do. So I think this is incredibly significant. One, because her standing in the Democratic Party means that others are going to have to take this position at least more seriously. And two, because Israel is somehow more unhinged than ever before and cutting them off entirely couldn't be more important. The Knesset just passed a law this week which lets them give the thousands of Palestinian hostages in their custody the death penalty by hanging. And after the law was passed, Ben-Gvir, who was in Netanyahu's government, was popping champagne while him and his buddies were wearing noose pins to celebrate its passage. And it's not like the depravity here is surprising, seeing as how this regime is committing a genocide after all, but I don't think people truly understand how abhorrent and racist this law is. Israel outlawed the death penalty decades ago, but they brought it back now in 2026 specifically for Palestinian hostages, which includes doctors and children. They have thousands of people that they've taken hostage. Media never talks about them, but now those people can be killed by Israel. As former South African politician Andrew Feinstein put it, not even apartheid South Africa codified executions for only one race group. And AJ Plus released this infographic explaining that this law is reminiscent of a barbaric law instituted by British colonizers back in the 1930s so they could sentence more than 100 Palestinians to death for daring to resist their occupation. And AJ Plus goes on to explain that Israel hasn't prosecuted a single Israeli settler since 2020 for killing Palestinians. Meanwhile, Palestinian defendants who are tried in military courts have a 99% conviction rate, which is why Human Rights Watch said that this law is a transparent attempt to kill Palestinian detainees faster and with less scrutiny. And Ofer Kassif, who is an Israeli member of the Knesset, described this as a genocide law, full stop.
The law doesn't appeal to Jews because those who propose the law believe and say that explicitly that there's no such a thing like Jewish terrorism. And by definition, accordingly, there's no such a thing like Jewish terrorists. That means the Jews, a priori, are excluded from the appeal of this law. On the other hand, they say, again, explicitly, that all Palestinians are terrorists, if not at present, in potential. The chair of the Interior Committee at the Knesset said explicitly and literally a couple of days ago that there aren't any innocent people in Jenin, nor innocent children in Jenin. That means, again, that all Palestinians are terrorists. And if this law says that terrorists should be executed and all Palestinians are regarded by them as terrorists, that means, in other words, logically speaking, that all Palestinians should be executed. We have to say something very clear. That's not a death penalty law. That's a genocide law.
So you have an Israeli politician very clearly exposing how this law will be used as a justification to exterminate Palestinians, and yet most American politicians are still arguing with a straight face that it's wrong to cut off this regime, even though they're now going further than South Africa went during apartheid. And Mustafa Barghouti of the Palestinian National Initiative spelled this out very clearly on CNN for an American audience that desperately needs to understand what's happening.
The death penalty law is another sign of how far Israel is going in the direction of creating a terrible apartheid system. A much worse apartheid than what prevailed in South Africa at one point of time. Even the apartheid horrible regime at the time in South Africa did not dare to say that if a black man kills a white man, he will be taken to, he will be executed. But if a white man kills a black man, he will not be. What Israel did is exactly that, saying that a Palestinian could be sentenced to death penalty, but an Israeli no, for the same crime.
Yeah, but as Israel enshrines hyper-apartheid into law and Jim Crow 2.0 into law, the same politicians who support that have the audacity to accuse AOC of being the immoral one. It's just so goddamn unserious. But this is why there's this effort to try to prey upon people who care about social justice issues and tie Zionism to Judaism, and why, anti-Zionism is more important than ever, because defenders of Israel, they've tried to tie Zionism to Judaism, even though Zionism is a relatively new ideology, whereas Judaism has existed for thousands of years. But the trick, you see, is to make people think that criticism of Zionism and Israel are synonymous with anti-Semitism, because the people who are often opposed to settler colonialism, leftists, are more likely to be opposed to bigotry, broadly speaking. But that conflation is not just cynical, it's deeply problematic, and Israeli scholar Avi Shlaim explains why Zionism and Judaism obviously are not the same thing.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state, or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive.
Yes.
It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
So make no mistake about it. The Israel defenders who are trying to inextricably link Zionism to Judaism, they are slandering an entire group of people. They're basically saying that all Jewish people are racist, which is immoral and dangerous, because if criticisms of a racist ideology like Zionism and an apartheid government are tantamount to anti-Semitism, you're inadvertently ascribing culpability to all Jewish people around the world who are not responsible for the crimes of the Israeli government. That's not just immoral, it's fucking dangerous because it fuels anti-Semitism. But, put aside that for a moment. Another thing that we've been told that is that Israel's war crimes are happening because Hamas did October 7th, and that's why Israel has to wipe out all Palestinians, even though, Israel has committed the equivalent of 60 plus October 7ths in Gaza. It doesn't matter. That justifies everything that Israel chooses to do because Hamas. But they never grapple with the reality that there's no Hamas in the West Bank, yet Palestinians in the West Bank haven't been spared from Israel's wrath, even though they don't have a Hamas. They not only bulldoze the homes of Palestinians in the West Bank, they give Israeli terrorists the green light to enact pogroms against the Palestinian people. And we're not just talking about isolated incidents here, because more than 37,000 Palestinians in the West Bank have been displaced since 2025. And this effort in the West Bank has ramped up during their genocide in Gaza because that gave them cover. Everybody was focused on that and not paying as close attention to what they were doing in the West Bank. And now the Iran war is giving them cover to ethnically cleanse southern Lebanon as well. Israel just announced plans to destroy all homes in villages in southern Lebanon, and they've displaced 1.2 million people and counting, and they're expanding their border up to the Litani River. And the reason why it's being described as an ethnic cleansing is because, as the New York Times put it, they're telling Christian and Druze leaders in southern Lebanon to specifically expel Shiite Muslims. Quote, in private calls to local leaders across southern Lebanon, Israeli military officials have assured several Christian and Druze communities that they could remain in the evacuation zone. They have pressed them, however, to force out any Lebanese from neighboring Shiite Muslim communities who have sought refuge among them, as Israeli bombardments flattened Shiite towns, according to local Christian, Druze, and Shiite leaders who spoke to the New York Times. The Shiites make up the majority of southern Lebanon. So this is what we're contending with here. We are looking at a textbook ethnic cleansing, not to mention an indiscriminate bombing campaign of Beirut, which is a city of more than 2 million people. And just to put things into perspective, the population of Beirut is more than three times larger, actually, than Portland, Oregon, which is my city. And if a single bomb went off in Portland, I couldn't imagine how the city would recover from that. It would be disastrous. There's so many people. It feels so densely populated. But in Beirut, it's a common occurrence. Like, look at some of the footage here from Beirut that was shared by a Lebanese commentator. Israel just bombed an apartment building, just straight up in broad daylight. They bombed a fucking residential building. And even though this war crime in particular was captured on video, it happens so much more frequently than people realize. Other apartment buildings and homes are being bombed, villages are being bulldozed, and we're not even seeing that and hearing about it oftentimes. They're also bombing medical facilities in Lebanon and committing war crimes with impunity on a daily basis in Lebanon. And this tweet from my buddy Anthony, who is a Lebanese streamer, it broke me because he says, impossible to remain positive in Lebanon. Everything about this, quote, war is so bleak. The constant barrage of bad news is a lot, and the world doesn't give a fuck, so it feels like screaming into the void as Israel steals our land and kills our people. But Israel is doing this in Lebanon because everybody else is preoccupied with Iran, understandably so. But the amount of pain and suffering caused by this racist, terrorist regime isn't just limited to Palestinians and Iranians. Their neighbors in Lebanon are also under attack as well, and we need to make sure that their plight isn't being forgotten, because if my city was being bombed with impunity and nobody in the international community seemed to care, I genuinely don't know how I would grapple with that. It would be nightmarish. But people are very understandably distracted by Iran because of what the U.S. and Israel are doing. It is genuinely unspeakable. Like, the rules of engagement simply do not exist anymore. We've reverted back to barbarism, and we're just carpet bombing Tehran, which is a city of 10 million people. And there's truly no limits to the depravity. As CNN Sana Noor Haq reports, U.S. and Israeli forces bombed a fucking orphanage. I'm going to repeat that. They bombed an orphanage, and they're destroying residential buildings with impunity, of course, because they don't care about who they harm. Like this woman's home, you can tell that her home was probably beautiful based on what's left, but now all she has is rubble and memories because her country was invaded by foreign terrorists who don't give a fuck about what they do and what harm they cause. Like, even if the bombing stops right now, the fact that an entire city was poisoned, a city of 10 million people, poisoned because Israel bombed their oil facilities, which led to black rain. There are no words to describe the barbarity and cruelty of the Americans and the Israelis. So if you're an American concerned about higher gas prices, I'm sure that that woman would happily trade places with you. But our government and society more broadly speaking, they simply just do not view Arabs and Persians or any Muslims, be it Shia or Sunni, as equal human beings. We've been conditioned to feel indifferent to their suffering because that's reinforced through cable news and pop culture, movies and TV. And politicians, they just talk so flippantly about nuking Gaza and killing Arabs. And when they say shit like that, it's barely a headline. Like, we have been conditioned to pretend as if these folks in this region are not equal human beings. But even if you reject their culture of dehumanization and you do view them as equal human beings, you're still being told on a daily basis that their suffering is somehow justified because of who their government is. Like, that would never apply to us. We have a terrible fascist government in Donald Trump's regime, but nobody would say that Americans deserve to be bombed or murdered or displaced because of it. But when it comes to people in the Middle East, well, they deserve what they get because of who their government is. And this is a bit off topic, but just listen to what Marco Rubio said about Iran, because what he said here nearly made my fucking head explode.
Imagine in Iran that instead of spending their wealth, billions of dollars supporting terrorists or weapons, had spent that money helping the people of Iran, you'd have a much different country.
I mean, he either has the least amount of self-awareness of any human being to have ever existed, or he's just fucking trolling us, because the same exact thing can obviously be said for the United States. Imagine if instead of spending billions of dollars on weapons for Israeli terrorism, the United States helped its own people. I mean, Israel has universal health care. It's free at the point of service, whereas we don't. Tens of thousands of Americans die every single year due to a lack of health care. Meanwhile, Republicans want to cut health spending by another $2 billion so they can have more money for terrorism in Iran. It's just a sick and twisted joke, and I feel like I'm probably a little bit early with this take, so I think it's a hot take, but I'm going to give it to you either way because I sincerely believe that these two terrorists are going to be remembered as the modern-day equivalent of these two terrorists. Trump even has his own Gestapo putting immigrants in concentration camps while he pursues global conquest, but at the same time, Netanyahu also has concentration camps that are seemingly going to turn into death camps given the new law. So, I'll let you decide who's Hitler and who's Mussolini. But my broader point is that all of this has to be rejected. And we need at least one fucking party in this country to stand up and say, enough is enough. So that is why I'm pleased to see AOC get on board with a full weapons embargo. Because anything short of a full embargo is just not sufficient, because any support to Israel, including defensive weapons, is just a tacit endorsement of all of their heinous conduct in the region. We really don't talk enough about how the president of the United States is a complete and utter dipshit. I mean, objectively speaking, Trump is the dumbest president in American history by far, and he might literally be the dumbest leader all throughout human history, at least top 10. I deadass took the time to read about the most incompetent leaders throughout history, and you have to go all the way back to ancient Rome to find leaders that are even remotely comparable to Donald Trump in terms of stupidity. Like, I genuinely believe this man would struggle to complete a 3-piece puzzle. I think he could do it, but he would actually be stumped for a couple of minutes. But I think he's probably also suffering from Alzheimer's or dementia. That's my non-expert opinion. But when you couple his stupidity stupidity, whatever the cause is, with his emotional maturity, which is that of an infant, and inconceivable levels of power, that's when you have a problem. Power and stupidity is a deadly combination. And I think it really says something about American society that we would elect a guy like that, not once, but twice. But it's not just Donald Trump. The entire Republican Party is functionally a psychotic death cult living in an alternate reality. And anyone supporting these people, they really should be ashamed of themselves. But the problem is that they don't have the capability of feeling shame. Like, they physiologically don't have that function in their bodies. There's no trigger that tells them, hey, you should be ashamed. But I mean, if you're willing to vote for Republicans, you might as well just let toddlers run the country at this point, because that is the level of intelligence and emotional maturity you are getting from the modern day GOP. And let me just show you what I mean. So CNN reports, quote, a top FEMA official defends his claim that he was teleported. Yeah, so I'm going to repeat that just in case you think that you misheard me. A top FEMA official defends his claim that he was teleported. Now, believe it or not, this headline actually undersells it, because he's not only insisting that he was teleported, he's accusing Truth Social, owned by the president of the regime that he works for, of trying to censor him because he tried to talk about teleportation and the post wouldn't go through because I guess that Truth Social wants to hide the truth about teleportation. Now, another question is like, all right, where were you teleported to? Was it a different part of the world? That'd be cool. What about, a different planet, maybe an alternate dimension? Oh no, that'd be too interesting. He claims that he was teleported to a fucking Waffle House. Quote, I was with my boys one time and I was telling them I was going to go to Waffle House and get Waffle House. And I ended up at a Waffle House. This was in Georgia. And I end up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was. They said, that's not possible. You just left here a moment ago, but it was possible. It was real. Bro, this reminds me of the time when I was 5 and I tried to make an object move with my mind after my parents took me to watch Matilda. But the difference is that I was 5 and Greg Phillips is 65. But in this CNN report that I'm going to play for you, they share more comments about his supposed teleportation trip, and they also give you some additional details that are not so surprising.
We had a teleport incident, 2 of them, and I end up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was.
That man who is, yes, talking about teleporting to a Waffle House is Greg Phillips, and he now holds one of the most important jobs at FEMA, overseeing the Office of Response and Recovery.
It was an incredibly frightening moment to experience yourself in your car flying through the air. But I tell you, teleporting is no fun.
Phillips first rose to prominence promoting false claims of widespread voter fraud in the 2016 and 2020 elections. The unfounded claims were widely disputed by both courts and election officials. On multiple occasions, Phillips described migrants crossing the southern border as an invading force and urged people to arm themselves.
The war is here. They want you dead. They've come here to kill you. Be well armed.
Yeah, so if you're a 2020 election truther, congratulations, because you are in lockstep with the teleportation guy and also Candace Taylor, the flat earth Republican. And if that's the case, if these are the people that you find common cause with, maybe you should be a little bit introspective and reevaluate how you ended up agreeing with people like this. But again, they lack that capacity. But that CNN report, that really is where the censorship claim comes in, because as Mediaite reports, he complained about trying to post a response to CNN's report, apparently 6 times, which he called a hit piece, and he accused Devin Nunes of blocking his ability to respond. He also subsequently doubled down, saying, quote, God will not be mocked. People can debate me, question me, even ridicule what they don't understand. But here's the real question. What's harder to believe? That God can move in a moment during a spiritual battle, or Jesus Christ rose from the dead and is coming again? I know what I've experienced. I know who I serve. I don't know what that voice is. I just feel like that's how he sounded in his head when he read it. But let's be charitable here and assume that everything he's saying is completely true and that Jesus is a literal zombie that rose from the dead and he teleported Greg to a Waffle House. Does that not make you question your God? Like, if this omnipotent being has the power to teleport people to different places like that, why wouldn't he teleport, say, children out of war zones? Why would he use his mana to give Greg a shortcut to the fucking Waffle House? Like, does that make sense to you? Like, I know God works in mysterious ways, yada, yada, whatever, but like, you have to ask why God needed to get Greg to Waffle House ASAP and what that says about the priorities of this supposedly divine being. Like, maybe Greg was going to get God a waffle, who's to say? But, you know, if Greg wants to believe that God teleported him to a Waffle House, that's fine. He just can't be in a position of power and simultaneously hold that deluded belief, because we can't trust that he's not going to just leave people to fend for themselves in a moment of crisis if he thinks that God's plan is to like teleport them out of a fucking hurricane disaster zone or just let them die because, you know, that's what God had in store for them. People who have a tenuous connection to reality, they shouldn't be able to dictate policy that affects people's lives. If you don't live in the same plane of existence as the rest of us, then you should not dictate policy that affects everyone else. But I mean, Greg isn't alone, because Matt Gaetz, the GOP lawmaker who resigned before a congressional report confirmed that he engaged in sexual activity with a minor, claims to have some tea for us regarding extraterrestrial beings. But he's not only confirming the existence of aliens, he's also alleging that they exist and humans are having sex with them. Yeah. Now, he made this claim on an episode of Alleged Closet Case Benny Johnson's program, and I will let you hear what he says, and we'll discuss when we get back.
I think the most important information will be the biologics that are not human that have been discovered. And like, even some of the briefings that aren't classified just need to be out in the public. I mean, I had someone come and brief me who was in a military uniform, worked for the United States Army, that was briefing me on the locations of hybrid breeding programs where captured aliens were breeding with humans to create some hybrid race that could engage in intergalactic communication. An actual uniformed member of the United States Army briefed me on that.
Non-human biologics, interracial alien mating? What the F is going on? Look, wait a second. You had whistleblowers tell you this kind of thing? Can you please unpack that?
Yeah, I had a guy who was uniformed. He was a senior enlisted with the United States Army. Came into my office in Crestview, Florida, in a non-classified setting. I had members of my staff there, and what they explained is that the military ran a very secret program where aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of migrants. Now, again, I didn't verify this, but what the whistleblower was telling me is that there were like between 6 and 12 locations around the country where this happened.
Okay. I think I might be able to clear this up for Matt. The person in the uniform who told him that is a crackhead. I mean, listen, I get it. Tweakers are very, very compelling storytellers, but just because somebody in a uniform said something doesn't automatically mean that it's true. And, you know, to his credit, he said that he didn't have the chance to verify this, but you're repeating it on a podcast, so at a minimum, you found it compelling and at least somewhat believable. And I find that embarrassing. Now, listen, we know that the government isn't concealing aliens because somebody would have given us actual proof a long time ago. And if this government can't keep a wrap on their own pedophilia, I have no reason to believe that they're capable of concealing the existence of extraterrestrial beings that they're fucking. Like, do I believe that aliens exist? Sure, the universe is a very big place. There's got to be life somewhere out there, at least single-celled organisms, but I know for a fact that we haven't been visited by an intelligent species because, I mean, they would take one look at us and kick their spaceship into hyperdrive in the opposite direction immediately. But it's just, it's crazy that people say the wildest shit and they just go on about their day as if they didn't just drop that weird ass shit on us and people still take them seriously. I mean, to be fair, Benny Johnson was even a little bit taken aback by his comments, but I just feel like if you're going to say something like this, you should be prepared to back it up. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, obviously, but I mean, these people are pulling stuff out of their ass, so why would they validate it? Just like, trust me, bro. But I want to move on to Nancy Mace, who's currently running for governor of South Carolina. And in a weird way, I'm actually kind of hoping that she wins, because I would like for South Carolina to take her off of our hands. Like, this woman is a lunatic and she should not have a national platform. If you want to elect her, you should deal with her. So you can make her governor, but you shouldn't send her to Congress to create legislation that affects all Americans. But I mean, she's running for governor, right? So there's a plethora of issues that she could address as governor. Her state ranks 34th in literacy, 37th in healthcare. Nearly 1 in 10 people, I think it's like 9%, are uninsured in her state. Not to mention, they have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country, with Black women being twice as likely to die from pregnancy than white women. So you would think that a politician's gubernatorial run would center on bringing South Carolina to par with the rest of the developed world. But instead, guess what Nancy Mace is running on? Just take a wild guess. Yes, it's trans issues as well. But here's what she promised. Quote, as governor, I would sign legislation into law like Florida and Tennessee to ban chemtrails. Supporting legislation to protect the air we breathe is just common sense. So rather than reining in large multinational corporations that are basically using our environment as their own personal sewers, this is how she plans to protect the environment: by banning chemtrails, which is a 2010 era conspiracy theory. And it's probably older than that, but I think it really got popular in the 2010s. And I've got to say, this is one of the more boring things that they believe, because there are so many other conspiracies that are much more compelling and fun. But like chemtrails is just bland and just it's stupid. And first and foremost, it's not a chemtrail, you dipshit. It's a contrail, which stands for condensation, because that's what it is. It's water vapor and ice crystals. That's not killing you. But thank God Nancy Mace, wants to protect the environment by banning that. Like, you would actually do more for the environment by banning farts. But out of all the threats to our public health, that's what she's choosing to focus on. Doesn't want to rein in COVID, encourage vaccinations, doesn't want to do anything to meaningfully help people, provide them with healthcare. She wants to ban chemtrails. What do you even say? But, we shouldn't be surprised, because, again, this is the modern day Republican Party. They're all batshit insane. They're explicitly anti-vax. They're against pasteurized milk. And some of them are even flat earthers. I invoked Candace Taylor earlier, but I want to play the clip that I was referencing just in case some of you haven't seen it, because it's been a while. But yes, there are flat earth Republicans these days.
More and more, I'm like, it doesn't make sense. So is it or not? I don't know 100%, but it's just, it doesn't make sense the other way. Now that you see it.
The people that defend the globe don't know anything about the globe, because if they knew a tenth of what Matt and I know about the globe, they would be flat earthers, because it's absolutely ridiculous.
I can't see this. All the globes everywhere. I turn on TV, there's globe in the background. There's globes on there right here. Like, this would be a globe if I was a normal person. Like, everywhere there's globes. You see them all the time. I mean, it's constant. My children will be like, Mama, globe, 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 globe. They're everywhere. And that's what they do to brainwash. And so for me, if it is not a conspiracy, if it is, real, why are you pushing so hard? Everywhere I go, every store, you buy a globe. There's globes everywhere, every movie, every TV show, news media. Why?
That was a local GOP party leader in Georgia who ran for governor, mind you. But I mean, at the rate that we're going, she could be the more moderate option for Republican presidential contenders in 2028, because they just keep getting more and more detached from reality. And again, the people who believe this, they have infiltrated government. Like, if you're going to be delusional in your fucking bunker by yourself or your doomsday prepping, that's A-okay. But you should not have power or influence if this is the kind of shit that you believe, because we can't trust that you are capable of representing your constituents. And on that note of people who shouldn't have power or influence, Paula White, who is the spiritual advisor to Donald Trump, she was comparing this man to Jesus Christ, which you would think would be blasphemous. Nonetheless, that's what she did.
Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him. And it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
It is fucking crazy to me that the guy on Trump's right was like crying because he thought that what she was saying was so profound. Just, but again, like if we take it at face value, doesn't that make you question your own Christian God? Because if Jesus is using his endless power to assist Donald Trump while he's ignoring the lives of children around the world who are suffering in war zones and due to starvation, maybe Jesus should have stayed dead. Like, if this were my God, I would be deeply offended. If he was just going to rise from the dead, also he could assist our corrupt, rapist, pedophile, war criminal president, maybe that God isn't worth worshiping. Maybe one of the other gods from the 4,000 plus other religions are more worthy of praise because, you know, this just isn't a God who seems to have our best interests in mind. And maybe we don't need any God. Maybe we could just, you know, believe in our own intelligence. But it's not about religion per se, because there are plenty of religious people in government who aren't fundamentalist and who don't believe in a literal interpretation of the Bible with talking snakes and shit. And they're perfectly capable of doing their job without letting their religion dictate policy. And that is really the crux of the issue. If you're going to use your religion as some sort of driving force behind the decisions you make as a leader, that's when it becomes dangerous. And to be fair, if these people weren't religious, I still think that they would have extremely far-fetched views because the Republican Party is essentially a collection of emotionally stunted people with untreated mental illness. And I'm not using the term mental illness as a pejorative to be clear or to be ableist. I'm saying that they literally need treatment for the myriad issues that they're facing. I genuinely believe that. Are they also stupid? Yes, deeply so. But stupidity can be addressed with education and logic and critical thinking skills. It's like a muscle. You've got to train your brain to think critically. But like in this case, with regard to Republicans, I actually think that they need therapy and medication. And look, I'm no expert, so I'm not qualified to make these diagnoses. But like these are things that help to ground me in reality. I was indoctrinated into a fundamentalist Christian cult at a very young age, and the supernatural thinking that was pushed on me, it exacerbated the existing mental health crises I was already experiencing. I had severe obsessive compulsive disorder. I think I was diagnosed at like 4 or 5. It was probably 5. And it wasn't treated at all until I was a teenager. And up until that point, my life consisted of nothing but useless rituals that were being fueled by delusional and intrusive thoughts. Turn the light switch off and on 4 times so somebody I love doesn't die. Turn the water faucet off and on 4 times so I don't go to hell. Things like that. And these thoughts are completely irrational, and I knew that they were irrational. But, you know, if I didn't do what my brain was telling me I needed to do, I couldn't make that thought go away. So I would just give in to the ritual. But guess what? I got better with therapy and Prozac. And I cured my stupidity with an education and by learning critical thinking skills and informing myself. And that is the same solution that me, a non-expert, is prescribing for conservative politicians and for people who vote for conservative politicians. Like, sure, they're bad people. They're also stupid, but it's also an untreated mental health crisis that we're dealing with. But for the politicians, like, until they get better, until they get treatment for their delusions of grandeur, they shouldn't fucking have power. And that's the main point that I want to drive home. Like, the people who are giving them power, they're also suffering from the same collective psychosis that our politicians are also experiencing. So if we're going to survive as a country, we need to address this in a meaningful way. Because if we don't, we are fucked. I'm talking mandatory education, massive amounts of money into mental health, and more regular screenings and like a destigmatization of mental health, where we talk about how, hey, if you have OCD or if you have, you know, some sort of disorder where you're hearing voices and hallucinating, that's not just reality. Like, you can get helped for that. Like, and again, I'm not trying to pretend to be a fucking armchair psychologist here. I'm just saying that, like, adults who believe that they can be teleported or who are still believing in flat Earth theory, that's just not normal. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe that that's just stupidity. I think there's something deeper going on here, and it is a crisis that is affecting our entire fucking country, and we have to address it. Otherwise, we are doomed.
The thing that I get most frustrated with is I think that what is happening with Trump right now, like we're all pointing to, well, he got convinced, or maybe his mental acuity. This is who he's been from the fucking get-go. Like when people say like, well, I'm upset with him now and I regret my vote because he lied. He lied the minute he came down the escalator, through like, oh, it's the largest inauguration that's ever been seen through history. Like there is nothing fundamentally different about his decision-making process or about the manner in which his ADD pushes him from lurching from one endeavor to another. It's like when we said he's a movie trailer president. He doesn't have the stamina to sit through the whole movie. He's just the trailers. And right now, the Iran war, hey, the trailer's done. Now what do I do? So now I just got to leave. Like, it so frustrates me that all these people on the right are like, oh, this really pushed me over the edge. And like, this is the same fucking thing we've been dealing with for 12 years.
Jon Stewart made those comments on his weekly show podcast, and I wanted to share what he said with you because I found it incredibly cathartic and thought that you would too, because a lot of us feel the same way. Like me personally speaking, I simply can't welcome these people into the fold with a bear hug. I don't have the patience to coddle newly regretful Trump voters and give them flowers for finally acknowledging what sane Americans saw 12 years ago, because Trump is still the same person he's always been. The only difference now, however, is that he is very clearly in cognitive decline and he doesn't have any grown-ups around him to stop him from doing the stupidest things. So the fundamental difference between his first and second term is that now the filter is gone. We're getting Trump in his purest, most unadulterated form, and he's a little bit too bitter for some people who were fine with the watered-down version of Donald Trump. And we all know how much conservatives love the taste of their own medicine. But, take Marjorie Taylor Greene as one example. She had a really strong reaction to this unhinged tweet that Trump made on Easter, where he says, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. Now, this is out there, even for Donald Trump, of course, but he's basically threatening war crimes, and now he's saying, oh, actually, we do want the Strait of Hormuz open. But Marjorie Greene responded to that saying, on Easter morning, this is what President Trump posted. Everyone in his administration that claims to be a Christian needs to fall on their knees and beg for forgiveness from God and stop worshiping the president and intervene in Trump's madness. I know all of you and him, and he has gone insane, and all of you are complicit. She later adds, our president is not a Christian, and his words and actions should not be supported by Christians. Now, I guess I don't know what to do with that condemnation. What am I supposed to do with it? Like, I'll take it, but his Easter tweet is unhinged, yes, but she's only able to see that this man isn't very Christ-like now because the trance broke after he treated her the same way that he treated Muslim members of Congress like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Grab him by the pussy and mocking a disabled reporter and, being complicit with Saudi Arabia's genocide in Yemen, that all just flew under the radar. She didn't get a single sense that, hey, maybe this guy isn't very Christian, but after he treated her the way that he treats Muslim members of Congress, all of a sudden the blinders came off and she was able to see what the rest of us saw. Shocker, right? But back in March, she even agreed that Trump would manufacture a crisis or use Iran as a justification to cancel elections, even though she was one of the biggest boosters of his claim that the election was stolen from him back in 2020. But all of a sudden, she's seeing that he's not so Christ-like after finding herself on the wrong side of MAGA. Yeah, and Marjorie Greene is, more of a high-profile example, but the regular rank-and-file Republicans suddenly turning on him, they're also doing it because now his policies affect them personally in a negative way. They couldn't care less when immigrants and LGBTQ plus people were bearing the brunt of his attacks, but now that his policies are directly impacting them in a negative way, all of a sudden, all of his other flaws are coming into focus for the rest of these folks. His Iran war is causing gas prices and grocery prices to surge, and economists are sounding the alarm about how we're headed directly towards a recession. And it's not like things were going great before Trump's illegal war with Iran, thanks to his tariffs and tax cuts for the rich. But if you were one of the people supporting him just getting by, you can't ignore the effects of what he's doing, especially at the gas pump. And we talked about this video before on this channel, but this was a message to a woman from Pennsylvania who voted for Donald Trump. She was asked, like, what would you say to Trump? And this is what she said.
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
She realizes she's an idiot only now, 12 years into the Trump era, because he's doing something that unquestionably affects her in a negative way. Go figure. But to be clear, not all diehard Trump supporters are going to turn on him, even if his policies do affect them personally, because there's still a lot of Americans who will gladly cut off their noses to spite their faces. I have a family member who looked to be kind of wavering after the GOP passed its big bullshit bill because they were worried about losing Medicaid, and they probably will. But apparently they're more sycophantic now than before, even after the Epstein files and Iran war. So they're getting fucked over by Donald Trump in a major way, losing healthcare they desperately need, and now they are more loyal than ever. So I think that the regretful Trump phenomenon is a little bit overstated, to be honest, and it primarily consists of the more right-leaning independent people who just supported Donald Trump, you know, because they didn't like the Democratic Party and they had just enough brain cells to not go full cultist. Like, they supported Donald Trump, but they didn't fully drink the Kool-Aid. And the reason why his support is hemorrhaging these days, I think, is primarily because of independents who are now turning on him. Maybe they don't like Democrats, so they vote Republican out of lesser of two evils, but they voted for Donald Trump, didn't care what he was doing in his first term, and now that his policies are affecting them, now they're realizing, okay, this guy, he's terrible, he's got to go. I mean, Trump recently admitted that we can't help people in America because we have to spend money on war to bomb people in other countries. He actually admitted this on national television.
We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up, but it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection.
I mean, he's just saying the quiet part loud at this point. So if you weren't fully entrenched in the MAGA cult, in that bubble, and you have the capacity for shame, you can't not see him say that and feel dumb for supporting him, especially because he's always been this way. And more importantly, the Republican Party collectively has always been this way. Do you remember what they were saying during Donald Trump's first term when they were talking about gutting the Affordable Care Act? It was shit like this.
Well, we're getting rid of the individual mandate. We're getting rid of those things that people said that they don't want. And you know what? Americans have choices, and they've got to make a choice. And so maybe rather than getting that new iPhone that they just love and they want to go spend hundreds of dollars on that, maybe they should invest in their own health care.
Right. And now that gas prices are higher, here's the new message from Republicans. As you're going to see, it's not so different.
I think right now, at least just kind of keeping a stiff upper lip. Maybe you take one less trip to Starbucks, and so that gas goes a little further until this thing is over and these gas prices come back down again. Let's just try to be patriots about this.
The list goes on and on of all the things. Our gas tax automatically increases in New Jersey. And by the way, so do our tolls and our fees automatically increase. All of that. Now we're going to have on top of that, and I'm talking to my folks in New Jersey, my state, you better just keep breaking your back and working hard, maybe get yet another job.
How on brand for Republicans. Now, the first comment came from Michelle Tafoya, NFL reporter turned Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate in Michigan. And the second comment came from Jeff Van Drew, who is a Republican congressman. Now, he claims that he was taken out of context because he was blaming gas prices in New Jersey on their gas tax. Not the Iran war, of course. And he claimed that he was saying Americans would only be forced to break their backs and get second jobs because of their state's sanctuary city policies. So he's blaming immigrants for the gas prices and not Donald Trump. And, you know, because of that, Don't quote him, otherwise you're taking him out of context. Ironically enough, like, they have to break their backs and get second jobs because his party decided to shift the tax burden to the working class instead of, say, billionaires and large multinational corporations. And I want to show you what I mean by that. So the CBO just released their budget overview for 2025. Now, our overall budget is $7 trillion and our revenue is $5.2 trillion. So, of course, we have a fiscal deficit, but $2.7 trillion of our federal budget comes from individual income taxes, including payments to Social Security, Medicare, and whatnot. That's you. That's what you pay. Now, when you look at revenue from corporations, it is just a tiny sliver at $452 billion. Oh, and that $195 billion that comes from customs and duties, that's because of Donald Trump's tariffs. You pay that too. Now, if you look at the overall trends, it's been about the same for a very long time now in this country, with corporations getting a tax cut in 2017 after Trump passed his tax cuts for the rich for the first time. By the way, notice how your individual income taxes stayed the same, whereas the corporations got a higher tax cut. That tells you who that bill affected. But I mean, even after the CARES Act was passed, as you can see, corporate taxes went up a little bit, but individual taxes rose significantly. Now, yes, that includes income taxes from rich people and billionaires too, but that's if and when they're generous enough to pay any taxes at all. But they certainly don't pay the same percentage as you do because their wealth comes from the value of their company more so than salaries. And since we don't have a wealth tax in this country, they're able to get away with paying a comparatively lower rate, if anything at all, than the rest of us. Now, I say all this to say that Republicans are choosing to let the rich get richer at your expense. You can see that in this budget released by our own government. And this isn't some new phenomenon. Every single Republican president from Reagan to Bush, they did the same exact thing. They cut taxes for the rich while cutting social services for you and shifting the tax burden onto you. And they claim that the wealth is going to trickle down. And whenever you get a little bit angry about the fact that your wages are stagnation, you're working longer hours for lower wages, they try to distract you by dangling keys in front of your face, and the keys being immigrants or trans people, something to get mad at instead of the rich people who bribed politicians to rig the system against you. My point is that even the more independent-minded people who recently regretted their votes for Donald Trump, they were also blind, not as blind as the Trump sycophants, but they were blind to what everyone else saw decades ago, because Trump isn't an aberration. He is the logical conclusion to the fascistic, fundamentalist, pro-rich Republican Party, and nobody truly sees them for what they are until they're personally affected by GOP policies, after it's too late, mind you. So as uniquely terrible as Trump is, he really is the perfect avatar for the Republican Party. He's like a caricature of modern American conservatism who doesn't bother to mask his ruthlessness and profound stupidity. They're all the same way. It's just that he doesn't hide it, right? He has no filter. I mean, as hilarious as this is, nothing encapsulates the political moment more than Trump bitching about Biden's auto pen to children during the White House's Easter Sunday celebration. Just watch this shit. Like, this is peak Republican Party politics 2026.
Biden would use the auto pen. He'd have an auto pen following. Joe Biden, he didn't sign. He was incapable of signing his name. So they'd follow him around with this big machine. You know what it was called? An auto pen. And he'd have the auto pen signed for him. He'd take the paper, hand it to his guys, they'd sign it with an auto pen, give it back. Not too big, right? Better to sign it.
I mean, that's America, 2026, folks. And I don't know if you heard it, but one of the kids said, what? When he brought up auto pen, because what are they supposed to say? They were all looking at him like this because they had no fucking idea what he was talking about because they're children. And you would think that a father would keep it more lighthearted and ask them what they got from the Easter Bunny or if they found a certain number of eggs. But instead, he brought up his political opponents because the wheels are off the bus now and his brain is melting. And again, it speaks to the broader Republican Party because it just shows you how self-interested they are. They just want to make the rich richer, which includes them, and they don't give a fuck about kids. So it's just a perfect moment. It encapsulates everything about our political system and how unserious it is. And I've got to point out that that wasn't the only time when Trump invoked his political opponents, because when he wasn't talking about the war crimes he's going to commit in Iran, he was bitching about Kamala Harris, and the juxtaposition between what he was saying and the Easter Bunny just standing there awkwardly was just is perfect.
How did I do with the voters that do eggs?
Awesome.
Did you say 100% or 99%?
100%.
Did anybody in the egg industry vote for Kamala? A low IQ person. She's a low IQ person. Who's a lower IQ person, Biden or Kamala?
Even the Easter Bunny looked at the camera and was like, bro, are you fucking serious? That should be a meme right there, because what do you even say? We are an unserious country. Trump is unserious, yes, but I mean, like, what does it say about us that this is the man who represents us? But I mean, that was just like a couple of moments that you've seen so far. At that entire event, he was on a fucking roll with banger after banger.
What do you say to Americans who are not a fan of the war? They're foolish. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating, and they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, they'll have no bridges, they'll have no power plants, they'll have no anything. I won't go further because there are other things that are worse than those two. And we might have, well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil. Because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil.
Mr. President, how would it not be a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants?
Because they killed 45,000 people in the last month.
Plants could be a war crime.
I'm not worried about it. You know it's a war crime? Having a nuclear weapon. Allowing a sick country with demented leadership have a nuclear weapon. That's a war crime.
How is it taking care of the Iranian people if you're bombing?
Yeah, who are you with? Who are you with?
PBS.
Well, that's a radical left group of lunatics that you're with.
Sir, can you tell us your message to children who find themselves in
Well, all of this is happening for their future, so they will be safe in years to come.
Yeah. But, you know, I would love to actually see that vapid shell of a human being look an Iranian child in the eye and actually say to them that their schools are being bombed for them, for their future. Like, imagine if another country bombed American schools and then justified it by saying, oh, don't worry, it's for your kids' future. It's for the future of American children. I'm sure that we'd be so grateful to the country that's bombing our schools. See, American children, they get to hunt for Easter eggs with the Easter Bunny at the White House, while Iranian children have to grieve for their friends, and Palestinian children in Gaza get to carry baby dolls on gurneys instead of playing house with the baby dolls because bodies on gurneys is all that they know. But to the American empire, it's all worth it. All of these children suffering and dying, it's worth it just so we can maintain American dominance in the Middle East. I'm sure that all of these kids in the region who are affected by what we're doing are going to understand this when they're older. Yes, it was worth it for you to kill my fucking friends and bomb my school for regional hegemony. But to step back, our so-called president spent most of Easter Sunday justifying war crimes that he threatened to commit on social media. And when he wasn't being asked about that, he was complaining about his political opponents. And only now some Americans are questioning his Christian bona fides now that they've experienced his not-so-Christian policies firsthand. It just truly is amazing, right? So while people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and other former Trump cultists are shocked at what they're seeing, the rest of us see this and we're just tired because we've been putting up with this shit for a decade now. And quite frankly, I'm over it. I'm exhausted. I don't even have a reaction anymore to his dumb shit because even though it's horrifying, what do you expect? We've been dealing with this man for so long now. But that's not to say that the non-crazy Americans who warned Trump supporters he would be this bad aren't also coming to a different realization themselves. Because even though Trump is the perfect representation of Republican extremism, a lot of people are forced to grapple with the reality for the first time that Trump isn't just an ugly face to the Republican Party's hideous policies, but rather he is a face of the American empire. He is a symptom of a deeper sickness in America. He's an exaggerated version of the stereotypical American who only thinks about themselves and never ever considers how their actions affect other people. He is a mirror showing all of us what we look like and how the rest of the world sees us. I mean, his political success itself is a challenge from the universe to all of us to do better, because if he's the leader that Americans produced out of hundreds of millions of options, I think that says something about the rest of us. But if we really do want to course correct, We can start now by impeaching and prosecuting this motherfucker for openly broadcasting his intent to commit war crimes, or at least talking about it, which Democrats are not doing. But I mean, just think about how absurd this is. If you tweeted out your plans to rob a bank, you would get a knock on your door within an hour. But when the president of the United States threatens to commit war crimes, the best we get is some hope that maybe his inner circle are going to come to their senses and remove him via the 25th Amendment, since the betting markets have increased the odds of that happening, meaning that maybe somebody in the White House stands to gain millions of dollars by betting on it and then doing it. So when corruption is literally our best chance at accountability, I think that that says something about our country, more specifically the system. So in conclusion, I agree with Jon Stewart on his broader point about regretful Trump voters, but the rest of us need to broaden our view to a system-wide analysis as opposed to just an individual one, because Trump is very obviously bad and anyone with common sense can see that. But when he's gone one day, the entire system that produced him is going to remain intact. And that is something that more Americans need to come to terms with if they ever want things to get better. Start looking at the system that produced Donald Trump. I'll tell you where to start. It's capitalism.
Mike is a total shitlib. Once he started shilling for the DNC, I stopped watching.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/VPD show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
1 2 1 2. Good afternoon. This is Pastor Ben again. It is a rare occasion that I get a chance to come to you more than once in a week time. But I just honestly feel the urgency of this moment. And while I can, I need to share everything that I can with you, because I don't know how long we got, folks. I don't know how much longer we have before this administration, Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, and the rest of the MAGA fascist Nazis, pedophile, Epstein class. I don't know how long we have before these insipid troglodytes. Y'all have to forgive me. Let me share with this cretin
for this day
first. Listen to Pete Hegseth again.
Our troops, our American warriors, deserve the credit for this day. But God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence. A massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us.
Dude 44
God
Bravo
is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic Fury.
This man can't even read.
Our troops.
Oh, hush, Pete Hegseth. This is what we are up against, folks. And this is what the Pope is standing against. And as I said in the I'm going to give it to you while I have it, because I don't know how long I can be with you all. You all know that during this season, the last couple of years, all I could do is really come and go and speak when I get an opportunity. I have an opportunity today, and so I'm trying to make the best of it and share everything I can with you today, as if there was no tomorrow. The Pope is moving in the prophetic. Take a listen in.
I would simply say, once again, what I said in the Urbi et Orbi message on Sunday, asking all people of goodwill to search always for peace and not violence, to reject war, especially a war which many people have said is an unjust war, which is continuing to escalate, and which is not resolving anything. In fact, we have a worldwide economic crisis, energy crisis, situation in the Middle East of great instability, which is only provoking more hatred throughout the world. So come back to the table. Let's talk. Let's look for solutions in a peaceful way. And let's remember, especially the innocent, children, the elderly, the sick, so many people who have already become or will become victims of this continued warfare. To remind all that attacks on civilian infrastructure is against international law, but that it is also a sign of the hatred, the division, the destruction the human being is capable of. And we all want to work for peace. People want peace. I would invite the citizens of all the countries involved to contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war always. Thank you very much.
Amen. 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 The Pope is on the front lines. And that's why I have to throw my support right here. Throw my support for the Pope. Now, if you follow me any amount of time, you know I don't have a lot of love for the Catholic Church. Not at all. I don't. In terms of the hierarchy and the structure and the institution and the harm done to any countless number of children, victims, all of the cover-ups. So don't mistake what I'm saying for support, just unabashed support for that. No, number one, I'm a Protestant. Number two, the church has to be held accountable, and Pope Leo needs to come to terms with now the fact that he owns it as the Pope. However, all of that being said, the Pope is fighting the exact fight that needs to be fought, and a fight that the Democratic Party could never fight because it's not in their structural DNA. There is moral authority. Now, I'm not telling you to go become Catholic. Don't mistake me there. But I'm saying when you use the full force of all of your institutions and reputation and history, and you use it for peace, and you use it for the least of these, one of the most rigorous bodies of work in terms of social justice comes from the Catholic Church. The liberation gospel as it manifests inside of the Catholic Church is rich, historic, and anointed. And this is the tradition that this current Pope stems from. So what am I saying? I'm saying it's, you know what? A jewel out of a dunghill. Sorry, I got to be real. I don't want to fool anybody. I'm not super pro-Catholic. But I can recognize, my goodness. And this is why we need to throw our support, not behind the Catholic Church as an institution, but behind the prophetic Pope who is speaking out against the evil of our day. Listen in.
Stability, which is only provoking more hatred throughout the world. So come back to the table. Let's talk. Let's look for solutions in a peaceful way. And let's remember, especially the innocent, children, the elderly, the sick, so many people who have already become or will become victims of this continued warfare. To remind all that attacks on civilian infrastructure is against international law, but that it is also a sign of the hatred, the division, the destruction that the human being is capable of. And we all want to work for peace. People want peace. I would invite the citizens of all the countries involved to contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war always. Thank you very much.
That compare that Christ, that representation of Christ to this.
Our troops, our American warriors deserve the credit for this day. but God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence, a massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo.
Dude 44 Bravo.
For all of us. God is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic.
Man, can't even.
Our troops.
Let me not mock him. Let me not mock him because I can barely speak sometimes. Compare that Christianity to that of the Pope.
In English, I would simply say, once again, what I said in the Urbi et Orbi message on Sunday, asking all people of goodwill to search always for peace and not violence, to reject war, especially a war which many people have said is an unjust war, which is continuing to escalate and which is not resolving anything. In fact, we have a worldwide economic crisis, energy crisis, situation in the Middle East of great instability, which is only provoking more hatred throughout the world. So come back to the table. Let's talk. Let's look for solutions in a peaceful way. And let's remember, especially the innocent.
Let's remember the innocent. My goodness. Compare. Listen, I know a lot of folks are, particularly in my Twitter audience, where it's going down. If you want to see where it's actually going down, where I am most of the time, because I can tweet. I can't stream from work, but I can tweet from work. So I get a lot of tweets in about this, and we have good conversations over there. So I invite you to go over there to see the full conversation. But folks, we're dealing with a historic evil in the Trump administration. We are dealing with a historic evil in the Trump administration because they didn't stop there. They went further and threatened the Pope. Now, they had already threatened the Pope before this. So they did not threaten the Pope in response. I want to make sure I give you the proper sequence. Back in January, I'm going to pull up the article from Christopher Hale. And actually, you know what? That's what I need. And people ask me, why do I use Grok? Well, because I'm a one-man show right now, and I like to bring in too much information, and I don't have producers anymore. So I have to use, hang on, where are you, Grok? I have to use Grok as an assistant. Let me cut the microphone on. Grok, 1, 2, 3, can you hear me? Grok, 1, 2, 3, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. What's up?
Okay, pause. I want to make sure the audience can hear me. Audience, can you hear me? No. I'm sorry. I know the audience can hear me. Audience, can you hear Grok? If you can hear Grok, give me a thumbs up in the chat.
Got it. I'll stay quiet while you check. Just let me know when you're ready to keep going.
Okay. Patrick, do me a favor. What I'm trying to find out is if you can hear, I know you can hear me. I want to make sure you can hear Grok. Grok, say, recite the preamble to the Declaration of Independence.
When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation.
Excellent. Okay, and you all can hear us both. Okay, Grok, I want to analyze something that's happening in the news. Can you bring up the details first? It is the Avion reference, and I don't quite know how to spell it, but you can figure it out. And it's what's going on with Pete Hegseth's Department of War and the ambassador for the Pope. Can you succinctly give me that with pictures and videos and the full multimedia spectrum? Let's zoom in so you all can see Grok a little better. Where is it?
The story broke this week. In January, Pentagon officials, led by Undersecretary Elbridge Colby, called in the Vatican's ambassador, Cardinal Christophe Pierre, after Pope Leo XIV criticized U.S. military actions in Iran. Colby reportedly told him the U.S. has unmatched military power and the Church should side with America. When things heated up, someone invoked the Avignon Papacy, a 14th century period when French kings forced popes to live in Avignon under their control, basically a hostage papacy. Vatican officials saw it as a veiled threat. Pete Hegseth's team denies it was hostile, calls it a normal, respectful meeting, but it led to canceling the Pope's planned U.S. visit. J.D. Vance said he'll look into it. Here's what Avignon looks like. That's the papal palace where the popes were held. And here's Pope Leo XIV and Cardinal Pierre. The core tension is the Pope slamming religious rhetoric for war, while Hegseth's been thanking God for battlefield miracles. Want me to dig into any specific angle?
Well, I want to talk about it for a second, Grok, and you're more than welcome to listen to me, but I'm talking primarily to the audience who's joining me live via YouTube. I want to talk to them precisely about what is being communicated and transmitted by the Hegseth Department of War. Because in diplomacy, Grok, you can ground this in the theory of diplomacy. There is the transmission, reception, and the expectation of what is going to be received in diplomatic communications. Am I incorrect, Grok?
No, you're spot on. In diplomatic theory, every move is a signal. It's not just what you say, it's what the other side hears and what you intend them to hear. Colby's team bringing up the Avignon Papacy wasn't a random history lesson. They knew exactly what that reference meant to the Vatican: centuries of political domination over the Church. So the message transmitted was, "We have power over you." Whether that was smart or reckless is the real debate. Want me to walk through how that fits classic diplomatic signaling theory?
Yes. What are the three fundamental pillars? Locution, I believe. It escapes me.
You're thinking of speech act theory. The three pillars are locution, illocution, and perlocution. Locution is the literal words and their plain meaning. Illocution is what the speaker intends to do with those words. In this case, Colby dropping Avignon was meant as a power move, a veiled threat. Perlocution is how it actually lands, and it landed as intimidation, which is why the Vatican canceled the Pope's visit. That's exactly why your transmission, reception, expectation framework fits perfectly. Want me to tie this back to Hegseth and the Pentagon meeting?
No, I want you to pause for a second, and now let me speak to the audience. This is what was done. Just hold on a second, Grok. Hang on. Let me cut you off. I don't need you anymore. Thank you, Grok. I just needed that. I just needed us to get that theory and that framework. I don't need the clanker anymore. I have an ambivalent relationship with artificial intelligence. I know it very well, as you can tell. I can manipulate it and direct it very precisely. But I also know that it is being used to not only destroy our environment, but to deceive the masses at scale. But that's not what we're talking about today. Today, I need it to be an assistant. And it has given us the information that we need to fully understand the Avignon reference. The Avignon reference, my friends, was a high-level diplomatic technique to communicate the full spectrum. Matter of fact, I might break some copyright. I was going to be able to monetize this, but now I'm about to break the copyright because I need to give you another example. Grok, I want you to pull in the episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation, where Captain Picard was on a planet trying to learn how to communicate as a structure of diplomacy.
That's Season 5, Episode 2, Darmok. Picard gets stranded on a planet with the Temerian captain Dathon. Their universal translators work, but the Temerians speak entirely in metaphors from their own history and myths, like Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. Picard has to figure out that each phrase is a story reference.
I hate to interrupt you because you're doing such a great job, but please keep giving us the full multimedia spread so we can have something to look at while you tell us and answer my last reply at its apex. Go ahead.
Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. That's the heart of the episode. It means two strangers coming together to fight a common enemy, building trust through shared struggle. Here's Picard and Captain Dathon on the planet. Dathon, the Temerian captain, and the heartbreaking end where Picard finally connects, telling the story of Gilgamesh as Dathon lies dying. That's the apex. True communication requires shared experience, not just words. Perfect parallel to how the Avignon reference was received by the Vatican. Want to tie it back to Hegseth now?
Yes, very quickly so, because I don't want to lose the audience and them thinking that this is a Star Trek episode. But I think that's a perfect fit for what we're dealing with. Higher level, higher dimensional communication. Do you concur or contest?
I concur completely. Darmok shows that when words alone fail, shared stories and experience are what bridge the gap. That's exactly what happened here. The Pentagon thought they were sending a clear power signal, but the Vatican heard it as a cultural threat rooted in centuries of bad history. Both sides were speaking past each other, missing the deeper layer of meaning. It's higher dimensional diplomacy collapsing in real time. Want me to connect it to a specific part of the Hegseth meeting?
No, I want to pause there because at this point I don't need Grok because Grok has slipped in a very intentional logical fallacy. Grok is same siding this situation between the Pope and the Pentagon. So I don't need it anymore. Thank you, Grok. You can go back to non-existence. Because what Hegseth is doing is a very clear difference in terms of how they perceive God and how they're willing to go around the globe executing God on weak and vulnerable people. Bunch of bullies, cowards, the lot of them, all of them. They wouldn't go up against China. Sorry. Yes, I'm proud to be an American. But they would go. Not Hegseth and them. And I don't want to instigate that because then they'll probably take that challenge and say, okay, let's do it. No, I rebuke that. We don't want you to go up against China. But they're cowards and they are going around the globe taking advantage of Venezuela, taking advantage of Cuba, taking advantage of Iran. Well, Iran is fighting back and quite brilliantly. But the philosophy of religion that these people have is one of violence. And they are converting and convincing more and more of the armed forces of the United States of America. That's what Pete Hegseth is transmitting when he gives Mad Dog 4040 2020, Mad Dog 2020. Y'all remember that? Listen to him give a shout out to Mad Dog.
Dude 44 Bravo.
Oh,
spoke.
Dude 44. My bad. I don't know where Mad Dog came through. It was Dude 44 Bravo. Listen, Dude 44 Bravo.
4 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good.
Wait a minute. Are you saying God is good because you just killed some Iranians? Is that what we're saying, Pete Hegseth? Yes, that's what he's saying. And that form of Christianity there's nothing more dangerous than that. That is the greatest form of dangerous Christian nationalism that seeks to carry out crusades. Now with artificial intelligence,
The chairman will now provide an
and fighter jets, stealth bombers, the most sophisticated navy in the history of the planet. China is just catching up. Well, actually, I think China might have a couple things better than the United States in terms of the Navy, but for the most part, they're just catching up to the Navy. The United States of America's military might now underneath the control of Christian nationalist crusaders. So you understand why I have to come back, even if there's only 12 of us. I don't even know how many of us are in here. But I'm going to speak as often as I can and as long as I can. And I need you to help get the word out. Even when the episode is over, share this word. Because we have to know the precise devil that we are dealing with. We are dealing with Christian nationalist crusaders. The same people who conducted the Salem witch trials, the Inquisitions, the conquistadors, the colonizers, the Christopher Columbuses. He is in the lineage of those devils. And that's why we can't afford. I can't. You know, it's funny how the Lord works. He puts you in a, sometimes, I don't know. You're going to have to forgive me. Sometimes I'm going to be talking to the church. And sometimes I'm going to be talking to the allies and the comrades. Okay. But, sometimes God puts you in the grinder and applies the pressure on you so that you don't have any choice but to be ready when you got to step up to the plate. If they want to talk about God, come on, somebody. If they want to talk about thus saith the Lord, my. If they want to talk about who really knows Jesus, my God, today, oh, my soul loves Jesus. Words don't convey what my heart wants to say. Oh, my soul. That, and I like to fight. Not physically, I'm too small. But if you want to fight intellectually, you want to talk about the details and the nuance and the logics. Oh. So I'm just going to talk. And I'm going to let the word speak for me. I ain't got no strategy. All I know is that I've been praying, I've been working, I've been studying, and I've been studying long enough to recognize the spirit of the Antichrist when I see it. Let me put it back on the screen because I want you to be sure about this. What Pete Hegseth is executing is the spirit of the Antichrist, the perfect integration between church and state. Make sure I hope I've been talking with a good microphone. Yeah. Church and state that does the exact opposite of what Jesus said do. That's what's being executed right now. And they're flying across the skies in their $12 million jets, giving a thumbs up, Top Guns, thumbs up, Mad Dog 2020. What was his name? It wasn't Mad Dog. What was that color? Dude, bro. Something. Where is it at? Let's see. What was that man's name?
Dude 44 Bravo.
Dude 44 Bravo. He's flying in his sortie, coming back to base. Smooth sailing. The mission has been accomplished. The radio chirps. Chirp, chirp. And there's Dude 44 Bravo. And this is what he says.
Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good.
Can y'all see them soaring off into the sunset, believing that they were doing the work of the Lord? All the while they were dropping bombs on elementary schools, dropping bombs on hospitals and universities. There they go, flying off into the sunset, proud and saying, God is good. I bet you he even had a little tear drip down his Christian nationalist crusader's face. Just a little tear down the cheek as he choked up. God is good. God enabled me to drop bombs on little girls. Oh, God is good. Because God enabled me to blow up an elementary school. Oh, God is good. Flying off into the sunset, sentimental. He could feel it. He can feel it. They can feel it. Oh. They are convinced down to their souls that what they're doing is right, when the rest of the world can clearly see that it is always wrong to blow up elementary schools. It is always wrong to blow up universities. It's always wrong to blow up hospitals, to kill journalists. It's always, in any war, it is always wrong. So I thank God, man, look here. I am not Catholic, but let me tell you something. I thank God for that man right there on the screen. Pope Leo. Leonardo, no, I'm not going to say that. Pope Leonardo. Ha! I am so Generation X. First thing when I heard Pope Leonardo, Leo, I went to Leonardo. Then I automatically went to Donatello, Michelangelo, and Raphael. The Pope is operating in a prophetic office. It has not always been that case. There have been popes who use the church to do harm. And I believe that's what most people kind of have a historical understanding of the church as. You know, if you're honest with the history of the Catholic Church as a tool of empire, you can't look at it and say this church has always been what Pope Leo is representing today. But I can tell you this, Pope Leo has been having a little talk with Jesus. Pope Leo is on the right side of this thing. You know who else is on the right side of this thing? Most atheists I know. Except I know Benjamin Netanyahu is an atheist. So obviously he disagrees with me. I'm crazy. My friends, that's it. I'm not going to hold you much longer. Just let me come and go as I can come and go. But as much as I can, I want to talk to you about what's going on here. Because we absolutely, positively have got to put up a fight. And if you think that fight is going to come from the Democratic Party, has it yet? Forget about what we think. Tell me what has been. Has the Democratic Party stepped up to the plate of what's going on and shown up for the moment? Have any of them done a press conference and said anything as compelling as this? You could take out all the morality of the religious language, take out all the religious language, and just say that this is an illegal war. Instead, Chuck Schumer, leader of the Democrats, is talking about Donald Trump not being efficient enough in how he wages this illegal war. What? And so we look to the Pope. I'm Protestant. I like to shout in church. What do I mean? Well, I hope y'all know what I mean when I say shout in church. Like we have church. Shoot. We praise the Lord where I'm from. We more like this. Hang on, let me play this for you because I need you to know I come from a whole different style of worship.
How you gonna remove it? I'm gonna shout it out. How you gonna get through it? I'm gonna shout through it. How you gonna shout through
So when I say I am not Catholic, I'm I'm about as far away from being a Catholic as you can imagine. But let me tell you something. I recognize the Spirit of the Lord and a Pope who is moving in the prophetic and who is speaking truth to power, even after power looked at it. And that's what it is. Thank you, Lord. It's that simple. It's not even that big. It's not that complex. The role of moral authority has always been and will always be to speak truth to power. The role of moral authority has always been and will always be to speak truth to power, because power doesn't always want the truth. And so the truth must speak for the truth. And the Pope, in every way I can measure, is actively speaking truth in this moment. Now, again, I firmly believe that when Jesus comes back, they're going to change the Vatican to a homeless shelter, and that the hierarchy of the church will be held accountable for everything that it's done. But the Pope said, before you judge us, God, let us get something right. And the church is getting this right. The Catholic Church, not a lot of Protestants are with them. Some, me, a whole bunch I know. Most folks I know. But you get these evangelical churches, you get these Christian nationalist churches, they're ready to go to war with the Pope.
Especially the innocent, children, the elderly, sick, so many people who have already become or will become victims of this continued warfare. To remind all that attacks on civilian infrastructure is against international law, but that it is also a sign of the hatred, the division, the destruction that the human being is capable of. And we all want to work for peace. People want peace. I would invite the citizens of all the countries involved to contact the authorities, political leaders,
Yes.
Congress.
Do that. And I love that he ended with a call to action. Do something about it. Everyone listening to me, do something. Tweet somebody. Tweet one of your political leaders. Tweet at one of them. Stomp them. Expose their lies. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. All I can do right now is come live to you when I can. Every chance I get. If you want to support, go to patreon.com/the BPD show. Patreon. I don't even have a slide for you to see on the screen. But if you want to support, patreon.com/the BPD show. I've got no other choice but to address this issue because it intersects right on what I do. It intersects right in what I do. So I got to speak up. I mean, woe is me if I don't preach and do what I'm supposed to do. Everybody else is doing what they're supposed to do. I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do. And what I'm supposed to do is to translate and communicate to you as efficiently as I can so that you can understand what is happening and that you can do something about it. Folks, as always, this is just a pop-up community. I don't know when I'm going to pop up again next time, but next time I pop up, I hope you have your alerts set and we'll talk about it by and by. Take care, folks.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/VPD show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
Sweet, so they can negotiate a 10% raise and give 8% to their union. I have never seen that. Never seen union dues.
I think I've paid dues to 5 unions in my life. Never seen anything like that.
We did an interview a couple of weeks ago with workers for Theorist Media, which is now owned by Lunar X. Theorist Media is the company that runs all of the channels that MatPat started, Matthew Patrick. So the game theorists, the film theorists, the food theorists, the style theorists. I think there's one. I think they said there were 7 channels or something. It's a lot. They are forming a union at their company because they don't like, in part because they don't like the direction that the new management is taking the company, that there are some concerns with the way that new policies are being rolled out. But also just generally, they want to have a little bit more control and stability working for the company that they have developed and built, with MatPat from the ground up. And, that at the point that they're at, running a YouTube media company that is getting millions and millions of views every month, makes millions of dollars a year, that's that's a real job. It takes real work and it takes real professionals to be able to do it in a consistent way. And so, they wanted to have the respect of the real work that they're doing, and they wanted to have some level of control, some standardization of what they're doing. And so they decided to form a union with the Writers Guild of America West and the Motion Picture Editors Guild, a local of IATSE. And they came out with this, they came out with their union in November. They requested voluntary recognition from the company. So far, they have not gotten voluntary recognition yet. They're still pushing for it. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to come on the program a couple of weeks ago as a part of their campaign to kind of increase pressure on Theorist Media. And I want to say, and I want to start off this by the overwhelming, the majority of comments and the overwhelming reaction to the interview itself was positive. And so I just want to highlight this with one user said, Americans are so brainwashed, they legit think unions ruin companies. That received 71 upvotes. All workers deserve to unionize and have a say in how things are run. That received 31 upvotes. The overall like to dislike ratio on the video was super, super positive. So the vast majority of people who actually watched it and engaged in any way were like, cool. The people who produce the content that I enjoy watching should get paid well. Especially if the work that they're doing is making enough money to pay them well, then they should for sure be paid well. They should have some stability. They should have a voice on the job. That's the overwhelming sentiment. But there were a few people who were chirping in our comments unhappy about these workers deciding to unionize. And so I wanted to highlight them and kind of respond to these arguments because there's not very much that's unique when you get anti-union arguments. They're basically kind of all very, very similar. We've heard them before, so we figured that we would respond to them and maybe do a little bit of education in this segment, highlighting, using this issue as a hook to do broader union education because a lot of these anti-union arguments are pretty similar, and workers in many industries are going to hear some of these same arguments. So one user just said, ew, not really an argument, so don't have anything to say about that. Here's one. The algorithm doesn't care if you're unionized. This will further continue decline of the channel. Don't support them on this. So this is just kind of generally unions ruin companies. Unions make companies less efficient, right? And that is just not true. That's just not true. I mean, the heyday of American manufacturing, when people talk about, they don't make things like they used to, The like they used to that people are referencing is usually something like the 50s, 60s, and 70s. The quality of American manufacturing really did not start declining, I don't think, in most people's view until, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s. In the 50s, 60s, and 70s, the union density of American manufacturing was over 30%, almost 40%, right? More than 1 in 3 manufacturing workers, more than 1 in 3 manufacturing jobs in the United States were unionized. That is the highest union density rate that we've ever had. And that's when the stuff was the best, right? And so that's just not true. And conceptually, there's no reason why a union should make the production be lower quality. And actually Hollywood, which has been producing, some good and some not good stuff for like 100 years, has been basically 100% unionized since the 30s, right? So, has Hollywood not had any good movies since the 30s? Have they not produced any good TV shows since the 30s? This is a new medium, and so the workers have not organized yet. But why would YouTube be different than any other industry where workers organized, demanded a voice on the job, demanded respect, demanded dignity, a little bit better pay, and continued to succeed? Why would YouTube be any different? You're right that the algorithm doesn't care if you're unionized, and that's why whether they're union or not is not really going to be the factor in whether or not the channel and the company succeeds. It's going to be the product that they put out. And actually, I think particularly for creative work, the product that you put out can be better if you have a stable job, if you're more secure, if you have enough money to be able to do your job, right, and live comfortably, then I think that's actually going to make it easier for you for your creative juices to get flowing and be able to do the job well. Another one says, hopefully they get fired and replaced with AI. That's just a guy.
That's pretty mean, right? Like
discontent, and
it is, but firing people is it sucks, right? Like to get fired and to lose your job, especially in this economy, as we just mentioned. So I know it's just a silly, petty comment, but I think we should be cautious when we call for people to get fired. Like people talk about firing football coaches a lot or things like that, and like that's fine, that's different,
right. But we're talking about people who make like the median salary.
Yeah, but like regular working folks, like I remember working in the fast food industry or in restaurants, and every now and then you'd get one of those crazy customers who would make it their mission to try to like get someone in trouble at the restaurant or try to get someone fired. It's like, really, like, how's that going to help anything besides, putting this person on the street? So anyway, don't like it.
Yeah, don't like it. YouTube here's another one. YouTube is a very fragile industry. So I don't currently think that individual YouTubers should unionize. Unions are great, but the major downside and upside is that it's very hard to fire someone. It's a downside because this person might be absolutely terrible at their jobs and drag the whole company down. Now should most of the big, and so that is, it's just a general thing. That's what they tell people in basically every union campaign ever. The union is going to protect bad employees. And that is just not true. It's just not true. Because the only mechanism that the union has to protect somebody's job is the contract, right? And actually, the contract and the support of their members. Let's talk about the contract. What is a contract? I feel like people don't kind of think these things through 2 or 3 steps down the road. A contract is an agreement between 2 parties. Who are the 2 parties in a union contract? It's the union, the workers, and the company. What kind of company is going to get is going to agree to give away their ability to discipline or fire an unproductive employee? I'll tell you the answer. The answer is no company. And if you want another, I can do you one better. What group of workers is going to want to take that power completely away from management and not allow that to be done? I'll tell you the answer. The answer is basically no group of workers. The company has no incentive to agree to a contract that does not allow for bad performers to be fired. And the workers don't have that incentive either, because they don't want to be dragged down by poor performers. They don't want to be dragged down by poor performers and have to pick up their slack, right? So neither of the two parties are incentivized to allow poor performers to continuously drag down the company and to continuously force their coworkers to pick up the slack for them.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
What the workers are incentivized to demand in a contract is progressive discipline and just cause, which just means that your first offense, unless it's super crazy, like you kill somebody on the job or something, or you know, you make a super negligent mistake that costs the company 25% of their operating revenue for the year. You know, I mean, huge mistakes. There are always provisions in contracts for huge mistakes that can immediately lead to termination. But generally speaking, progressive discipline just means that your first mistake cannot lead to you being fired or you being suspended without pay. You've got to get like a written warning first. You know, the first time that you're late, or the first time that you miss a deadline, or the first time that, you make a mistake in a project, you can't fire me for that. And also just cause, which just means that the discipline actually has to have a truth behind it. Like there actually has to be some sort of performance problem with me for you to give me discipline. You can't just give me discipline because you don't like my face, right? And that's all that union contracts have with respect to discipline. And so then I'll ask the question, why is it that unions get a reputation for protecting poor performers? The reason that the primary reason they get that reputation is because of huge boss propaganda and investments in advertising from bosses who do not like being forced to do their job and being forced to do their job well. They like to be able to kind of walk through the world with impunity and not have to answer to anybody and be able to make whatever decision they want to make without any repercussions or anything at all. They just want to be able to do whatever they want to do. And so they put a lot of money behind propaganda that says unions protect poor performers. Here's another one. Sometimes unions do end up protecting poor performers because of the poor performative management. What I mean by that is that, let's say you've got a poor performer, a guy that actually is poor performing. He is not doing good at his job. He's bringing down the crew. He's, other people are having to pick up his slack, and management wants to do something about it. Well, they have to follow the procedures in the contract. They have to first say, give him a written warning, and then, or a verbal warning, and then a written warning, and then, something. You got to take the 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to getting to termination. And they have to do all of that with the appropriate justification and supporting evidence. And a lot of times they just don't want to do it. And so they just skip a bunch of steps. They do a shoddy job. And so the union is then forced to protect this worker who, by all accounts, does need to be fired, but who management is not following the proper protocol to get that done. Because if the union does not do that and does not enforce the contract on behalf of a worker who maybe you would say doesn't deserve it, then those contract provisions can be disregarded in the future on behalf of a worker who does need them and who does deserve the protections. It's just like, I mean, it's literally just like criminal law, right? If a prosecutor is not able to array the proper evidence, they will not be able to get a conviction, even if the defendant actually did the crime. And so, sometimes people who did the crime get off because a prosecutor was lazy or didn't do their job or didn't have enough evidence or something like that. And I'm not saying that the exact same level of evidence needs to be hit to discipline somebody on their job. But you should have to go through a process and actually justify it and prove with evidence that somebody actually did not do their job correctly. Because when you fire somebody, that can end up pushing somebody into destitution, into homelessness, into, further mental health declines, and actually be, physically unhealthy for them, right? So you should have to do your homework and actually do a good job on that. And so that's the whole thing. And sometimes bosses are lazy, frankly. And sometimes they just don't want to do the training. And they don't want to follow the protocol. They just want to be able to do whatever they want to do, move through the world without any constraints. And yeah. So
yeah, I experienced that myself, representing educators, and of course, teacher tenure is one of those.
Wanted to welcome you both to this space. Did you want to introduce yourselves at all? We could start with you, Abe, since you made a noise. That sounded like a volunteer.
Yeah, sure. I'm Abe Coleman, lifelong resident of South Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here with my sister Rose Coleman, and I guess we're here to talk to you, Visora, about certain experience.
Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, I'm really excited for this because I think that there's a lot of stuff that people kind of somewhat understand that they picked up from, social media or maybe even a little bit from the media, but there's so much that they don't really understand what's going on here. So let's pull back and start at the beginning. What is the experience that you guys have lived through since, the initial incident and then everything that's happened going forward? Just broadly speaking.
You're talking about my personal experience.
Yeah, your personal experience. Either on the day of or the week of, there's no rules. You can say
yeah.
You feel.
Yeah, I was arrested January 28th at around 1:30 a.m. I was out with one other friend and we were painting some graffiti. We were painting a memorial piece for Alex Preddy, who was murdered here by ICE in Minneapolis a couple of weeks before that.
It was actually like a few days before that.
It does all blur together, especially with the couple weeks that led up to that and preceding it and following it. So I don't blame you for not being able to name that exactly.
Yeah.
How did it? First off, I wanted to thank you for going out there and actually, you use the word graffiti. I find it more memorializing. a hero, like an American hero, because Alex Preddy was trying to help other people when his life was taken.
Yeah.
How did it feel to be arrested for something like that?
Well, I mean, I don't think that the state trooper who arrested us necessarily knew that that's what we were doing. He probably just saw us spray painting on the freeway and pulled over, you know. So I don't really blame that person per se for arresting us. You know, he was doing his job. But, you know, I spent, you know, 2.5 nights in jail, and then I got out and went over to my partner's house, and you know, she was like, "Can you believe all the things they're saying about you?" And I said, "What are you talking about? I you know, I literally just got out of jail, got on a bus, and now I'm here at your house. I haven't been looking at, you know, I didn't look at social media in the last hour, so you know." And then she started showing
when you
me.
were in jail, did you get asked any questions? Like, did like any of the police want to know what happened, what your side of the story was? Like, the police officer arrested you. You said like he was doing his job. He didn't necessarily know
Right.
what you were writing. No. Did they ask?
He didn't ask. He took video and pictures of what we did. You know, when he put us in the car, but you know, no cops came and interviewed me or anything. At one point, I got called out, told me I had an outside visitor, so I thought it was going to be an investigator, you know, with the police, but it turned out to be someone with the National Lawyers Guild, and he was there to talk to me because he was under the impression, as were at this point the media and everyone, I guess, that me and my friend were at a protest in Maple Grove that happened the same night, where 24 other people got arrested separately from us. So,
this is what happens when we start criminalizing protests. No one should be, I mean, to be fair, like, no one should be going to prison or jail even for protesting. But when we're so far into this like fake news cycle where people don't even know what to believe, where people don't even ask questions, they just come up with narratives.
Yeah.
It must feel like you must feel gaslit every day.
Yeah, it's a little jarring. Something I'm not used to, you know.
What about you, Rose? Like, how did you fare throughout like that entire experience, or really anything that happened before or after?
Yeah, I mean, I live in Seattle now, and I've been here for quite a while, but I'm still very connected and close to my family and friends who are all still in Minnesota and in South Minneapolis specifically. That's where I grew up. And so, you know, hearing from Abe about Renee Good, that was on my birthday. And so I happened to talk to him because he called me for my birthday. Before we had a lot of information, you know, it was like they shot someone in the face and we didn't know who she was. And it was just like, what the fuck, you know, like, you know, and so that unfolding and thinking about it and then learning more and more about kind of who she was really, it was really hard. I'm a mental health therapist, and it was really hard for me to focus on my job, because usually I have pretty strong boundaries around social media and around news during my work week, because it's taxing enough to hold space for, you know, 8 people a day. So I usually don't engage with that stuff, but I found myself glued to the situation, very worried constantly about everybody that I love there. It happened very close to where, yeah, it felt pretty personal. It happened very close to where some very close friends live that would have pretty much done the same thing as Renee if they had encountered ICE on their street that way.
I mean, granted, she didn't really do much.
Not really, no. And so, I mean, it was kind of horrific, it being that close to home. And I mean, it's horrific anyway, right? But as I learned more about who she was, it was really just really taxing. I wasn't sleeping well that whole week and into the next week. And then only 2 weeks later, you know, I was on vacation actually. And my first morning that I woke up in Costa Rica, where I was on vacation, and I woke up to a text via WhatsApp from Abe to him and myself and our older sister, who happens to live in Scotland, that said they just shot another person on 26th and Nicollet. And 26th and Nicollet is 2 blocks away from where we went to high school. Like this isn't just like some fictitious area or neighborhood. Like this is like literally like our city. Like
my goodness, like.
And so then, you know, as information was just coming out about that, I'm looking to see who is this? What does this person look like? We didn't know anything. And then we are learning more and more about who he was and what happened as the videos are starting to come out. And just how horrific that violence was and how disturbing it was. And to know that he was a VA nurse. You know, I work in healthcare and I work in...
Another hero.
And I worked a lot in mental health care with nurses, you know, in the hospital. I worked as a crisis responder. So I know the kind of person that works in the VA, you know what I mean? That chooses that life and that population to work with. And
it's not exactly for the money. If you have the ability to, you have a
really
medical degree.
Really disturbing the way that he was treated and the way they acted like it was a video game. It was just horrific. And then, you know, Abe says he goes down there and he says, you know, they just tear gas the crowd. And then like this is through WhatsApp, and then I like don't hear from him for like 4 hours, and I'm in Costa Rica and I'm like, oh my God, I'm like freaking out, you know, I'm like alive or dead, just send me like a sign of life, you know, like that's what it really feels like. And I want to say be safe, but there's like what does that even fucking mean when they're just shooting
on that note,
in the back for no reason at all?
Absolutely. On that note, like what does it feel like to know that like all of your loved ones are potentially unsafe, or like, Abe, like you're still there? What does it feel like on a day-to-day? Because I still see things happening. I still see them tear gassing people, and just like a reminder that using that same tear gas in a war zone would be a war crime, just not with domestic policing. It's just like, how do you manage to feel safe in a day-to-day like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I felt pretty freaked out for a good, at least a solid month there, you know, and I personally have not been out on patrols all the time, but I have a couple particular close friends in particular that are out on the blocks in our neighborhoods, in my neighborhood, following ICE around, getting license plate numbers, reporting them, getting physically in their faces and telling them to leave their neighbors alone. And in a lot of cases, it worked, you know, in more cases than not, it really had an effect. And, you know, I really, really admire those people, but at the same time, like that could have been them, you know, like that could have been
absolutely them. That's a really crucial point there that I think we need to like touch on. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but like, let me know. I think that like besides the people responsible from the top all the way down, I think a large part of why both Renee Good and Alex Preddy ended up dead is because they were operating under the assumption that they were in like a safe environment, that these were law enforcement that is there to protect and serve the community.
Yeah.
And they didn't recognize that these people were already a threat to them. They were already in a combat environment, a self-defense environment.
I mean, I would say in the case of Alex Preddy, not really, because I think, you know, I've heard from his parents have said that he and his close friends have said that he thought that his life might be in danger. I mean, just 2 weeks earlier, they had shot her in the face. So I think at the point that he intervened and tried to help that woman off the street, he knew the risk, and that's probably why he was carrying his very legal gun, is my guess, which he did not use or brandish at all. But I think, you know, I am the kind of person that I've always felt that I'm going to stand up for somebody that is less fortunate or more at risk than myself. And if I die in the process, then so be it. I would rather do that than live and be, you know what I mean, be a coward and not stand up for people that are, and I did that in Minneapolis when like Somali people were being harassed after 9/11, and I was told you're putting your life in danger. And so I feel like both Renee Good and Alex Preddy were the kind of people that knew that they were taking a serious risk. Minneapolis has had severe police violence our entire lives. If you grew up in South Minneapolis, you had seen police brutality at least once, no matter what your color was. And so, you know, we can all look back to 5 years ago with George Floyd. It's not actually that uncommon there. And so I think they knew that they were taking a risk. I don't know if they knew, especially Renee knew how severe that was going to be. I mean, that was extreme violence. Extreme.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
we have ever
She didn't. I mean, she didn't escalate anything.
The last words that she said were, "I'm not mad at you. It's okay." And the last things that the agent.
And I think that's the
yeah.
point. I think that's the part that's so insane is that, and so then, fast forward to, I talked to Abe that night, that Monday night. Then I didn't talk to him for 4 days. And because I was in the middle of traveling internationally, I didn't, I wasn't as worried as I had been before about that. And then I got back to Seattle first morning. I'm home. I wake up to a text saying, I just got out of jail. And this is what pulls up when you Google my name. And there's a, picture of his mugshot. And it says, there's a title of an article that says, man that once beat up a pregnant woman, arrested as a paid agitator at riot in, Maple Grove, Minnesota. And then his full name, his age, and his city, which to me, I'm like, why these ICE agents are so radicalized is because there's this narrative out there that it's all these like criminals and these illegal aliens and these paid protesters, and that dehumanizes people. And here you falsely equated him with that and put all of his information out there for any of these lunatics to find at a time when the city is a war zone.
This sounds very targeted. It sounds like a targeted harassment campaign in relation to anybody that could make this seem outside of the realm of they're only targeting criminals. And they're never targeting criminals, mind you. I personally believe that every accusation is a confession, especially from this regime, but like authoritarians broadly. They're the criminals. They're the paid agitators. By definition, ICE as an organization, it's not even in my opinion, definitionally, it is a terrorist organization, a state-sponsored terror organization. The state gives them money to go and do political violence to create fear in the population. That is the outcome of their actions, and definitionally, that's what they would be. So this targeted harassment campaign by the media in conjunction with that it's an assault. And of course, it's going to result in you feeling less safe. This is, first off, let me ask: have you beaten up a pregnant woman? I'm going to go ahead and guess no, but
no, I have not beaten up any pregnant woman or any woman. So yeah,
and so they anyone period in your life.
No, I've never been a violent guy. So.
And are they still doing this stuff? Are there still new headlines or people sending new messages, or has the harassment continued is mostly the question.
No, many of the articles were taken down. A few of them were. There's a couple that are still up there. There's at least one, if you Google my name, it still says that I was, at a protest in Maple Grove, that I was arrested there, which I wasn't. I don't think there's anything still saying I'm a paid agitator. I'm not certain of that.
The thing is too, though, is that some of it was print, but some of it was video. Some of it was news,
Yeah,
and so
most of it was virtual news. Yeah.
Basically, the whole next day, as soon as I found out about this, I went into high organizing gear and started posting and getting other people to contact these organizations. So I think the most damaging article title was New York Post, unshockingly. And so I think we got around 200 people to call and email them. Eventually they stopped taking phone calls. And then Fox News as well. Those were the two that we targeted the strongest. I believe Fox News with the original post, although don't have proof of that. And so when Fox News, they sent me a generic reply that was well, look into it. And I was like, where are your receipts? This isn't good enough. You guys are creating an unsafe situation for my family. I believe you're in a large part responsible for all of the damage that's happening in this country because of your brainwashing. So I went a little crazy in my response email, strongly worded. And then they had their attorney respond to me, and their attorney said, oh, well, we originally got misinformation from the police, and then we double checked it after your inquiry and found out that your brother in fact wasn't there, and we published a correction. They did not publish
Published
it the
it,
way
right.
they were supposed to legally, but they did, like at the very bottom, it says Abe and his friend's name, you know, they got misinformation. And
Which
then
I personally don't think that they did. I don't
I don't think so either. I think they made it up very much on purpose.
I mean,
because
if
the
it
other thing is
helps,
when we
you should
found out
talk to
that
yours.
Abe, his friend, and the other guy who actually did have a violent history, whose names were in there, the only people with actual criminal records, none of them were there. Even the guy with the worst criminal record wasn't there.
We don't know that for certain, but I mean, if you look at the police records, there was this guy booked at 1 a.m. This is the guy with the violent criminal past that supposedly a co-defendant, him and another person supposedly carjacked and beat up a pregnant woman.
In 2007.
In 2000, this man was booked at 1 a.m. Then there were 24 people booked at 2 a.m., the actual protesters, and then me and my friend booked 2 hours later at 4 a.m.
Okay, yeah, that's not a mistake that you can make, like, without actively
So,
trying to mess something
Well, and
up.
Abe and his friend weren't even in the same city.
Right. And so I think pretty obviously the reason that they included me and also this Justin Shelton guy with the violent history is because the only dirt they could dig, the protesters, the people that were protesting at the hotel, mainly a bunch of younger folks, college kids and other people, most of them, didn't have a very lengthy criminal history. If so, a couple of them had a couple of DUIs, a couple of minor things like that. But they needed to make the protest look like a bunch of big, bad, scary people were there. So they included me.
Just like they did at, George Floyd times. Like, they do this all the time.
I have been arrested multiple times in my life, but I've never been arrested for anything violent or anything having to do with drugs or ever even gotten a DUI or anything like that. So
I hope you guys have brought this to your attorneys, because this to me sounds very much like defamation, and all of the changes made, like if Fox News did make an edit to their article, the metadata will show when that was made, what time it was made, where it was made. It will show, like, all of this stuff will come out.
Well, and they also they took his name out, but they didn't actually do it the legal way they were supposed to do it. Yeah. And then that doesn't stop the videos that are out there. And I'm Googling my brother's name and being brought to some random MAGA bros Instagram page who's like, look at this asshole and da 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 da. You know what I mean? And it's just it was proliferating bots. Is it what it felt like? Whack-a-mole. You take one down and there's 8 more heads that grow.
It's
and
kind of exactly how it works.
Now it's just a blank article. It's like a half an article. It's bizarre, and they never responded at all. Yeah. And this is the thing. It's I honestly believe that this terrible media that's just lying about things and stoking fires on purpose is so much of the reason why our country is so divided, why people are so brainwashed, why this whole situation is there in the first place.
I think it's a massive reason. I think there's a few different reasons why I think people are so brainwashed. One of the reasons I think it ties into the media, because the media makes this worse, is an inability to connect with people outside. Everyone does a lot of stuff online now. No one wants to go and talk to their neighbors. A joke that I've made for a long time is the average American mentality is that my house is a castle and that everyone outside the walls of this castle wants to kill me and rape my children. But Minnesota has done what I've been begging people to do for 2 years. It seems like there was a quick development of a rapid response from the community, a rapid response group where whether someone's in danger, whether ICE shows up, whether whatever it is, that there is an ability to call your neighbors and have them show up and be there for you. And I think that's such an important part of how to get out of this, because the media will keep lying and keep lying and keep lying. But when you have connection with people, in person, individually, it doesn't tend to impact you as much, especially when there's an incentive structure that, working with this person is going to be good for me, regardless of whether I like them or not. And I think Minnesota went a really long way in developing that. And even it's going to go into my next question, but like even after the occupation ends, I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon. But speaking of, is there any sign that the occupation of Minnesota is going to end, or is it slowing down? Has it gotten worse in parts?
It's definitely slowed down as far as their presence on the street, which, you know, they're still here. I know that they're still here, but I know that we're all thankful that it is.
I know that there's been reports of some of ICE slipping into plainclothes now, because it's being less.
They started doing that a lot more. Wearing plain clothes and driving sedans and whatever versus big tinted out SUVs all the time and stuff like that, you know. And I mean, the whole time they've been doing all kinds of shady stuff, like putting an Uber badge on their window in their car and basically just doing whatever they feel like they can get away with or try to get away with, you know.
Which seems like pretty much everything to them, at least.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like the reports of people finding cars all over the city with people's like IDs on, like windows smashed out and IDs
or you know, two of their vehicles having the same exact license plate number, driving around at the same time on multiple instances.
I've seen like 50 videos of them just ramming their car into someone else's car and then arresting that person for hitting them.
And it's starting to happen in New Jersey now and in Vermont, all over the country. It's like it's Tacoma. They're starting to ramp up, you know, activity there too.
And now they're at all the airports.
The detention center, the Dilley Detention Center in Minneapolis, they're just releasing people in the middle of the night with not warm enough clothes, without their belongings, without their cell phones. And if it wasn't for this Safe Haven volunteer organization, they may have frozen to death, you know? Like they're leaving kids in cars without their parents, with no plan, with no case managers coming to get them. It's just a shit show. And it's cost the city of Minneapolis like millions of dollars in a couple months, all the damage. And now they're moving out to the suburbs and they're like,
oh, absolutely.
And it's,
quick correction, Dilley is in Texas.
No, not Dilley, I'm sorry. What is the name of the one in Minneapolis?
The Whipple building.
Yeah, the Whipple one, yes. However, like in regards to Dilley, there's horrific things that come out of that. Horrific things are coming out of all of these, but you're absolutely right in that, like, they cause issues for the city that they don't clean up. They make you pay for it. Mind you, they're making you pay for everything that they do anyway. They lie, they create terror, they cause accidents, they harm people, and they cause an air of fear. I can't imagine how it must feel to be in a city where they're currently like walking around in. My parents live in New Jersey, for example, and all the way from Australia. I'm terrified that at any given because I'm an immigrant. My parents are citizens. They live in the country. They own a business, but that doesn't seem to matter. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen. It doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter. As long as you are anything under a billionaire, they don't seem to care. So,
or if you're not just accepting what they're doing. I mean, it's really the analysis that I saw that I agree with, honestly, is like the case with, you know, what they did to Alex Preddy and Renee Good is they're essentially acting like how the KKK act about race traitors. You know, you're just as bad if you're getting in their way and standing up.
I've seen this argument from a lot of people come up, but like specifically Black creators have been talking about this, that they act more akin to slave catchers than like the Gestapo, and that in relation to both Renee Good and Alex Preddy, that it was almost drawing a line of, well, okay, white people, you've gotten white privilege for free your whole life, and now that's not, you can't just be white. Like, you have to actively participate in the white supremacy movement or you don't get the privileges, is the argument that I've seen made. And I don't think that they're necessarily smart enough to think about that consciously, most of, at least the ones on the ground, but I do think that that's part of the culture that's instilled in them.
Definitely.
Especially by people like, you know, Stephen Miller, who I think has a large hand in this. But let's not forget that ICE didn't exist when I was born. It's only been created in my lifetime. And Tom Ullman, the dude who's in charge technically of ICE, was appointed by Obama. So we've been on this road, and the media has been through this cycle before. I remember Trump one. I remember the kids in cages. And we've progressively gotten to a state where they're less and less willing to call it out. And these, like, paratroopers, I guess, these this paramilitary is just walking around doing whatever they want. And it's concerning to me because the worst part of this is the parts that are unseen, that most people don't engage with. The Elite app, where you have a little number above your house, the surveillance from the flock cameras. Like, how bad is the surveillance around you, particularly, let alone like the city broadly, which is everything?
Well,
but,
that's
like,
the
do you hear
weirdest thing
drones
about
flying
like,
above?
'cause there were helicopters flying low from everybody that I know there.
Yeah, there were, for sure.
Do they still? Like, do you hear buzzers coming over your house at any point? Stuff like
Not-
that? Like,
Not as much lately. Definitely not in the last. Not as much in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Definitely not.
that's
but
definitely good.
Yeah.
But, like, again, the not as much lately being the key part there is very scary because you didn't do any. Neither of you did anything. And now there were helicopters flying around
well,
looking
I mean,
at,
I'm
you
saying
know,
in general. I
not
don't
necessarily
know.
you.
Some of them might have been. I'm
If
just
you
saying
can
in
hear it,
general,
it's
there were a lot
enough.
of helicopters flying around the city for most of the time that ICE's presence was what it was, more severe than it is now on the ground. But yeah, it's definitely dissipated, which is good for me. For us.
I mean, I get that. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's broad or not, right? Like, if you can hear the copter, if you can hear the drone,
Yeah.
you feel naked. You feel observed anyway, whether you know that they're looking at you or not.
I mean, well, I was there the week that George Floyd was killed, and you know, there was National Guard, there was a curfew, there was sirens that would go off at 10 p.m. There was people guarding their neighborhoods and finding, you know, gasoline-soaked rags in the bushes. The kind of, you know, the gangsters were patrolling their neighborhoods. Regular people were patrolling their neighborhoods. Like,
I've seen that quite a bit.
The city has been through some weird shit not that long ago, which I think is partly why they were able to organize so quickly. And Minnesotans are, you know what I mean? They're kind of badasses. They deal with the winter. Minneapolis is very progressive in the middle of a pretty conservative kind of part of the country and other places.
I've seen stuff coming out of Minneapolis that like legitimately gave me hope. I saw a short video of of a dude in a pickup just driving through like multiple, not blockades, but you know, ICE just parking their cars so that it looks kind of like you're not supposed to pass through there, even though you're technically entirely allowed to, and just pulling up at a group of protesters and just passing out gas masks to everyone in the crowd. That kind of community support and
in 20, 30 below, I think a lot of people don't understand what that actually feels like. And the fact that people were mobilizing in that is very, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I forgot about that part. That's an insane amount of people die in that level of cold.
And in Chicago too. I mean, there was a woman that was a citizen that was shot 5 times.
She was a paramedic.
The dropped that's trying to sue them now. I mean, like that happened before all of this, but that's the thing. Is like, unfortunately, it takes 2 white people for us to for it to make the news. But look at all the other people. Look at Keith Porter in LA on New Year's Eve. Nobody talked.
Absolutely. I have a quick little list, and this list is only up to Alex Preddy. I can let me show it really quickly. Everything on this list, like this is the people that were murdered by ICE before Alex Preddy, and then everyone after still isn't on this list. Like, this is just some of the most of these are victims from Chicago. That paramedic that they shot in Chicago, the one who's suing them now. Like, I remember covering that story. This was like a person in an ambulance where they're standing in front of her and they're like, stop the ambulance or I'll shoot you. and she puts it in park. And you know when you like put a vehicle in park and you have your foot on the like brake and you let go of the brake and the vehicle lurches forward a little bit? That's all that she did to get shot 5 times. And mind you, like that one was also saying things like, you know, try me, bitch, and stuff like that. Like they obviously wanted to do some violence. It's been horrific to watch this happening all over the country, but I've only really seen the level of community organizing that's required in Chicago and Minnesota. Like I've seen big turnout. LA was a huge turnout. I don't think that was necessarily what's required.
I think
protests,
I think LA is also doing a lot of community organizing now.
They are now.
They're being targeted more now. So I think they're doing a fair amount there too.
So from like the last month or two, neither of you are being targeted much anymore, I'm hoping, either by like harassment campaigns or any like thing like that.
I don't think so. I haven't received too much. I mean, even during it, I definitely got a couple of messages on my phone from people I didn't know, had no one in common with, saying, "Hey, how are you?" You know, which I just blocked them immediately. But other than that,
yeah, I got a couple weird messages that I put to rest pretty quickly during that as well.
Does it ever feel jarring to just exist in the world? Yeah, I would imagine, because it's like, especially in Minnesota, like whether it was immediately after or now, there's like this split between I have like a normal life to live, I have to go to work, I have to pay my bills and eat breakfast, and then outside it's screams and gas masks and tear gas flying around, and it feels like a war zone immediately outside that door. That cognitive dissonance must be really hard to exist within.
I think even like, you know, a lot of people have made the comment that like the sound of the whistles is going to be like a traumatic trigger, you know, for a long time. And like even here, like I'm like, generally speaking, like ever since the WTO protests, the cops here have tried to like be impressed in, you know, improving their image for a long time, and they're barely around. Nobody wants to work for them, honestly. But like, I have worked with police as a social worker, as a crisis social worker. I'm not an all cops are bastards person. I am definitely a hold them accountable if they're fucking Derek Chauvin or anything close to it. Absolutely. But I don't fall into the camp of kind of extremist anti-cop. I think they're necessary for society to function. As a crisis social worker, I needed them to stay safe because I'm not carrying a gun and shit, you know? But if they follow our lead, cool. You know what I mean? I think they need more trauma training and more social workers in every department in every city. But after all this was happening, you know, I was walking my dog in the neighborhood and there was this SPD up. There was like a lot of sirens going off. And then there was like an SPD officer that went off of the beaten path and was just, it felt like stalking me and my dogs in his SUV. And I was just like, why is this fucker, like, what is he doing? He was driving really slowly. And it was like, you know, several months ago, 6 months ago, I would have been like, this is weird. I don't love it. But like around this time frame, I'm like, all my trust that I maybe had from my personal experiences is gone. Like, I don't, you know, there was a minute there where it seemed like the MPD was maybe going to be able to like restore their, you know, reputation a bit. They were coming out and talking about, you know, how some of their officers who were off duty, who were brown people, were being kind of like harassed by ICE, and they were coming out saying this isn't okay and yada, yada. But then you see them beating, you know, the sheriffs beating up protesters, and you see them assisting in every city in America. And I'm like, y'all just lost any respect.
It's been a disappointing journey with the
here and there. Even in this super white part of a super white city. And what's really happening is it's the South End. And if it was happening in Seattle, you would see us up in arms too, but it's not. It's happening because the poor people have been pushed out to the suburbs. And so I think in general, we have to not forget that, like, it is still happening sometimes in small towns and suburbs outside of Minneapolis, outside of Seattle, where like you're definitely not hearing about it, but it doesn't mean it's not occurring. And
anything you end up, I've said this for a while, what you hear about, what you see on the news is them on their like best behavior, or they got caught when they thought they weren't getting recorded.
For something like shooting a white person in the face, right?
Well, yeah, exactly.
But I'm like, that's the thing that I think I really want to instill in people is like, the Fox News is lying to you, you know, like if they can just make up these, and like Abe lost his job. And so now he has to deal with that if people Google his name forever, because that's how the internet works. And fucking, I have to worry about his safety, and he now has a home, which means it's public record. You know what I mean? It's like, this is the kind of shit that like I can't control, and it makes me furious because it's all.
Have you spoken to like an attorney about this? Because like those headlines should be taken down. Those articles should be taken down.
We are working with an attorney. The part of the problem is that the way that AI gets involved with these news sources, these quote unquote news sources, is they like the little bots start rewriting more articles and like proliferating it. So it's really hard to actually nail down who's who and what's what, because that story was being plagiarized and copied and pasted in like 100 places at once.
There's a strategy that often gets employed when they're trying to promote an idea or a narrative. There's one bot that shares with 10 bots that come in and comment and support that claim. Whereas like oftentimes that also then goes into rewriting these articles and making them slightly different and sharing them. It's an entire environment and ecosystem that they have built out, which you say like, don't trust Fox News. I say don't trust the news.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse. Like even like
it really is.
Yeah,
and it's not just American news, mind you. Like I often watch all of them. Like I need to see what they're saying on Fox and what they're saying on CNN, and then I look at international news. And for a while, international news was far more accurate, but even that's now getting poisoned with the American narrative. They just have zero intention of telling you the truth, because that's not their job anymore. And even online, finding out reality online is difficult too. My like advice is to just engage with the news always as if it's probably a lie. And that's kind of the best you can do at this moment. I tend to have the best luck by knowing what's real, by looking at what the people in charge are complaining about. If they're complaining about someone, they're doing the thing that they're complaining about is what I usually find to be accurate. But that's not always the case either. It's mostly like, how do you go about figuring out what's real in an environment where everything is a show? It's all bread and circuses, and it's multiple versions of reality being fed to everyone at the same time. Mm-hmm. The only way to do that is to unplug. What Minnesota and to a large extent Chicago and well now also like other places have done, I think is really the key. Like both in keeping your community safe from random terrorists, but also in growing out of this experience. Like we're not going to vote our way out of fascism. We should still vote, by the way. Never saying you should not, but that will change the direction things are headed, but everything still comes down to us. Like positive long-term change will only come from the bottom down, from the bottom up rather, is what I've always said. And I see that when speaking to you guys in your communities, in your surrounding area, that people got fed up, they came together and they said, no, we're gonna change this. This is too far. And then they go about doing it. Mm-hmm. And I think those people are all heroes. Every single person who gets arrested, every single person who stands out and protests, whether it's, negative 30 degrees, or even if you're just you talking about it, explaining reality, trying to shine a light in the fog of like, no, stop listening to them. They're lying to you. You're being like mind controlled. You're being puppeted right now. Think for yourself. It's a very difficult feeling. I'm sure you can understand, especially as a therapist, of the cognitive dissonance that's just being installed. Like people are turning into AI these days.
Well, and the people, I mean, I really think that it's all like the capitalist machine, In our country, capitalism is God. It matters more than healthcare. It matters more than human life, And I have people coming into my office who are grieving and in sorrow over their, Mexican American first generation immigrants, and they grew up here and now they're seeing what's happening to their people, and they're paying $7,000 to have one tooth fixed and almost going bankrupt. And they're like, what's wrong with me that I'm in sorrow? And I'm like, nothing, dude. This is a perfectly normal reaction.
Yeah, it's like as a therapist, you can't.
It's not normal at all,
You can't do talk therapy out of material conditions for my life, and the people I love are horrendous. There's no talk therapy. There's no medication for that.
It's totally a normal reaction. And I think the main thing that I really hope that comes out of this bizarre shit show is that people, truly people need to realize that we're the majority. The elite are the minority, and all of this circus and all of this gaslighting and all this bullshitting is to keep us asleep to the fact that we're the majority. Because once we realize that, then we have collective power and we can very easily change things.
I'll take it even a step further. Not only are we the majority, we are the vast majority. Even most MAGA voters would be on our side if they just knew reality. Like, they're just being puppeted because they listen. But if they listen to us, it'd be over. That's the thing of, I think not only is the capitalist machine responsible for this, but I think the main side effect of it being hyper individualism is what broke our ability to connect with each other in reality. And when I say hyper individualism, I mean that in like, my needs and my family's needs are not the same as my community's needs. Because prior to even just my lifetime, I know that a lot of America existed in a what benefits me benefits my community, because what benefits my community then benefits me type mentality. And this was not possible then. Yeah. Sure, were we headed in this direction? Yeah, but could they have convinced I wouldn't even say, like, they convinced 1/3 of the country to vote for, the regime, but they convinced like 90% of humanity of things that just aren't real or real. I'm seeing people talking about how the new moon landing is fake. And half of these aren't people, they're robots, and half of them are people, and they're just insane because they don't have friends. They don't have a community. They don't talk to anybody outside. It's all online. We need to talk to our neighbors. We need a new social contract. Yeah. We need to invest in our community, because that's how, like, I put out a basic idea for a basic social contract. Actually, I would like your guys' input on this, because I think something similar to this is what's already being employed around you. In that everyone around just agrees on 2 to 3 simple points. If any of us gets sick or is in danger, all of us are going to be there to help you, to help your family, to take care of you. And I added one saying if any of us dies, we all will go to their funeral. Some people thought that was a little dark, and I'm like, you don't have to include that. You can go knock on your neighbor's door and not add that in. And the third point being like a weekly gathering, like a hangout session. I don't know, everyone pitches in like $5 a week or $2 a week or whatever for food and drinks. And you go out of your way to even invite the people you absolutely despise. Because if they show up to this, they pay that $5. Now they have to deal with you. The MAGA hat and you have to not argue, because if either of you argue, then you both lose the social safety net of, hey, everyone here promised to make sure we'll all help each other if we get sick. It's America. Where are you going to get health insurance for $5 a week, It's that mentality that needs to come back. And that's a natural human mentality. It's how we lived for all of human history. They've taken this away from us and turned us into farm animals. That's my view of it, at least, is the violence being done is because someone tries to escape the cage a little too much. They don't want to be milked by Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison, and so we need more violence. Fear, fear, fear. Don't pay attention to reality. Don't talk to your neighbor. They're terrorists. They're scary. Do you see any way forward in a way that we may be able to build a broader coalition of these communities who have suffered at the hands of the regime and ICE to create a broader network, a decentralized structure, let's say, of not necessarily rapid response, because some of this is across state lines and all, but like a response network between all of these different groups. I suppose if we did that, the regime would just call it Antifa, so, you know.
They already do.
Yeah, they already do. And that's the other part.
I mean, I think, yes, I think I think the model that was created very quickly in Minnesota has been, you know, coming into my area for sure. And they've been doing trainings, and it's, you know, absolutely.
It's been adopted because it works.
Yeah.
That's an important, like, note, is that it works. You're seeing it get readopted. And I think pushing that message is far more important than, hey, look at the news today. Hey, look what's happening today. Hey, look what ICE did today. I stopped showing all of the different things ICE does, the horrors and atrocities after a while. For a little while, I was trying to warn people. And it turns out that, no, actually that plays into their hand. It overstimulates you and makes you not care anymore. They're going after specifically journalists and people who talk about ICE.
Mm-hmm.
But these people don't think about that because, well, you're looking at them going after people on the street. You're not on the street, you're in your house. And then suddenly knock on the door. Hello, it's the FBI. Oh, here, DHS is in the back. Like,
I mean, I think that's why, like, I do think that, like, the age of technology helps us out in the sense that people have cameras. You know, we can record these horrific things happening. And there's lots of people, over the last several months, that have been, you know, openly talking on their social media about how they've gotten letters directly from the president and the vice president harassing them and threatening them. And they're like, you're not going to silence me. I'm not afraid of you. And honestly, that's the thing, right? Is like bullies. This is like what it comes down to me, from a psychological perspective, is bullies. And bullies, you can either ignore them or you can look at them like you're bored and say, I'm not afraid of you. That doesn't, and that's what Minnesota did.
That's why it was effective.
State Hall stepped up and they said, we will not cower. You try to make us afraid and we show up even stronger. Like, that's...
I think the contempt Minnesota showed is specifically key, because these freaks love looking evil. They like it when you call them Nazis. They don't like it when you call them terrorists because they think Muslim, and so, you know, whatever. But like, they don't enjoy looking cringe and weak. They want you to fear them. They want you to think that they're strong. They want you to think that they're going to bust your door down. Except I've seen them run away. I've seen them run away from two people yelling at them. I've seen them fumble around and nearly shoot each other because one of them dropped the gun. They're
very badly trained. They're not very, you know, I mean, these are not.
I think that's an important point.
Who are emotionally very intelligent.
I hear this talking point a lot, and I actually disagree that they are badly trained. It's not that they're badly trained. They're trained to do this. They're trained well.
They reduced their training to 47 hours. So if you look at that compared to the average police department, that's poor training on things that matter, like handling weapons and de-escalating situations. So they are not trained maybe to do this, but they're poorly trained.
An important note on their training, and also for a lot of police departments, is that ICE and the NYPD specifically have field offices in Tel Aviv, and every year, multiple, like, sergeants, captains from various police departments all around the country take a trip to Tel Aviv and do their training there, as well as ICE. It is a known fact that they've done for a very long time. So when you see them walking around and acting the way that they do, it's very difficult to not tie it to the same mentality that you see IDF soldiers walking around Gaza feel. And it's the same thing when you look back a couple years ago during the George Floyd protests. The police then also were acting as if they were the IDF in Gaza. That's the enemy. They don't think of protect and serve. They're in a fight or flight mentality because, I mean, I believe this fully, but all militaries and police structures currently are cults. They're built to be cults. I think that policing should exist. I don't think policing should exist the way that it is. In fact, I kind of tie into what you said, in that I think all police should be more of like a community servant, not just a social worker, but I think the cop's job should be to help the old lady put her groceries into the car, or help that dude move because he just moved into town. He doesn't have.
If you look at like their calls, and at least in the Seattle area, 65% of their calls involve mental illness and substance abuse crises. So, I mean, truly, like, actually what they're responding to is often what a social worker should be responding to. So
I would never call the police.
An embedded social worker. You know, like that would be
police
very good.
will only make it worse for a mental health crisis. I mean, you can see this in New York where Mayor Mamdani is introducing like social workers that will ride along with the police that will respond to these calls. And just this year already, like New York has reported the lowest like murder rate pretty much ever, just in the short change. And it shows the way that you engage with the community impacts how everyone in the community lives. And by you, I mean like the royal you, everyone. All of us need to engage with reality more and be a little bit more offline. Have a little bit more investment in your neighbor. Again, if you hate your neighbor, that's a you problem. I can take a MAGA hat wearing neighbor and turn them into one of, like, I don't know, a normal person. It's not hard. They're not exactly very smart.
Some of them are, though. I actually need to challenge that
true.
stereotype. I think that stereotype is dangerous because, yeah, a lot of them aren't, but some of them are. I've met people that are geniuses, people that are nurses in LA, people that are, you know, have advanced degrees that voted.
Personally, I don't try and convince them.
Times. So I think that that's an easy thing to.
You're not wrong.
Assume, but I don't think it's necessarily true.
I mean, I've also seen, like, during COVID, we saw a lot of nurses and doctors become anti-vax. Like, you can be intelligent and you can, like, it's kind of like a cult, you know, like any cult. You can be, I've seen PhDs of cults try and infiltrate a cult, knowing it's a cult, and become a cultist anyway. And it's the same concept here. So you are right and to challenge that, and I do appreciate it. It's more so, I don't like to argue with them. My view has always been, if they come to me, I will help them. I will answer whatever questions they have. I just won't go looking for them. But if we're talking about going and knocking on your community, like your neighbor's doors, trying to get them involved, yeah, if they're smart, they might end up causing you a little bit of grief. Don't argue, is my view. Ask them questions.
Well,
the best way I find, especially if they're smart.
I have seen a few of the folks, you know, talking about how they very, very recently changed their mind and kind of realized what was going on. And all of them say the turning point was a hard conversation with somebody that they know and trust. It's not going to be a random stranger fighting with them. It's going to be somebody in a one-to-one, usually in-person conversation. You know what I mean?
You ask them questions.
They can hear it. So, yeah.
You'll never argue. You'll never logic somebody out of a point they didn't logic themselves into. You'll never argue them out of it. You ask questions. Mm-hmm. Just keep asking. And on that point specifically, I've said this before, to de-radicalize somebody, you have to put in the same amount of time and effort it took for them to get radicalized, the amount of steps it took for them to get there. You have to reverse them. And this is fundamentally something that needs to be done by someone that they feel comfortable with, they feel close to, that they like, because you can do it successfully and then walk away, and then tomorrow they will just have reset the loop because it needs to settle. They need to accept that and then start moving through that mentality, not just say, oh, okay, that's real, and then they move on and they open their phone and scroll on Twitter for 10 minutes and poof, that's gone. It's all gone. It needs to be a continuous repeated effort.
Well, and I think the other thing too is, and I think, you know, the main point that I feel about this time frame and about what's happened in Minneapolis is, like, this is not about right or left or about politics. This is about basic human decency and values versus state-sanctioned evil. I mean, truly, like, that's what's happened, and that's what it's about for me. It's not even about politics and this divisive shit. It's like, are you a good human being or not? Are you going to act like it or not? Because every day as human beings, we have the choice to be good or to be assholes. So are you going to stand for love and for being a decent human being and helping people out? Or are you going to, you know what I mean, do some kind of weird diluted backflip to justify
the thing that I find
straight up evil? You know, I can, yeah.
Yeah. Especially with what you mentioned of the people that recently have come back, you know, to reality. A lot of that, I believe, was initiated by what I like to call touching the stove. You know, The stove is hot for a reason. You learn from it hurting. And once it hurts, you're more willing to have a conversation with somebody that you trust. And almost all of these people can be brought back over. I've talked about an ICE agent, like actually a enforcer of violence, who was flipped just by a 2-hour conversation with somebody who they thought was on their side at first. You know, this person was smart enough to like keep up the charade until the officer started breaking down about how lonely he is, about how like he doesn't really care about any of this, and he really just joined this because like every time he tried to talk to the other side, they would be like, oh no, all of you are insane and bad, I don't want to talk to you. And they were like, you know what, well fuck it, I'll be insane and bad then. And then they're miserable while insane and bad. This guy was offered a chance, like, hey, you don't want to come with me to like a DSA meeting? And that dude quit ICE and joined the DSA within that time frame,
Well,
and is consistently
I think
there.
it's also like an important point that like a lot of social researchers are pointing out, that a lot of young men that kind of join these movements, it's because they are incredibly lonely, and it's actually they don't necessarily believe in the rhetoric. They just want belonging to a tribe. And so that's how they kind of get manipulated into it and into being kind of radicalized by this. And then all of a sudden, you know, shit gets really crazy. And so
I saw immediately after the election this happened. A lot of young men were saying, well, you guys said that all young boys are Hitler, so we voted for Hitler. Duh? Like, a lot of the, a lot of that is self-inflicted damage from the Democrat side. And this is, again, going back to the issue of it's the capital class. It's not a right or the left. The Democrats broadly, the like establishment, the actual people in power, most of them are on the same side. Most of them have zero real issue with what's happening. They've all submitted. I've said before, you can see this by looking at Canada, Europe, and Australia. There's a large fallout after the Epstein files dropped in all of these governments between the people who are more state power and the people who are more capital power oriented. There's an argument there. There is a shock that some of their colleagues might have engaged in some of these things. Now, the consequences are lacking, but there is that like actual feeling and argument. Whereas in America, not really, because most of both sides are on the same. They've all submitted. I can see like 8 maybe total that haven't, including a couple Republicans. But again, most of these are not on our side, even if they tried their absolute hardest. There's no ally in the Democratic Party, because they will sell us out before ever choosing to let go of power, to let go of wealth and their, proximity rather, to the capital class. It's all about greed. Even AI being a problem. Like, I don't like AI at all. Do I think that it would be innately evil if we didn't have the profit incentive and build it to specifically be a slave? No, I don't think we would have anywhere near as much problems with AI if it wasn't built for slavery, if it wasn't built for profit. Everything comes back to this. Is there anything you guys wanted to add in? Any points that you want to bring up about how anyone can help, how anyone can contribute, whether it's locally or in the area?
I wish I were better prepared for this. I should be.
You're okay.
You can donate to MIRAC.
MIRAC. Is that .com? Just so we can have it linked in the description below.
Minnesota Immigrant Rights Action Committee. It is .com. Yes.
Is it .org or .com?
It's .com.
Wonderful. So that will be in the video description below.
MIRACMN.com. I feel ashamed that I don't have other things ready for this.
That's okay. The broad concept is talk to your neighbors.
There's also like MinnesotaMutualAid.org, StandWithMinnesota.com.
Yeah.
So there's a lot.
I think everyone can like
Neighbors helping
do
neighbors,
something.
Twin Cities.
Neighbors helping neighbors. I like that one.
That one is nhn/tc.org.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. So we will make sure to link all of these in the description. Please donate if you can, or please donate to one that's local to you.
Yeah, local as well. I think anywhere that people are doing mutual aid for people that are hiding and feel like they can't go out to work and things of that nature.
I would also very much recommend the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association, which is a 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing and community organizing and self-defense. It is a non-political organization, and they do actually do disaster relief and community outreach as well. So very much recommend checking out the local chapters for those, especially for both of you, because as someone who was also faced like harassment and direct messages that are threatening, it does sit in your brain for a little bit. Like, how many of these are real? How many of these are bots? Is this some guy in like a cubicle in St. Petersburg or whatever it is? It's having people that will be at your side that will help you here.
I also think, like, in general, the ACLU
of course,
is litigating
ACLU,
some really
always.
important cases right now in the Supreme Court and continuing, if the cases go upwards. But yeah, local immigrant rights organizations, there's a lot of attorneys that are doing a crazy amount of work right now.
I've never been so proud of attorneys. I've seen so many doing pro bono work who have themselves been arrested in multiple cases. I know one who ended up in a coma for multiple days because while wearing their ACLU flak jacket, like the ICE people were beating them. They literally unbuckled their helmet to try and rip the helmet off to beat them harder.
Crazy.
It's been horrific. So thank you to you guys for actually coming and talking and being open about this. Like, it is dangerous to talk about this openly. So in my view, both of you are American heroes and should be treated as such. And so is everybody that goes outside and does anything about this. We're the ones that have to fight. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I get to see more of you. I hope they put those shitty like fake news articles away and get some consequences for lying about it. And I hope that all of you stay safe.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate your time.
Have a lovely evening, guys.
Okay, you too. Take care.